Chapter 1061. Zhong Ao's cultivation was also at the origin returning realm, not necessarily higher than Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others, but because he had constantly refined pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce free of charge for the past 100 years, allowing him to refine a large number of pills, his status had risen to a whole new level. President Ao also paid great attention to him and ordered Hali Ka and the others to treat Zhong Ao as a foreign elder of the Chamber of Commerce, not showing the slightest neglect. Could be said that on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had the highest status. This was why these origin-returning realm masters were so cautious when facing Zhong Ao, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Knowing that Zhong Ao was here to snatch the profound sunflower water, they didn't dare act rashly, so they could only plead with Zhong Ao to show mercy. The three of them took turns trying to persuade Zhong Ao, but even as they tried to persuade him, Zhong Ao remained unmoved. In the end, Zhong Ao became so annoyed that he began cursing loudly. But Hali Ka and the others didn't dare to retort, simply enduring it with ugly expressions. After cursing for a while, Zhong Ao stopped and looked over at the three of them, sneering. "Don't think this old master doesn't know you don't dare report what happened here to the home star. At the very least, before that little girl is safe, you won't dare. All you can do is hide the news. So what if this old master snatches the profound sunflower water? What are you going to do about it?" Hearing this, Hali Ka and the others glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to answer. All treasures in this world belong to the strong. Zhong Ao looked at the three of them proudly, taking 10,000 steps back. If this old master doesn't have any ideas about the profound sunflower water, would you be able to accept it? Would you accept it? If you don't know how to collect it, you'll only be able to look at the meat in front of your mouth, never be able to eat it. What Grandmaster says is true. Hali Ka no longer tried to argue and nodded bitterly. Does Grandmaster know how to collect the profound sunflower water? The middle-aged woman heard the implication and looked at Zhong Ao with some joy. If I didn't know, why would this old master come here? Zhong Ao snorted and waved his hand. Get out of the way. If there's anything, wait until this old master collects those things. No longer paying any attention to Hali Ka and the others, Yang Kai picked up Yang Kai and descended into the mine, disappearing in the blink of an eye like a rogue bandit. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng glanced at each other, grit their teeth, and followed. Inside the mine, Yang Kai followed behind Zhong Ao, guiding him. The last time Yang Kai came in alone, he relied on the method of tearing space and went deep into the ancient ruins without much effort. But this time he couldn't do it. There were all kinds of dangerous and vicious spirit arrays hidden in these ruins. When Hali Ka and Shuiyu brought people here to investigate, they had lost a number of cultivators along the way. However, Zhong Ao was obviously not an ordinary person. He led the way forward, holding a pentagonal crystal-like object in his hand. This crystal bloomed with a brilliant light that illuminated the dark mine tunnel. From time to time, some weak and imperceptible energy fluctuations would come from nearby. Every time this happened, Zhong Ao would be extremely careful, leading Yang Kai away from the territory of these energy fluctuations. This pentagonal crystal seemed to have a detection function, and using it, Zhong Ao was able to avoid many unknown dangers. Although his movements were slow, he didn't have to worry about any dangers, allowing him to easily move forward. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the stone walls of the mine. Zhong Ao's expression gradually became excited as he knew that the profound sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. Hali Ka and the others followed not far behind Zhong Ao and Yang Kai, following the path they had taken, communicating with their divine senses as they walked, discussing how to deal with this situation, but after discussing for a long time, none of them could come up with a good plan, causing them to become quite anxious. "Boy, which way do we go now?" At a fork in the road, Zhong Ao stopped and asked Yang Kai. "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, his divine sense threads having already broken through the shackles of space and found the location of the profound sunflower water. Zhong Ao didn't suspect anything and walked directly into the fork in the road. After continuing forward for half a day, Zhong Ao, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help shivering, squinting his eyes as he stared forward. his body trembling uncontrollably as a fanatical light flashed across his eyes. Profound in sunflower water. Several dozen drops of profound in sunflower water were strangely suspended mid-air, maintaining the same state as when Yang Kai had left, waiting for a fated person to collect them. It really is profound in sunflower water. Zhong Ao swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of these water droplets. Although these water droplets were suspended mid-air, each of them was as heavy as a mountain and contained a terrifying amount of power. In this world, besides profound in sunflower water, there was nothing else that possessed such characteristics. Taking a few steps forward, Zhong Ao quickly arrived in front of the several dozen drops of profound in sunflower water, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he examined them carefully. Being able to cause Zhong Ao to lose his composure, it was obvious that this profound in sunflower water was of great value. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face as he stood in place, not showing any intention of snatching the profound in sunflower water. Yang Kai was well aware of his own abilities. Without even mentioning Zhong Ao, just Hali Ka and the others behind him, which one of them wasn't an origin-returning realm master. In front of them, Yang Kai still had some self-awareness. As soon as the sound of footsteps rang out, Hali Ka and the others who had followed closely behind also appeared one after another, standing beside Yang Kai as they stared towards him with bitter looks on their faces. Several dozen drops of profound in sunflower water appeared in front of their eyes, causing all of their eyes to go red. This was a supreme cultivation treasure. As long as one could safely refine a single drop, it would greatly increase the strength of any cultivator. Even an origin-returning realm master like Hali Ka would receive a significant boost in strength. At their level of cultivation, wanting to make further progress was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was possible for them to spend hundreds or even thousands of years without being able to break through a single minor realm, and that was assuming they had enough opportunities. Although refining the profound in sunflower water was fraught with dangers without paying a price, how could there be a return? Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao on the brink of death, growing step by step to their current heights. They knew better than anyone that the greater the danger, the greater the return. However, all of them could only watch from afar, not daring to step forward. When this profound in sunflower water was discovered, was it sealed in a space ring? Zhong Ao suddenly asked. Yang Kai had briefly told him about the profound in sunflower water, but since Yang Kai didn't know much, he naturally didn't know much either. Yes, Grandmaster. Hali Ka's spirit shook as he quickly responded. A waste of heaven's treasure. A waste of heaven's treasure. Zhong Ao curled his lips. Wanting to store such a thing in a space ring, it seems that ancient master was quite ignorant, but fortunately for his ignorance, this profound in sunflower water would have sunk to some unknown place long ago. The others were all confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten us, Grandmaster." Zhong Ao grinned and said, "Every drop of profound in sunflower water is as heavy as a mountain, and is not something that can be stored in a space ring." After that ancient man put the profound in sunflower water into his space ring, he probably died before he could even use his space ring. Otherwise, his space ring would have exploded long ago. How could it have survived until now? Hali Ka hurriedly said, "At that time, we were caught off guard because our space rings exploded, resulting in heavy casualties." Naturally, Zhong Ao grinned. "And once this thing comes into contact with soil, it will constantly sink. Do you know why profound in sunflower water is so rare?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. That's because they all sink to the depths of the Earth's core and are absorbed by the source of the stars, making them difficult to find. And not only profound in sunflower water, but also other precious treasures that may have been absorbed by the source of the stars. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the source of the stars. The foundation of every cultivation star was the heart of the stars, but no one knew that the source of the stars was related to profound in sunflower water. Our luck is quite good. These several dozen drops of profound sunflower water fortunately didn't come into contact with the soil, otherwise they would have disappeared long ago. Zhong Ao took a deep breath before suddenly taking out a strangely shaped vessel from his space ring. This vessel was somewhat like a vase but also like a bowl. It had a thin neck and a large belly, giving it a strange appearance, but it was also five-colored and blooming brilliantly. Five-colored meteor essence, Holly Ka shouted, immediately recognizing what kind of mineral this vessel was made of. Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Yang Kai immediately understood that this five-colored meteor essence should be a very valuable or, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused the three origin returning realm masters to act so abruptly. And this is five-colored meteor essence. Zhong Ao laughed. Very few people know that five-colored meteor essence is the nemesis of profound sunflower water. If you want to collect profound sunflower water, all you need to do is use this five-colored meteor essence to create a vessel. While laughing, Zhong Ao aimed the vessel at one of the drops of profound sunflower water and pushed it into the vessel, not bothering to avoid arousing suspicion. Holly Ka and the other origin realm masters all wore ugly expressions, their mood extremely complex. Although five-colored meteor essence was precious, their Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce still had some, and although there wasn't much of it, it was enough to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have collected the profound sunflower water long ago instead of waiting for Zhong Ao to take advantage of them. Holly Ka had let go of a great opportunity in front of him and even lost an arm because of it. Thinking so, the expressions of the three origin realm masters changed dramatically. Zhong Ao didn't care what Holly Ka and the others were thinking, continuing to collect the profound sunflower water until there were only 10 drops left. Only then did he stop and solemnly hold the vessel in his hand, glancing over at Holly Ka and the others and saying, "Don't say this old master eats meat and doesn't give you soup. This remaining profound sunflower water, you can find a way to collect it yourself. Don't tell me you can't find more five-colored meteor essence." Chapter 1062. From beginning to end, Zhong Ao had never intended to monopolize such a huge benefit. This place was discovered by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Rainfall Star was the cultivation star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had relied on his status to suppress others, so taking 80% of the profound sunflower water was his limit. If he had taken all of it, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that Holly Ka and the others wouldn't have fallen out with him. He wasn't confident he could deal with so many masters whose cultivation was higher than his. As such, he tactfully took a step back and left behind 10 drops of profound sunflower water. When Holly Ka and the others heard Zhong Ao's words, they all wore shocked expressions and became excited, cupping their fists one after another. "Many thanks, Grandmaster. Although five-colored meteor essence is rare, we can still find some." "Good. Hurry up. Heaven knows if this profound sunflower water will suddenly fall down and seep into the ground." Zhong Ao waved his hand and walked out holding the container. Holly Ka didn't dare to delay, leaving behind the middle-aged woman to guard this place while he and Lin Mu Feng quickly left, apparently going to search for the five-colored meteor essence hidden in the branch's warehouse. Yang Kai silently followed behind Zhong Ao all the way out of the ancient ruins. The two flew their star shuttles back to the palace in the mountain valley. Inside the room, Shuiyu was sleeping peacefully just as she had been when Yang Kai left. Yang Kai came over to check on her and found that there was nothing wrong with her, so he went to find Zhong Ao. It seemed that because he had obtained a treasure like the profound sunflower water, Zhong Ao was very excited. When Yang Kai came over, he was madly performing alchemy in his pill room, venting his excitement. The several dozen pill furnaces were filled with St. Chi by Zhong Ao, all of them humming as mysterious spirit arrays were constructed by Zhong Ao and inserted into the pill furnaces. Various herbs flew out from his space ring like snowflakes and were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids before being thrown into the pill furnaces. Kai Yang couldn't help but be moved, his eyes widening as he stared at this incredible scene. He had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could perform alchemy so crazily. One person working in front of several dozen pill furnaces and refining dozens of pills at the same time. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhong Ao could refine so many pills for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Judging from his technique and proficiency, Zhong Ao hadn't just been doing this for a day or two. It was very likely he had been refining pills in this shocking way. Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge was proficient in a variety of lost spirit arrays, and had a unique advantage in the alchemic way, but no matter what, he couldn't reach Zhong Ao's level. At most, he could deal with 4 or 5 pill furnaces by himself, and that was his limit. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone better. Of Heng's alchemists, of Zong's of Hang ofs to him. Zhong Ao didn't have any intention of driving him away and instead continued to busy himself, the excitement on his face never diminishing and instead becoming more and more flushed. One by one, exquisite spirit arrays were carved out by Yang Kai with his Saint Qi and inserted into different pill furnaces. The various different spirit arrays perfectly fit together, forming a complex composite spirit array that catalyzed the medicinal efficacies of the pill furnaces and assisted in alchemy. Everything was done in an orderly and skillful manner, without the slightest mistake. After half a day, the alchemy room was filled with a variety of pill fragrances. These fragrances mixed together, and when they entered Yang Kai's nose, they made him feel refreshed and refreshed. Yang Kai's eyes became more and more focused. "Rise!" Zhong Ao suddenly shouted, and the several dozen pill furnaces trembled at the same time. Pill furnaces of different colors flew out from the pill furnaces and fell like raindrops into the prepared jade bottles. Zhong Ao tossed a restorative pill into his mouth and allowed his strength to slowly recover. Impatiently, he walked over to the jade bottles, picked them up, and began examining them one by one. After a long time, he finished his examination and said with a look of dissatisfaction, "Ha! There are only 2 pills. These pills are so damn difficult to refine." Saying so, he put away the 2 pills that had formed pill veins and threw the rest to the side. This scene was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai had seen it once when he brought Shui Yu here to see Zhong Ao. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Is Senior performing this alchemy to increase the chances of pill veins appearing?" Zhong Ao turned around and sat down in his chair, grinning as he gently nodded. "Little brat, you have good eyesight. And this old master spends so much effort in alchemy in order to increase the chances of pill veins appearing." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Pill veins are something that can only be encountered by chance. Even the best alchemist cannot guarantee that the pills they refine will form pill veins, but when an alchemist is skilled enough to refine low-grade pills, the chances of pill veins appearing are much higher. This old master has been studying pill veins for hundreds of years, but it wasn't until 100 years ago that he came up with this stupid method of winning by quantity. Why else do you think this old master didn't ask for any compensation and instead performed alchemy for Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for free? Humph, this old master wants them to provide me with herbs? Otherwise, how could I let them take advantage of me? Refining pills like Zhong Ao consumed a huge amount of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and without the support of a great force, it was impossible to continue for a long time. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was located in the rich territory of Jiastar, so naturally, it was the best choice. Zhong Ao choosing to cooperate with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would bring great benefits to both sides. "How is Senior's research going?" Yang Kai asked with interest. Zhong Ao sighed softly. "Difficult, very difficult. The longer one immerses themselves in this field, the more difficult it is to refine pills. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but this old master can only maintain a 2 out of 100 chance of refining pills with pill veins. And this old master is referring to St. King grade and above pills. 2 out of 100 pills, that was to say, for every 100 pills he refined, he could only produce 2 pills with pill veins. This probability seemed very small, but when looking at the entire alchemy world, it was already a sensational number. Many alchemists spent their entire lives refining pills, but only when their luck was extremely good would they be able to refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins. Zhong Ao, on the other hand, almost every time he refined pills, he would refine at least 1. Occasionally, his luck would be bad and he would refine none. This old master has also refined a few St. King grade pills with pill clouds. Do you want to see them? Zhong Ao said with a proud expression. Pill veins were difficult to form, But pill clouds were even more difficult. Zhong Ao had collected tens of thousands of pills with pill veins so far, but there were only a few that had pill clouds, all of which he regarded as treasures. When he was feeling down, he would often take them out to examine them. Whenever he did, his mood would immediately improve. He had lived here alone for nearly 100 years, boring and boring. If it weren't for an obsession in his heart that allowed him to study profound alchemy techniques, no matter how strong he would have gone crazy. Now that Yang Kai had come here to accompany him, and he found him pleasing to the eye, naturally he wanted to show off. Junior wouldn't dare covet Senior's treasures. Yang Kai didn't give him a chance to show off, which made Zhong Ao a little disappointed, curling his lips in dissatisfaction as he said, "Ignorant brat, you didn't take advantage of such a great opportunity. It seems your achievements in alchemy are destined to be limited." Pills with pill veins were extremely rare in this world. In the alchemy world, no matter what grade such pills were, even if they were earth grade or mysterious grade, they were still treasures. If an alchemist with excellent aptitude observed them, they might be able to gain some insights. What's more, Zhong Ao's pills with pill clouds were all Saint King grade. These were the greatest fruits of his 100 years of hard work, the crystallization of his 100 years of hard work, so he would not easily show them to others. Today, when he took the initiative to bring them up, he was actually rejected by Yang Kai. Zhong Ao suddenly felt like his warm face had been stuck to a cold butt, and his good mood was immediately ruined. Naturally, he wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. How could Zhong Ao know that as early as back in Tongshan realm, he had already refined pills with pill clouds, and whether it was Yang Kai or Xiaoning Chong, when refining pills, their chances of forming pill veins were countless times greater than his. Senior, Junior has taken you to find the profound in sunflower water, and Senior's harvest has been great. Is it time to tell Junior how to save my master? Yang Kai ignored Zhong Ao's ugly expression and took the initiative to bring up the previous deal. Humph, greedy for beauty. Zhong Ao muttered discontentedly. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was deeply in love with Shuiyu, so he couldn't wait to inquire about her. Although he suddenly didn't like Yang Kai very much, a deal was a deal, and Zhong Ao still kept his promise, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If you want to save her, all you need to do is refine a purple heart-soul restoring pill." After saying so, he turned a gloating look towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Purple heart-soul restoring pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it. When Zhong Ao went to find someone to build a container to collect the profound in sunflower water, he had been reading the ancient books in this palace and memorizing many pill recipes. The purple heart-soul restoring pill was one of them. Thinking about it, Zhong Ao recalled the grade of the purple heart-soul restoring pill and the herbs needed. An Origin King grade pill? Yang Kai paled and exclaimed. Naturally, an Origin King grade pill. Zhong Ao grinned wickedly. The profound in sunflower water is a supreme cultivation treasure. Do you think the damage it causes is so easy to resolve? Only an Origin King grade purple heart-soul restoring pill can relieve that little girl's crisis. You should know better than anyone that not only is her vitality frozen, but her soul avatar is also scattered and nowhere to be found. It is not so easy to cure her. Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Zhong Ao continued, "Boy, I advise you to give up. First of all, how many people in the entire star territory can refine an Origin King grade pill? As for the materials required, they are not something you can collect. Where are you going to find a 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower? It is impossible for such a thing to exist in the entire star territory." The soul-restoring flower was not a precious herb and would grow on every cultivation star, but to refine the purple heart-soul restoring pill, it needed to be at least 10,000 years old. Chapter 1063. What kind of herb could grow for such a long time? During a period of 10,000 years, natural disasters, and the passage of time, any unexpected situation could cause an herb to disappear from this world. Could be said that such a herb was impossible to find. On the other hand, other precious herbs, although extremely valuable, were not difficult to find. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce focused on business, so as long as he entrusted this matter to Hali Ka and the others, Yang Kai believed they could quickly collect the rest. A 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower made Yang Kai feel helpless in an instant. There are many women in this world. I see that you're still young and still have a lot of time ahead of you, so you'll inevitably meet some outstanding women. Sometimes you need to let go. And letting go is also a kind of happiness. Zhong Ao sighed, seemingly touched by Yang Kai's words. I have to save her. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression firm. Senior, is there no other way to resolve her crisis? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply, his expression gradually becoming dignified after a while, saying, there is another kind of pill that should work, and the materials needed for this pill are not difficult to find. The grade of the pill itself is not too high. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, please enlighten me, Senior. And, seeing how infatuated you are, this old master will give you some pointers. Zhong Ao sighed and said leisurely, but I still advise you not to get your hopes up. Please speak, Senior. A burning flame pill. Zhong Ao spat out a few words. A burning flame pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it. A moment later, a look of surprise appearing on his face. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill? And a burning flame pill is indeed a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Zhong Ao gently nodded. Yang Kai looked puzzled. Senior, this junior does not understand. The grade of a burning flame pill is not high, so how can it solve the crisis my master is in? He really didn't understand. The first method Zhong Ao gave him was to refine an Origin King grade pill, while the second method was to refine a Saint King grade pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhong Ao grinned meaningfully. Do you think this is an ordinary burning flame pill? What this old man is referring to is the burning flame pill with pill clouds. Kai Yang's heart shook as he suddenly understood. Since you are also an alchemist, you should know that once a pill forms pill veins and pill clouds, its medicinal efficacy will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why pills with pill veins and pill clouds are so much more valuable. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill, if it forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies are almost equivalent to a Saint King grade high-rank pill. If it forms pill clouds, even if it's not as good as an Origin King grade pill, it's not far off. I understand. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he regained his composure. Zhong Ao saw his expression and sneered. But how could a burning flame pill with pill clouds be so easy to refine? This might be even more difficult than finding a 10,000-year-old soul-returning flower. This old man still has the same words. Kid, you better give up as soon as possible. Don't do these useless things. Zhong Ao wasn't saying this to dampen Yang Kai's enthusiasm, but rather to objectively evaluate the facts. Even if the top alchemists in Hung Luo Starfield were to refine this burning flame pill, they might not be able to refine pill clouds. Yang Kai grinned. If I don't try, how can I know it won't work? Zhong Ao quickly stated. Little brat, don't even think about this old master. It's impossible for me to help you refine this burning flame pill. This old master has no friendship with you, nor does he have the ability to guarantee that he can refine a Saint King grade pill with pill clouds. I don't want to ask Senior to refine one. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Oh, do you already have someone in mind? Zhong Ao was slightly surprised. Tell me, who do you want to refine this pill for you? This old master will give you some advice and see if that person has the ability. He didn't think that on Rainfall Star, there was anyone whose alchemy skills were higher than his. In terms of alchemy, he was the best. Junior will refine it himself. You'll refine it yourself. Zhong Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai gently nodded. Zhong Ao seemed to be re-examining him, looking him up and down for a moment before saying with a strange expression, if you want to make trouble, this old master won't stop you. That's your own business. And if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will call you grandfather. He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine such a pill with his ability. Yang Kai was just a little second-order saint cultivator. Even if he was an alchemist with some talent and aptitude in the alchemic way, he would at most be able to cultivate for 20 years. A saint-grade top-rank pill was his limit. Zhong Ao concluded. If he couldn't even refine a Saint King grade pill, how could he refine a supreme pill cloud? Zhong Ao only thought that this young man was full of vigor and arrogance. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he smiled strangely. Senior, Junior doesn't dare accept such a title. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet? A bet? Zhong Ao's eyes narrowed as he snorted. What kind of bet is this? This old master will accept it. If this junior can refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this junior won't ask for too much, as long as half of the profound in sunflower water is given to me. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao with scorching eyes. Zhong Ao's face twitched as he snorted. Boy, this old master has always thought you were honest and well-behaved. But it turns out you've been harboring evil ideas about this old master's treasures? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your teeth? If I really lose my teeth, it will be this junior's own fault. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Is Senior afraid he will lose? Zhong Ao curled his lips fiercely. Don't try to provoke this old master. This old master has long since stopped playing such clumsy tricks. Having said that, Zhong Ao still said, Fine. If you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will give you half of the profound in sunflower water. This old master has devoted himself to studying pill veins for hundreds of years and has never been able to find a way. If you have the ability to surpass this old master will be convinced. But boy, if you can't refine it, what will you do? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, his expression extremely unkind. The bet proposed by Yang Kai made him a little annoyed. He felt that Yang Kai was looking down on his alchemy skills and also his many years of research, causing his heart to fill with murderous intent. As Senior decides, Yang Kai was very stubborn. In any case, if he couldn't refine this pill, Shuiyu would die, and if she died, he would also be out of luck. Good. This old master is looking for an assistant. If you can't do it, you'll be this old master's coolie for the rest of your life. Zhong Ao laughed strangely. But this bet must have a time limit, otherwise, this old master will have to wait forever? Naturally. Yang Kai seemed to have expected him to say this. The time limit will be when my master dies. How about it? That's a matter of a year or so. Boy, you're quite arrogant. This old master will open his eyes wide and see how you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Zhong Ao laughed. Senior, please wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, not showing the slightest panic and instead full of confidence. This expression was imprinted in Zhong Ao's eyes and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, secretly wondering if this little brat was just trying to be mysterious or if he really was confident. Still feeling uneasy, Zhong Ao asked, with your current methods, what grade of pill can you refine? A Saint King grade low-rank pill. Yang Kai said casually. How is that possible? Zhong Ao was stunned. You can refine a Saint King grade pill? His face filled with disbelief, wondering if Yang Kai was exaggerating. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I really have. How old are you this year? Zhong Ao asked suspiciously. Less than 30 years old. 27 to 28? Yang Kai wasn't quite sure about his age. He spent most of his time outside, sometimes in retreat, so he had long forgotten the concept of time and age. Being able to refine a Saint King grade pill at the age of 27 or 28, Zhong Ao was so shocked he could barely speak. He suddenly had a bad feeling that half of his profound in sunflower water had changed its surname. Shaking his head, Zhong Ao said, After a year or so, things will become clear. This old master won't investigate it now, but boy, I still have to tell you that even if you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, it will only be able to expel the profound in sunflower water's poison from that little girl's body, so she won't die suddenly. As for the problem of her soul avatar dispersing, you'll have to solve it yourself. Yang Kai frowned, cupped his fists and said, I know. Go. Zhong Ao waved his hand. Yang Kai withdrew and went to the side room to check on Shuiyu, who was sleeping soundly, before leaving the palace and setting off for the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch. Half a day later, Yang Kai met with Hali Ka and the others in the main hall of the mountain range. Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman gathered around a table. On this table was a vessel made of 5-colored meteor essence. Inside this vessel were 10 drops of profound in sunflower water, each crystal clear like a pearl. The 3 pairs of eyes were glued to the profound in sunflower water like locusts, unable to tear their eyes away, all of them grinning from ear to ear. 5-colored meteor essence wasn't difficult to find in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so after Zhong Ao left, they had quickly retrieved these treasures and were now discussing how to distribute them and whether to report them to the Homestar. The 3 of them were excited, but at a loss for what to do. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the 3 of them didn't try to avoid suspicion and didn't put away the profound in sunflower water. Holly Ka got up and asked, "Little brother, how is Master Shui?" "She's fine, but she's still unconscious," Yang Kai replied casually. The 3 men's faces darkened. However, Senior Zhong Ao promised to diagnose Master and has found a way to treat her, Yang Kai said casually. "Really?" Holly Ka looked happy while Lin Mufeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman even patted her full breasts, her complexion immediately improving. "Little brother, if there's anything the Chamber of Commerce can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Master Shui had an accident on Rainfall Star. If you need help, we will not hesitate to help," Holly Ka said seriously. "I came here to ask for your help." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chapter 1064. I want you to help me collect some herbs. Yang Kai went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. "What herbs do you need?" Holly Ka smiled. "Herbs may be lacking in other places, but my Chamber of Commerce will never lack them." Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman also nodded, indicating that they would do their best to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Yang Kai immediately wrote down a list of herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill. Holly Ka took it and looked at it carefully before saying with an indifferent expression, "The herbs on this list aren't difficult to find. My branch has a lot of them. Besides the dragon turtle spirit fruit, which is relatively rare, the others aren't a problem. However, little brother only needs to wait 3 to 5 months before we can transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit from another medicine star. It's just that 3 to 5 months isn't a problem as long as it's not a year or so." Yang Kai shook his head. "Within 4 months, I will definitely be able to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit." Holly Ka patted his chest and promised. Some herbs needed specific environments to grow, and although Rainfall Star was also a cultivation star, there was no suitable environment for the growth of the dragon turtle spirit fruit. However, there was a nearby medicine star owned by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce that produced a large number of these things. "How many herbs does little brother need?" Lin Mufeng asked. "As many as you have," Yang Kai quickly said. "As many as you have?" The 3 of them were taken aback as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. They had thought that Yang Kai only wanted a few sets of materials for refining pills, but Yang Kai had opened his mouth like a lion with no bottom line. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain. "Senior Zhong Ao's solution is to refine a pill with pill clouds. You should also know how difficult it is to refine a pill with pill clouds. It's not something that can be done once or twice. It requires a lot of trial and error before it is possible to succeed." Hearing what he said, Holly Ka and the others suddenly understood why Yang Kai wanted so many herbs and couldn't help feeling some respect. Holly Ka nodded and said, "So that's how it is? Grandmaster Zhong Ao is worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, actually having the heart to refine pills that form pill clouds. In any case, this is a losing deal for your branch. The pills refined are all the same type. Even if we give you all the pills afterwards, the sales will still be a problem. You have to be mentally prepared." Yang Kai reminded them, "As long as we can awaken Snowmaster, these losses are not a problem." Holly Ka immediately made his stance clear. He was truly afraid. If Master Shui really died, Shui Yu third young master would definitely not let him off. Even if he had to exhaust all of his family's resources, Holly Ka would still gather the herbs he needed. That would be for the best. Yang Kai was very satisfied with their cooperation. There was no need for him to waste his breath on this matter. These people were all reasonable people and weren't difficult to talk to, so there was no need for him to analyze the pros and cons for them. "Little brother," Holly Ka stammered, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. After calling out to Yang Kai, He exchanged a glance with Lin Mufeng, seemingly wanting to say something but not wanting to. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately understood what they wanted to say, solemnly saying, "For me, saving Master Xue is the most important thing. I won't ask about anything else." As soon as this statement came out, all three of them were overjoyed, and the looks they directed at Yang Kai became more and more friendly. Although the three of them had obtained the profound in sunflower water and were very excited, with such a big incident happening on Rainfall Star, they didn't know whether they should report it to the home star or not. Normally, they would have the ability to suppress the news of Xue Yu's injuries, but now it was different. Yang Kai was Xue Yu's guard, and although his cultivation was low, what if Yang Kai suddenly lost his mind and reported it to the home star before they did? At that time, the three of them would face even more serious punishment. With Yang Kai's assurance, the three of them felt relieved. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I don't want to be punished by the home star, so for the time being, Master Xue's injuries should not be leaked. Once Xue Master recovers, she will make her own decision." "Many thanks, little brother." Hali Ka sincerely cupped his fists. "However, this profound in sunflower water, it's best if you don't touch it for the time being and wait for Master Xue to decide," Yang Kai added. "Naturally, even if we had the courage of the heavens, we wouldn't dare use such a precious cultivation treasure at will. Naturally, we'll have to wait for Master Xue to wake up and deal with it." Hali Ka and the others nodded repeatedly, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them out the right path. Moreover, from beginning to end, none of them had any intention of using the profound in sunflower water. Although refining a single drop of this thing would greatly increase their strength, none of them knew how to do so. Hali Ka had personally tested the power of the profound in sunflower water and knew that the price he had paid for it was the loss of an arm. If they were careless, not only would their strength not increase, they would likely end up in the same state as Xue Master Xue. Not daring to use it didn't mean it wasn't a merit, so before Yang Kai arrived, the three of them had gathered around the container and looked at it happily. "Good. Before I asked for your help, I also have a private matter I would like to ask for your help with." Yang Kai felt that the time was right and the atmosphere was harmonious, so he was ready to fish for some benefits from them. "Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve my strength?" Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. "Improve your strength?" Hali Ka was surprised, looking him up and down for a moment before instantly understanding and laughing. "Is little brother trying to improve his strength?" Yes, this time, on this trip to the ancient ruins, it was because my strength was too low that Senior Xue didn't take me with her. If my strength had been higher, I may have been able to save Senior Xue at that critical juncture and prevent her from being harmed by the profound in sunflower water. If I could exchange my life for Senior Xue's safety, even if I died, I wouldn't have implicated the three of you in such a dangerous situation," Yang Kai said with a pained expression, seemingly blaming himself for his actions. Hali Ka and the other two had all experienced great storms, so how could they not know that he was just putting on an act? However, this little guard seemed to be highly valued by Xue Master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought him to Rainfall Star alone, nor would she have taken care of his safety and prevented him from entering the ancient ruins. After Xue Master woke up, perhaps they would need to rely on him to put in a few good words to appease Xue Master's anger. What's more, not only did he not report this matter to the home star, he even cooperated with the three of them to conceal it, which was already a great favor. Whether it was to curry favor or to repay him, the three of them felt that they should satisfy Yang Kai's request, which wasn't too excessive. If a second-order Saint Cultivator wanted to improve his strength, they should be able to satisfy him. Quietly exchanging a few glances, the three of them immediately made a decision in their hearts, Hali Ka saying, "If you want to quickly improve your strength, the only way is to cultivate diligently. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Everyone gains their strength bit by bit." But, suddenly changing the topic, he grinned, "I have a way to improve your cultivation efficiency." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What is it?" The space ring on Hali Ka's hand flashed and a colorful orchid-like object appeared in his hand. The petals of this orchid were quite strange, the petals blooming like a baby's head, its facial features clear and slightly gloomy. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? On the side, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman both exclaimed in shock, seemingly not having expected Hali Ka to take out such a precious treasure. For a moment, all three of them stared towards Yang Kai with thoughtful expressions, as if they had just obtained a great bargain. What's the use of this? Yang Kai asked. Hali Ka said proudly, it's a cultivation aid. If you take it directly, you'll understand its mysteries. Lin Mufeng also chimed in. This kind of thing is quite rare. Old Ha fought with others for it back then. The scenes from the past are still vivid in his mind. I never expected he would have kept it for nearly 100 years but was unwilling to use it. I thought he had already used it up. Hali Ka grinned. Without a suitable candidate, what use is there for it? This old master is already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Using this thing won't improve my strength much. I was hoping to find a suitable junior, but on this vast rainfall star, no one can enter this old master's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and before he could finish speaking, he took the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid and stuffed it directly into a space ring on his hand. From the conversation between these two, Yang Kai also understood the preciousness of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid. So how could he be polite? Yang Kai then turned to look at Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng was just sighing with emotion at Hali Ka's generosity when he suddenly met Yang Kai's gaze and couldn't help his face twitching. Immediately understanding, he patted his head and said, This Lin remembers. There is something I can help little brother Yang with. Yang Kai's meaning was already very obvious. Clearly, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. So how could Lin Mufeng pretend to be ignorant? Suppressing his heartache, Lin Mufeng put on a nonchalant look on his face, his space ring flashing as he took out a bottle. But before he could speak, it was snatched away by Yang Kai. Lin Mufeng smiled bitterly and said weakly, This is Snow Pond Crystal Essence, a product of the Snow Pond restricted area on Ice Snowstar. A single cup of Snow Pond Crystal Essence is condensed every 1,000 years. So this is all I have. It's useful. Yang Kai spoke concisely as he observed the jade bottle in his hand. This jade bottle exuded a cold aura, and through its walls, Yang Kai could see some snow-white substance inside. There wasn't much of it, only about the size of a fingernail. Snow Pond Crystal Essence is most useful for stabilizing one's state of mind. Taking a single drop will provide endless benefits. Since little brother Yang wants to quickly improve his strength, this thing is indispensable, Lin Mufeng explained. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he grinned widely. This thing given by Lin Mufeng was a perfect complement to Hali Ka's Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid. One could improve one's cultivation efficiency, while the other could stabilize one's state of mind and prevent the burden and sequelae of rapidly increasing one's strength. It could be said that this thing was equal in value to the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid. Yang Kai put it into his space ring with satisfaction. Chapter 1065. Lin Mufeng anxiously watched Yang Kai put away the small bottle of Snow Pond Crystal Essence. His face filled with pain. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak again, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, I don't have as many treasures as these two, but I do have something that can improve the efficiency of one's cultivation. If little brother doesn't dislike it, please take it. Saying so, a small flag-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. These flags were of different colors, red, orange, yellow, and green. There were a total of 7 flags that exuded strong world energy fluctuations. An artifact. Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering what use this artifact had that it could actually improve one's cultivation efficiency. This 7-colored spirit-gathering flag is an origin-grade low-rank artifact. If arranged according to a certain method, it can gather world energy. I used it to cultivate before, but as my strength increased, I put it away and haven't used it for nearly 100 years. Now I'll give it to little brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up again as he secretly thought that these people were indeed worthy of being the highest leaders of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. The things each of them could casually take out were not things that could be seen by ordinary people. He wondered just how many more treasures they had. This time, Yang Kai wasn't as impatient as the previous 2 times. Carefully taking the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag from the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai politely thanked her. The middle-aged woman smiled lightly. "Release your knowledge-seized defenses and I'll teach you how to arrange it." Yang Kai nodded and the middle-aged woman stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In an instant, the various functions of this 7-colored spirit-gathering flag were grasped by Yang Kai. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag. Although this thing was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, for the current Yang Kai, it was an extremely rare treasure. Could be used for a long time, and when Yang Kai no longer needed it, he could give it to someone close to him. It wasn't as valuable as the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid or the Snow Pond Crystal Essence, but it was far more practical. No matter who it was, the three of them had spent a great deal of effort. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the three of you for your help. This little one can't thank you enough." "You're welcome," Hali Ka laughed. "As long as we can awaken Master Shui, what harm is there in having to go bankrupt?" He put on a loyal and courageous appearance, but it was hard to tell how much sincerity there was in it. "Why don't little brother get 2 more moon slaves?" Lin Mu Feng suddenly thought of something and suggested. "Moon slave?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at them suspiciously. The middle-aged woman's face reddened as she spat. "You scoundrel, little brother is still so young, yet you don't teach him good things and only teach him some unorthodox tricks. When Master Shui wakes up, how are you going to explain this?" Lin Mufeng looked embarrassed. "There's no problem with 2 moon slaves, right? I can see that little brother is a determined person. You won't hold up your future because of 2 moon slaves. And, if it's 2, it really won't be a problem." Hali Ka also echoed. "What's a moon slave?" Yang Kai asked curiously when he saw them talking back and forth between themselves. Hali Ka lightly coughed and explained. "Moon slaves are a type of woman specially cultivated by our Chamber of Commerce. They cultivate special secret arts and take special pills so that when they reach a certain age, they can mate with men. Their primordial yin contains a very pure energy, so any man who takes them for the first time can obtain great benefits from it. If little brother wants to improve his strength as quickly as possible, moon slaves are the best choice." Plucking yin to supplement yang. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "No, no, no." Lin Mu Feng smiled and waved his hand. "The method developed by my Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary method of plucking yin to supplement yang. Little brother should also know that many cultivate evil secret arts, plucking yin to supplement yang in order to rapidly improve their strength, but the energy obtained through this method is impure, causing their combat power to be much lower than a cultivator in the same realm. My Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing. Moon slaves are selected from women with good aptitude and physiques and are then trained in a special way so that when the energy from their primordial yin is transferred to a man, it won't cause too much of an impact on him. With little brother's current cultivation, subduing 2 moon slaves of the same realm shouldn't be a problem. If there was a problem with my Chamber of Commerce's moon slaves, there wouldn't be so many people coming to buy them." Hali Ka also nodded. "You also engage in human trafficking?" Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that the huge Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would actually be so shady. "It's all consensual. These moon slaves are ordinary people from poor families. If it weren't for my Chamber of Commerce, they would only live a few dozen years before dying of old age. My Chamber of Commerce provides them with cultivation materials and environments, allowing them to possess extraordinary skills. Moreover, after a moon slave has sex with a man, they can continue to cultivate and improve their strength. If they can win the favor of their master, glory and wealth are just around the corner. Many of the moon slaves who leave my Chamber of Commerce live quite good lives." Lin Mu Feng explained, seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was somewhat repulsed by this kind of thing. The middle-aged woman blushed and didn't say a word, but she obviously knew a lot about moon slaves. "There's no need for moon slaves." Yang Kai pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying with a bitter face, "I'm afraid Master Shui will go crazy when she wakes up." Yang Kai had to admit that listening to them talk about the various benefits of moon slaves, especially their ability to rapidly improve one's strength, Yang Kai was indeed a little tempted. Right now, he couldn't wait to quickly improve his cultivation. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai still refused. He had his own principles, and no matter how Hali Ka and the others boasted about the benefits of moon slaves, Yang Kai always felt that there were some problems with harvesting Yin to supplement Yang, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. If that's the case, then we won't force you. Hali Ka looked at Yang Kai with some approval, seemingly not having expected that a young man like him could refuse such a great temptation. Moon slaves could not only help people improve their strength, each of them had been taught many ways to serve men, each of them possessing boundless charm and were proficient in many ways. They had always been the bragging rights of young men in the Star Territory. Being able to bring 1 or 2 moon slaves with them was a great honor. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivated a large number of moon slaves every year, but the order for them had been waiting for several years now. Moon slaves alone were a huge source of income for the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the price of moon slaves was constantly rising, but it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of those who came to buy them. Yang Kai's refusal surprised the 3 of them, making them feel that this young man was somewhat unusual. No wonder Master Xue had taken a fancy to him and chosen him as her guard. After chatting with Hali Ka and the others for a while and asking them to send the materials they had collected to Zhong Ao's palace, Yang Kai left. Once again returning to Zhong Ao's palace, Yang Kai was full of energy, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. TSK, Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence. Zhong Ao looked at the 2 things in front of Yang Kai and muttered, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng are really generous, actually giving you such treasures. It seems that little girl's status in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce isn't low. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhong Ao recognized the names and uses of these 2 things at a glance. Turning his attention to the 7-colored flag, Zhong Ao played with it for a while before letting out a strange laugh. Boy, with the help of these things, this old master estimates that you can break through to the 3rd Order Saint Realm in a very short time. Worthy of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, it's really easy to cultivate someone. Old Zhong, in a few days, Hali Ka and the others will deliver the materials needed to refine the burning flame pill. I hope Old Zhong can help me receive them, Yang Kai said as he took the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag back from Zhong Ao's hands. As long as you don't disturb this old master's alchemy, it's fine. Zhong Ao snorted, squatting in front of Yang Kai without a care for his image, asking suspiciously, But this old master has one thing he doesn't understand. Can you explain it to me? Please speak, Old Zhong. Didn't you say you wanted to refine a pill to save your woman? Why did you bring these things back? What else can I do? Cultivate. Yang Kai grinned. Zhong Ao was stunned. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? You only have a year and a half to refine a burning flame pill that forms pill clouds in a year and a half. That's already a bit of a rush. Yet you're still in the mood to cultivate? Ordinary people sharpen their knives before slaughtering pigs. What's wrong with my cultivation? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. On top of that, I'm still missing one of the materials to refine the burning flame pill. Hali Ka said that it will take 4 months to transfer them from the other medicine star. If I don't cultivate, am I supposed to just sit around and wait? That being said, so what if your strength improves to the 3rd Order Saint Realm? Zhong Ao couldn't understand why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Perhaps this minor breakthrough will allow me to successfully refine pill clouds. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zhong Ao glanced at him as if he was looking at an idiot, straightening up and saying, Do as you wish. This old master will just wait for the results. Don't bother this old master. This old master is going to perform alchemy. Saying so, Zhong Ao walked out while muttering to himself about how difficult it was to refine pills. Yang Kai didn't care and simply put away the things he had brought back. When he was on the floating continent, he had spent a great deal of effort to refine a Saint King grade pill and lift the seal Lu Guichun had placed on him. At that time, Yang Kai discovered that the reason his alchemy skills couldn't improve was entirely because of the constraints of his realm. His cultivation was too low, so if he wanted to refine a higher grade pill, he needed to improve his strength first. The 4 months it took Hali Ka to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit gave Yang Kai a good buffer period. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid, snow pond crystal essence, and 7-colored spirit gathering flags were all things he relied on to improve his cultivation. In these 4 months, Yang Kai had great confidence that he could break through to the Third Order Saint Realm, at which point refining burning flame pills would become much easier. Chapter 1066. Inside Zhong Ao's palace, in a certain room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. Taking out the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai swallowed it without hesitation. A cool feeling spread from his throat to his abdomen as Yang Kai silently circulated his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. Soon, this cool feeling extended to his limbs and bones, relaxing his hundreds of millions of pores, and his physique seemed to have been greatly nourished. In order to refine the burning flame pill that could form pill clouds, in order to rapidly improve his cultivation, Yang Kai spared no effort. Moreover, he didn't regard this incident as a disaster. On the contrary, he felt it was an opportunity. Now, he was wandering the star territory alone, without any friends or family, without any support. His own strength was the foundation for his survival. Shui Yu being unconscious gave Yang Kai an opportunity to concentrate on his cultivation. A bad thing, when viewed from another perspective, could often become a good thing. Yang Kai could take advantage of these few months of painstaking cultivation to raise his strength to the next level while also improving his alchemy skills, allowing him to complement his cultivation and achieve great growth. The cool feeling made him feel refreshed, as if he had never been so clear-headed before. Yang Kai suddenly had a good plan and understanding of his future, causing his mood to fluctuate greatly. Shui Yu's even breathing came from the next room. The method Zhong Ao had used before could only maintain her vitality for a year and a half. Once that time was up, if she was not treated with a pill, she would undoubtedly die. However, Yang Kai wasn't as worried as he was at the beginning. On the contrary, his heart was now as calm as still water. The medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play a role, but Halika didn't clearly tell Yang Kai how such a precious treasure could improve the efficiency of his cultivation. Yang Kai also felt the changes in his body, wanting to find out. Suddenly, the cool feeling all over his body converged towards his chest, the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid condensing into one spot in a very short time. Yang Kai suspiciously unbuttoned his robes, revealing his strong body before looking down at his chest. The shadow of a golden dragon quickly swept past. That was the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The golden dragon tattoo was constantly wandering around like a living creature, sometimes in front of Yang Kai, sometimes on his back, while the ice phoenix tattoo remained firmly on his back, not moving at all. This was the Phoenix Empress inheritance that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai's body was only a temporary residence for it. Once Yang Kai found Su Yan, he could hand it over to her. At this moment, some black qi was faintly gathering in his chest. The black qi was as gloomy as a ghost, dark and deep. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, but did not find anything wrong. He calmed down and quietly waited. Not long after, more and more black qi gathered on his chest, becoming denser and denser, faintly forming a vague pattern. Yang Kai looked at it carefully, but he didn't understand. After waiting for about half a day, the cold feeling in his chest suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the fuzzy squirming pattern quickly froze and became clear. It was actually a pattern of a baby's face with distinct facial features. It was as if Yang Kai had an extra head on his chest, making him feel uneasy and terrifying. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, never having expected that consuming the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would result in such a situation. While he was still in shock, he saw the baby's mouth on his chest suddenly open, like a whale sucking in water, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. Asterisk hu chi chi. Asterisk a gust of wind surged inside the room, and an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into Yang Kai's body as the baby's mouth began sucking in. In an instant, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his body receiving a great deal of energy. His meridians squirmed, accepting the world energy and transforming it into his own strength under the effect of his secret art. Amazing! Yang Kai was overjoyed and closed his eyes, feeling the benefits brought to him by the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. After swallowing the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, although the pattern on his chest didn't look very impressive, its effects were real. In this way, even if Yang Kai didn't cultivate under the effect of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, he would be able to constantly absorb world energy, the speed and efficiency of which would be even greater than if he were to cultivate diligently. The baby's pattern would swallow and spit out every 30 breaths, actively absorbing world energy into Yang Kai's body, allowing him to grow stronger. Each time it swallowed and spat out an astonishing amount of world energy. Halika's gift was really what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai spent most of his time on the road, so while he was on the move, he rarely had the opportunity to cultivate. If this heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play its role, it would be difficult for his strength not to improve. In the future, even if he was on the road or fighting, he could maintain a state of cultivation. Unfortunately, according to Halika, the role of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would become smaller and smaller over time and would disappear after 2 or 3 years at most. On top of that, this thing was extremely difficult to find, and if 1 or 2 were occasionally found, they would be snatched away by others. In order to snatch this thing, Halika had fought many times with others. 2 or 3 years was more than enough. After taking the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai took out the snow pond crystal essence and poured a small amount into his mouth. The snow pond crystal marrow was a product of the snow pond crystal marrow, so it was naturally cold. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he involuntarily felt an ethereal feeling, as if his soul was being purified. A strange power rippled in his mouth and flowed into his abdomen, where it was absorbed by his body and quickly gathered in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which had been somewhat turbulent due to his excitement and joy, instantly calmed down without the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's soul also seemed to have been sublimated at this moment, his mood becoming as tranquil as an ancient well. When the snow pond crystal essence took effect, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing aloof and observing all the changes happening to his body. The memories contained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as well as the scenes he had experienced, flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai reviewed the road he had walked, the people he had experienced, the setbacks he had encountered, the joys and frustrations he had experienced, all of them again. Once again, Yang Kai went through the 20 to 30-year journey of his life. He saw many details that he had overlooked before, and he saw many regrets. Looking at these details and regrets, Yang Kai's state of mind began to undergo subtle changes. Yang Kai became more mature and more experienced. As his state of mind changed, Yang Kai's knowledge sea also seemed to undergo some unique changes. The water level of the sea gradually rose, a sign that his spiritual energy was increasing, while the color of the sea became darker and denser, a sign that his soul was becoming stronger. On the 6-colored island, the 6-colored radiance illuminated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, giving it a more dazzling luster than before. Even the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the island became happier than before, devouring the power produced by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus. Soon, the number of soul-devouring worms reached a limit. They all attacked their companions in unison, devouring the bodies of their companions and eliminating the weak. The powerful soul-devouring worms became even more powerful. Yang Kai knew all of this, but he did not stop them, instead calmly watching. The soul-devouring insects used to be his trump card, able to pose a certain threat to a Saint Realm cultivator and easily kill a transcendent cultivator. However, after reaching the star territory, the soul-devouring insects were no longer of much use. Inside the star territory, there were countless Saint Realm cultivators and Saint King Realm cultivators, so the soul-devouring insects could not pose any threat to them. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what kind of changes these tiny exotic ancient insects, which could only devour spiritual energy, would undergo after this time and whether they would be useful again. Yang Kai desperately needed strength. The battle between the soul-devouring insects was very fierce, with the tiny insects devoured by their companions one after another. Those who survived were always the elites, and these insects were far more powerful than before. Finally, the internal battle on the 6-colored island came to an end, and the number of soul-devouring insects had been reduced to 1 in 10,000. All of them seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that each of them was like a silkworm that had formed a cocoon around themselves. Faint traces of life could be seen coming from these cocoons. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention and released his divine sense. Arriving outside the palace, Yang Kai took out the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags and, according to the method the middle-aged woman had taught him, poured his strength into them and threw them around. The small flags suddenly grew in size and arranged themselves in a strange pattern around Yang Kai, fluttering in the wind. There was some kind of imperceptible connection between the 7 flags, and this connection allowed the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags to form a kind of spirit array. The wind blew and the trees in the distance began to sway. A large amount of world energy seemed to be drawn towards the 7-colored flags, causing the clouds in the sky to change color. Yang Kai remained motionless as he took out a few cultivation pills and stuffed them into his mouth, while holding a piece of high-quality Saint crystal in his hand. Inside the palace, Zhong Ao, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, noticed something outside and paused his movements. Releasing his divine sense, he soon learned what was going on outside. "This is unfair. This is unfair." Zhong Ao couldn't help muttering. When this old master was weak, no one was able to provide him with such good cultivation conditions. This is unfair. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7-colored Spirit Gathering Flags, what's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhong Ao wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a saint realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. If something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1067. Zhong Ao's worries were not unwarranted. Even when a great force trained their young disciples, they would not allow them to grow beyond their limits. Doing so would not do them any good. But now, what Yang Kai was doing had clearly far exceeded the limits of what a cultivator of his level could bear. Even a Saint King first or second order cultivator would not be able to bear this for a long time. Whether Yang Kai died or not, it had nothing to do with Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao only cared about the bet he had made with him before, whether or not he could really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Zhong Ao did not believe this at all, but he could not help but hold a little bit of hope that Yang Kai could really do as he said and convince him of his loss. Pill veins were his life's pursuit, and for this pursuit, he had given up his lofty status and wealth, choosing to refine pills here. He had spent 100 years refining pills, and more than anyone else, he wanted to find a reliable method to grasp the illusory pill veins or pill clouds in his hands. So even if it was just a little bit of hope, Zhong Ao could not help but want to see it to the end, so he did not want Yang Kai to have any accidents. His worries were all in vain. After Yang Kai arranged the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag spirit array and began to cultivate, Zhong Ao did not perform alchemy for an entire month, instead silently observing him from a corner of the palace. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's body was bursting with vitality beyond his imagination. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's vitality, which was enough to cause a Saint King realm cultivator to explode, was easily absorbed by this little brat without the slightest discomfort. He was even more shocked to discover that this little brat's strength was actually increasing day by day. Not only did he not show any expression of discomfort, but he also seemed to be in a good mood every day, making Zhong Ao almost unable to believe his eyes. As time passed, a faint yellow halo began to quietly light up around Yang Kai's body. At first, the color of this halo was not obvious, But as more and more world energy flowed into it, it became brighter and brighter. A thick world energy aura, like a thick fog, lingered around him without dissipating. Zhong-Ao's several hundred acres of medicine field was covered in a thick fog, and the herbs planted in the medicine field were growing faster than usual. With such a dense concentration of heaven and earth spiritual qi, it would be strange if the herbs didn't grow quickly. For a time, this mountain valley became the location with the richest world energy on Rainfall Star. Even the mountain palace where the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce branch was located was far inferior to this place. With his own strength, he had changed the flow of world energy in such a large area, turning this place into a paradise. Zhong-Ao had lived for most of his life but had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. "Who are you?" Zhong-Ao was puzzled and slowly shook his head, knowing that all his worries had been fed to a dog's belly. After a month of observation, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, went to the alchemy room, activated several dozen pill furnaces, and began his alchemy career. He finally understood that, with Yang Kai's monstrous level, it was absolutely impossible for him to have problems because of cultivation. Zhong-Ao clearly saw that Yang Kai was constantly throwing cultivation pills into his mouth, the high-rank Saint crystals in his hand changing one after another. Regardless of his current strength, he would definitely become a dazzling new star in the territory of the Star Realm in the future. Zhong-Ao concluded. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver herbs to Zhong-Ao once every 3 months, Lin Mufeng personally handed him a few special space rings. These space rings were filled with all the herbs Yang Kai needed. In order to treat the unconscious Shuiyu, Lin Mufeng and the others had spent a lot of money. These herbs had all been purchased with their own money and could not be reimbursed to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After purchasing all these herbs, the wealth of these people had been reduced by almost half. Zhong-Ao took the space rings and closed the door of the palace, not even allowing Lin Mufeng to come in and sit for a while. Lin Mufeng didn't dare show any displeasure and simply stood outside, staring at the sea of world energy in the medicine field, his eyes shining brightly. Through the layers of world energy barriers, he discovered something extraordinary about Yang Kai, which Saint Realm cultivator could cultivate so crazily. Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he had been cultivating for a long time, but there was nothing wrong with him. Regardless of anything else, this boy's physical strength was clearly extraordinary. After observing for a while, Lin Mufeng quietly left, not bothering Yang Kai. As the sun and moon rose, Yang Kai sat in the middle of the medicine field, the baby-faced tattoo on his chest greedily swallowing the world energy. The 7-colored spirit gathering flags were also constantly playing their role, gathering a large amount of world energy towards him. The effect of the snow pond crystal essence had not weakened in the slightest, allowing Yang Kai's state of mind to remain as calm as ever. After taking one pill after another to assist in his cultivation, the few hundred high-rank Saint crystals he had left were completely used up. Kai Yang had never been able to cultivate as crazily and continuously as he was now. As his second-order Saint Realm cultivation climbed steadily, the power contained in his body grew larger and larger, gradually reaching the threshold of the third-order Saint Realm. Finally, one day, a dark demonic flame suddenly emerged from his body, tumbling endlessly, as if it wanted to burn down the entire world. Outside the palace, Zhong-Ao's face was cold as he silently watched Yang Kai's changes from a distance. The demonic flame grew stronger and stronger, and gradually, the demonic flame gushing out of Yang Kai's body seemed to come to life, condensing into the shape of a giant dragon. The golden dragon swimming on the surface of his body also seemed to be stimulated and began moving faster and faster. A loud dragon roar rang out as the golden dragon flew out from Yang Kai's body and merged with the demonic flame, wriggling through the clouds. From time to time, the ink-black dragon would bloom with a golden light that enveloped the world. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide and began swallowing world energy. Every time it swallowed, the mountain valley shrouded in thick fog would become a bit clearer. After a dozen or so breaths, the originally pitch-black mountain valley was restored to clarity as all the world energy that had accumulated here was absorbed and assimilated by the golden dragon. Another dragon roar rang out as the flaming golden dragon swooped down and rushed straight into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body shook violently as an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out from him. Wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, trees swayed, and trees were uprooted and blown far away. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as the light around his body quickly converged and disappeared. Third Order Saint. After a crazy retreat, Yang Kai had finally stepped into the Third Order Saint realm. Such a cultivation, when placed in Tongxian realm, was already one of the top existences. Whether it was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, his 4 demon general subordinates Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon, Old Ox, or the other monster race great seniors, all of them had reached the Third Order Saint realm. It was just that there was a slight gap between them in this realm. Today, Yang Kai truly stood at the same height as these masters. However, when looking at the entire Tongxian realm territory, such a cultivation was truly shabby. If one did not have any connections, they would not be able to rely on any great force. A cultivator with such a cultivation was extremely rare in Tongxian realm territory, and although they were not at the bottom of the hierarchy, they did not have much status. Little brat, congratulations. Zhong Ao strode forward. Zhong Ao strode over. It only took you 3 months to break through to the Third Order Saint realm. Although it was with the help of a powerful artifact, it was still beyond this old master's expectations. I thought it would take you at least 5 or 6 months to accomplish this. It seems your talent is quite good. Many thanks, old Zhong. Yang Kai did not get up and simply nodded lightly, not showing much excitement or frustration, as if everything was a matter of course. Zhong Ao was surprised, knowing that Yang Kai's state of mind had not shown any flaws due to the rapid increase in his strength, knowing that this was all due to the snow pond crystal essence and his own perseverance. Old Zhong, is there any news from Halika? Yang Kai asked. Last time, Lin Mufeng delivered a few rings of herbs, but the only thing missing is the dragon turtle spirit fruit. I heard him say that Halika is currently transferring it from another medicine star and should arrive in 1 or 2 months. Zhong Ao said unhurriedly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Halika and the others, he also knew that the other party did not dare act perfunctorily on this matter. So the arrival of the dragon turtle spirit fruit was only a matter of time. I'm going to see my master, Yang Kai said, standing up without putting away the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags. Inside the room, Xueyu still seemed to be asleep, her expression tranquil. But perhaps because no one had come to visit her for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled on her face. Looking at her enchanting face, Yang Kai found some clean water and cleaned her. Perhaps because of the influence of the snow pond crystal essence, Yang Kai did all this indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation in his mood, as if he was treating her like a stranger. He had already decided that, after saving Xueyu this time, he would immediately sever all ties with her. Whether or not she would seek revenge on him, Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her. His closeness to Xueyu was a forced one, unlike his feelings for Su Yan and Xia Ningchong, which were imperceptible and imperceptible. Yang Kai believed that Xueyu was the same. With this woman's temper, once she was no longer bound by the soul chains, she would likely immediately kill him to protect her reputation and her secrets. No matter what the reason was, she would not allow Yang Kai to live in this world. The two of them were destined to become enemies after this emotional entanglement. After tidying up everything, Yang Kai went outside the palace again, sat down where he had been cultivating before, and continued to circulate his secret art. Having just broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, even with the snow pond crystal essence to stabilize his state of mind, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about any flaws in his state of mind, but he still needed to stabilize his cultivation in the shortest time possible. It would be best if he could build on his current foundation and break through to the next level. Yang Kai did not have high hopes, as he knew that it would be impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm within a few years. His only hope was that he could advance his cultivation further without wasting the duration of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. This thing could only last for 2 to 3 years, so every day that passed was one day less useful. Chapter 1068. Half a month later, Hali Ka delivered the dragon turtle spirit fruit he had promised and handed it over to Zhong Ao. Glancing over at Yang Kai, who was still cultivating, Hali Ka quickly left. They had done everything they had promised, so whether Shui Master could wake up safely was not something they could control. They could only wait and pray that Zhong Ao really had the ability to refine pill clouds. They didn't know that it was Yang Kai who needed to perform alchemy, and Zhong Ao was too lazy to explain too much to them. Time passed quickly, and after another month, Yang Kai slowly got up, put away the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags, and walked back to Zhong Ao's palace with some reluctance. The cultivation environment he had obtained over the past few months was no worse than when he was on the floating continent. His third-order Saint Realm cultivation had been thoroughly consolidated, and he could now use the time and accumulation of strength to break through to the Saint King realm. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain such a good opportunity again in the future, so of course, he was reluctant to interrupt his cultivation. But for the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to give it up. Zhong Ao seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the palace, Zhong Ao tossed a few space rings over and smiled. All the herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill are here. Hali Ka and the others have done their best to prepare 2,000 sets of materials for you, all of them Saint King grade. This old master would like to see how you plan to refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Senior, don't forget your bet. Yang Kai glanced over at him lightly and said calmly, "Humph. This old master always keeps his word." Zhong Ao snorted coldly. "Little brat, are you mentally prepared to be enslaved by this old master for the rest of your life?" He still didn't want to believe that Kai Yang could do what he had said. He didn't dare to believe it. Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, put away the space rings, and walked straight inside. Shui Yu was still the same, her breathing stable and her vitality surging. For the time being, there wasn't anything wrong with her, but since Zhong Ao said that she could only live for a year or so in her current state, that was all she could live for. Calculating the time, she only had 1 year left. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had bet his life on the burning flame pill, which meant that he had to succeed no matter what. "Old Zhong, let me borrow your alchemy room," Yang Kai said as he walked into the room that Zhong Ao usually used for alchemy. "As long as you can convince this old man wholeheartedly, I don't mind tearing this place apart." Zhong Ao followed Yang Kai closely, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed. Obviously, he had made up his mind to observe from the very beginning. If Yang Kai really had the means to refine pill clouds, he could secretly learn it. Even if he had to lose half of the profound in sunflower water, he would still be willing to do so. On the other hand, if Yang Kai couldn't refine pill clouds, Zhong Ao would be happy to watch him make a fool of himself. At the same time, he could also take Yang Kai as a servant and order him around for the rest of his life. Zhong Ao was ready to fight a protracted battle. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, he pulled out the only chair in the room and sat down, not making a sound, simply staring at Yang Kai. Even the sound of his breathing was muffled, as if he didn't want to disturb Yang Kai because of his existence and give him an excuse to do so. Yang Kai also treated him as if he didn't exist, walking around the several dozen pill furnaces lined up beside him, occasionally reaching out and patting them, nodding constantly as a look of covetousness appeared on his face. Zhong Ao was at least an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, possibly even an origin king-grade alchemist, so how could the grade of the pill furnaces he used be bad? Each of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces was extremely high-grade, the lowest of which was Saint King grade high rank while the rest were origin grade. These pill furnaces alone were worth a huge fortune. Yang Kai's own pill furnace was the small furnace left behind by Great Demon God. In Tongxian realm, this small furnace could be considered a high-grade furnace, but compared to the ones owned by Zhong Ao, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was simply too great. A good pill furnace could greatly improve the stability and compatibility of an alchemist's spirit arrays, which in turn improved the success rate and quality of the pills they refined. Therefore, in addition to refining pills, an alchemist's lifelong pursuit also included pill furnaces. They would often go bankrupt in order to build a good pill furnace. Zhong Ao had so many good pill furnaces here, so how could Yang Kai not be envious? Secretly regretting not adding one to the wager at that time, Yang Kai didn't know if Zhong Ao would refuse if he asked. After looking around, Yang Kai immediately set his eyes on the highest quality pill furnace. Patting it, he nodded gently and decided to use it for the time being. "Little brat, your eyesight is quite good." Zhong Ao watched silently from the side. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of his favorite pill furnace, he couldn't help snorting coldly in his heart. Alchemists had a special affection for their pill furnaces. Many alchemists even regarded their pill furnaces as their wives or daughters, their exclusive property. They would never allow others to touch them, and would fight to the death with anyone who dared to touch them. Zhong Ao probably didn't have such twisted thoughts because he owned so many pill furnaces, but he still felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Yang Kai simply ignored him and sorted out the herbs in the space rings, so that he wouldn't have to search for them when he needed them. Sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, the look on his face suddenly became dignified and pious. Zhong Ao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. From this rapid change in temperament and demeanor, Zhong Ao could see that Yang Kai was not a novice and was a young man who had studied the alchemic Tao quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such a gesture. His entire essence, qi, and spirit were focused on the pill furnace. The only thing in his eyes was the herbs and pill furnace, nothing else. Zhong Ao himself would also enter this state when performing alchemy, so he naturally understood the mysteries and rarity of it. However, this was 2,000 sets of materials. This also meant that he had to repeat the same actions 2,000 times to refine 2,000 identical pill furnaces. If anyone continued to do the same thing for a long time, their steady state of mind would be broken and they would become irritable. Once such a situation occurred, there was no need to even think about refining the pill. Even if he refined it, he wouldn't be able to do so. Zhong Ao's thoughts turned sharply as a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, secretly preparing to watch a good show. A burning hot power suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. This power was not Saint Qi, nor was it the power of his physical body, but rather a burst of energy from the boy's knowledge sea. Conflagrated knowledge sea? Zhong Ao's complexion changed dramatically as his eyes bulged, and he couldn't help muttering. His body, which had been leaning back in his chair, suddenly leaned forward, stretching his neck as if he could see more clearly. The expression on his face fluctuated between excitement, horror, covetousness, and disbelief. The armrest of his chair was inadvertently crushed by Zhong Ao's hand, but he didn't even realize it. It's actually a conflagrated knowledge sea. Zhong Ao's heart was filled with shock. As an outstanding alchemist, how could he not understand the preciousness of a conflagrated knowledge sea? Even he didn't possess this kind of special spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare. Some were born with them while others were formed later in life. But as long as one possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, they would have the greatest advantage as an alchemist. Using one's conflagrated knowledge sea to perform alchemy, whether it was efficiency or the quality of the alchemy, both would be greatly improved. Zhong Ao had never seen an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea in his life, but there were only one or two of them. The one or two alchemists who possessed this kind of special spiritual energy sea could refine pills at a monstrous rate, making Zhong Ao admit defeat. More than 200 years ago, after witnessing the strange methods of a fellow alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea, Zhong Ao had wholeheartedly wanted to mutate his own spiritual energy. He had found a piece of flame essence and tried to refine it into his knowledge sea. At that time, Zhong Ao had narrowly escaped death. His knowledge sea had been damaged and his spiritual energy had been damaged, nearly losing his life. After several decades of recuperation, Zhong Ao had taken a lot of pills and precious treasures to gradually recover. Although Zhong Ao hadn't been able to mutate his spiritual energy, during those few decades of recuperation, he had come up with a method of alchemy to increase the rate at which pill veins were formed. But now, a young man less than 30 years old actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. How could Zhong Ao not be envious? Although he was envious, Zhong Ao still couldn't help feeling some lingering fear when he thought about the suffering he had suffered so many years ago, so he didn't dare to harbor the slightest greed. Looking over at Yang Kai, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai begin to condense the medicinal liquids. His conflagrated knowledge sea was truly worthy of its name. This little brat's cultivation wasn't high, having just broken through to the third-order Saint realm, but under the influence of his conflagrated knowledge sea, the Saint King grade herbs were quickly condensed into drops of medicinal liquid. A series of exquisite spirit arrays took shape mid-air and were placed into the pill furnace by Yang Kai. The condensed medicinal liquids were also placed into the pill furnace in order. Although there were still some flaws in his control of heat and timing, for someone who was refining a burning flame pill for the first time, it was already quite good. No alchemist could become proficient in refining a certain kind of pill from the very beginning that required the accumulation of time and experience. Zhong Ao was certain that this was Yang Kai's first time refining a burning flame pill, so being able to accomplish this was far beyond Zhong Ao's expectations. Another series of spirit arrays were drawn and placed into the pill furnace, replacing the previous spirit arrays. The various spirit arrays inside the pill furnace perfectly blended with each other, causing subtle and pleasant changes to the medicinal liquids. How is this possible? Zhong Ao exclaimed again. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how changing the configuration of spirit arrays during alchemy would affect the production of pills. Although he would sometimes change the spirit arrays when he was refining alchemy, every time he did so, he would always choose to change them when the margin for error was relatively large. However, Yang Kai's changes seemed unscrupulous and careless. In just a short time, he had already replaced more than a dozen spirit arrays. Zhong Ao wanted to immediately grab Yang Kai and ask him what was going on, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Chapter 1069. Inside the alchemy room, Yang Kai's hands were constantly waving, portraying one spirit array after another as he continuously sent them into the pill furnace. While inscribing the spirit arrays, his spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak, allowing him to control the flames perfectly. Zhong Ao was dazzled by this scene and could no longer maintain an indifferent expression. He even desperately rushed over to Yang Kai's side and watched him inscribe the spirit arrays with wide eyes. Zhong Ao recognized all of these spirit arrays and even created several of them himself. It was clear that Yang Kai had secretly learned his alchemy skills and was now using them. However, these ordinary spirit arrays, after being injected into the pill furnace, underwent some gratifying changes, causing the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace to tumble and condense, gradually filling the air with a pill fragrance. Zhong Ao showed a thoughtful expression and faintly felt as if a crack had appeared in front of him. He wanted to see more clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear the crack wider, causing him to jump up and down anxiously. He was an alchemy grandmaster, and in terms of alchemy skills and techniques, he was far from being comparable to Yang Kai. But now, watching Yang Kai perform alchemy like this, his eyes lit up. Sometimes, an inadvertent action by others could bring unexpected gains to another, causing that person to fall into a state of epiphany. Therefore, as time passed, alchemy progressed, and as the flowing time great emperor passed, countless alchemists stepped forward one after another, creating many schools of alchemy and creating many spirit arrays for alchemy. Even someone as strong as Zhong Ao didn't dare say that he had mastered all the alchemy techniques. He could only bitterly explore his own path in order to pursue his goals. He had been practicing alchemy alone for 100 years, so his thinking had become rigid. Yang Kai's actions made his mind become lively, and he suddenly thought of many things that even Yang Kai couldn't touch. Continue refining. Why did you stop? Just as he was feeling excited and felt that he had gained some insights, Zhong Ao found that Yang Kai had actually stopped and couldn't help asking strangely, "Old Zhong, can you be quiet? If you do this, I can't refine pills." Yang Kai frowned at him. Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, but he couldn't refute, so he remained silent. Only now did he realize that the pill furnace in front of Yang Kai was emitting a charred smell. The medicinal liquid that had been churning within had all become useless. Obviously, the pill refining had failed, and the medicinal ingredients had been wasted. It's my first time, so it's inevitable that I'm a little unfamiliar with it. In order to cover up his embarrassment of disturbing Yang Kai's alchemy, Zhong Ao actually took the initiative to comfort him, waving his hand and saying, "All right, this old master will just sit there and promise he won't make any noise. You can continue refining." As he spoke, he walked back and sat on his chair, retracting his aura. If he didn't look, Yang Kai wouldn't even notice his existence. Zhong Ao's cultivation was far from what Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Kai shook his head. Through these days of contact, he also knew that although Zhong Ao's temperament was a bit eccentric, he was quite obsessed with the alchemic way. As long as it was related to alchemy, it could arouse his great interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 100 years here tediously performing alchemy. As long as he could refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, he would be extremely excited. Such a person might seem unreasonable and indifferent, but in fact, they weren't difficult to deal with. As long as you catered to their interests, they were easier to get close to than anyone else. Yang Kai had encountered many such people before, so dealing with them was a piece of cake for him. He wasn't afraid that Zhong Ao would steal his alchemy skills, because in front of Zhong Ao, he couldn't guard against it. She might as well concoct pills openly and not care about his observation. How much he could see was his own business. What Yang Kai cared more about was the profound sunflower water in his hands. After cleaning up the dregs in the pill furnace, Yang Kai began to refine the burning flame pill again. The failure just now wasn't because of Zhong Ao's disturbance. Even if he had shouted loudly, he wouldn't have been able to disturb Yang Kai. When he was in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, every time Yang Kai performed alchemy, there would be several people around him observing and commenting on his methods. Occasionally, they would even ask him questions and ask him to answer them as he performed alchemy. Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to this. After all, this was the first time Yang Kai had refined a burning flame pill, so he wasn't very familiar with the control of heat and timing, so failure was understandable. On his second attempt, Yang Kai became much more familiar with the process, and although he still failed in the end, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm. On his third attempt, after failing at the last moment, Yang Kai's expression became more and more confident. He felt that he had figured out how to control the heat and timing of the burning flame pill. On his fourth attempt, a pill fragrance wafted out of the pill furnace and a burning flame pill was successfully refined. Putting this pill into a prepared jade bottle, Yang Kai didn't even have time to observe it before Zhong Ao snatched it away. After a single glance, Zhong Ao tossed the jade bottle back and snorted. "Not bad. Being able to refine a pill after 4 tries is quite good. But you can't even refine pill veins, so how can you refine a higher-grade pill cloud? What's the hurry? This is just the beginning." Yang Kai smiled, ignoring him and continuing to refine. The disdain on Zhong Ao's face gradually converged, replaced by a dignified one as he sighed in his heart. In the end, this was a conflagrated knowledge sea. The speed at which he could refine pills was simply terrifying. Even if he personally refined a burning flame pill, it would take him at least a stick of incense worth of time to refine it, but this little brat had only used an hour to refine it for the first time. This time seemed to be very long and simply couldn't be compared to him. But Zhong Ao knew better than anyone that this was the first time this little brat had successfully refined a burning flame pill. Once he mastered all the techniques and became more proficient, the time it took him to refine pills would become shorter and shorter, and in the end, he might even be on par with him. Zhong Ao's cultivation, alchemist rank, and time spent in alchemy far surpassed this little brat. But in the end, the time it took him to refine the same pill was almost the same. What kind of concept was this? Zhong Ao was both envious and jealous of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and couldn't wait to take it for his own use. But when he remembered the bitterness he had suffered in the past, he could only endure it and give up. Days went by. Yang Kai would refine 10 burning flame pills every day, no more, no less. After refining 10 pills, he would immediately sit cross-legged and meditate, restoring the spiritual energy he had consumed while reflecting on himself and improving his understanding of alchemy by recalling today's alchemy process. Whenever this happened, Zhong Ao wouldn't disturb him and instead would reveal a contemplative look. During this time, he hadn't done any alchemy. Every day, he would just watch Yang Kai repeat the process of refining the same pill over and over again, as if there was no end in sight. Not only did Zhong Ao not feel bored, but he also watched with great interest. The frequent replacement of the spirit arrays made him seem to have found another path to alchemy. He had never thought of replacing more than a dozen compound spirit arrays while refining a single pill before. Yang Kai's whimsical ideas and eclectic actions made Zhong Ao feel a sense of excitement, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon had appeared before him, gradually opening up his rigid thinking. In the end, Zhong Ao was still an alchemy grandmaster, so when he meditated, his thoughts were much more profound than Yang Kai's. He faintly felt that the barrier that had bound him for many years was about to be broken. This discovery made Zhong Ao's blood boil. A month later, Yang Kai refined a total of 300 burning flame pills. Every time a pill was refined, Zhong Ao would rush over to take a look. What made him feel strange was that all 300 burning flame pills refined by Yang Kai were actually ordinary pills. Yang Kai's tone before was so big that Zhong Ao thought this little brat had some extraordinary ability. At the very least, he would occasionally refine a few burning flame pills with pill veins. But among these 300 pills, not a single one had formed pill veins. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed and confused, and finally couldn't help asking, "Little brat, you can't even refine pill veins? If you just want to rely on luck to form pill clouds, this old master advises you to give up. This old master has refined hundreds of thousands of pills, if not millions, but only a few of them have formed pill clouds, and none of them have been of high grade. You want to form pill clouds with just 2,000 sets of materials? You're just dreaming." "I didn't want to rely on luck," Yang Kai smiled. "These 300 pills are just a way for me to familiarize myself with the process." "Familiarize yourself with the process?" Zhong Ao looked at him suspiciously. "At the very least, I now know how to refine burning flame pills at the fastest speed and with the best spirit arrays. The next step is the main event." Zhong Ao frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Over the past month, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining burning flame pills had indeed become faster and faster. At first, it took him an hour to refine a single pill, but now he didn't even need half an hour. His speed had more than doubled, and Zhong Ao believed that as long as he continued refining, this time would continue to shorten until it reached an astonishing level. What shocked Zhong Ao the most was not the speed at which Yang Kai was performing alchemy, but the success rate. After the first 3 pills he failed to refine, Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. None of the pills he refined failed, all of them forming pills without wasting a single set of materials. Zhong Ao was completely shocked by Yang Kai's performance. Even if it was Yang Kai himself, he would inevitably encounter some unexpected situations during alchemy, leading to failure and scorching of the medicinal liquid. This was an unavoidable situation for any alchemist. But this kind of common occurrence had never happened to Yang Kai. Every set of herbs was turned into pills, and although the quality of the pills was slightly different because of the heat and timing, as time passed, the quality of the burning flame pills he refined became better and better. Almost all of the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he refined were brought out. Was this the true horror of conflagrated knowledge? Zhong Ao was in a daze. Chapter 1070. Inside the pill room, Yang Kai was sweating profusely as one pill after another was born from his hands. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai. As the sun set, today's alchemy session came to an end. Yang Kai put away the last pill without even looking at it, placing it into a jade bottle before sitting cross-legged on the ground and swallowing a pill to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Zhong Ao flew over to the jade bottle, grabbed it, poured out the 10 pills he had refined today, and carefully examined them. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" A moment later, Zhong Ao muttered to himself in a daze, his face filled with disbelief, as if these 10 pills had given him a great shock, shaking the ideals he had persisted in for 100 years. His face suddenly turned pale as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, immediately smiling bitterly. As if he had been drained of all his strength, Zhong Ao slumped to the ground. Of the 10 pills he had refined, 3 had formed pill veins. This probability was simply beyond Zhong Ao's imagination. He was an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, and after decades of hard work, he had finally come up with a method of alchemy based on quantity. After coming to Rainfall Star, with the herbs provided by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce as the foundation, he had spent nearly 100 years painstakingly refining several dozen pills at once. Even so, only when his luck was extremely good would he be able to refine 3 pills with pill veins at the same time. Sometimes, when his luck was bad, he would refine none at all. But that brat actually displayed a kind of miraculous power. After refining 1 pill after another, 30% of the pills he refined actually had pill veins. This situation had not occurred in a day or two. It had been like this for nearly a month. Zhong Ao would refine 10 pills every day, no more, no less, and of these 10 pills, 2 or 3 would form pill veins every day. This had brought a great shock to Zhong Ao. It had already been 2 months since Yang Kai had started refining the burning flame pills. The first time he had refined 300 ordinary burning flame pills, Zhong Ao had ruthlessly ridiculed him, thinking that he couldn't even refine pill veins, let alone pill clouds. But from the second month onwards, this brat continuously bombarded Zhong Ao's pride with facts. On the first day of the second month, Yang Kai refined 2 burning flame pills that formed pill veins. Zhong Ao thought he was just lucky and praised him slightly, his expression filled with disdain. When he was lucky, he could also do the same. On the second day of the second month, the situation was still the same. Zhong Ao's disdain disappeared. On the third day it was still the same. Zhong Ao could no longer sit still. Until today he had almost gone mad. His hundreds of years of persistence and ideals were bombarded into pieces by the pills that Yang Kai refined every day. His pride was completely gone. If pill veins were so easy to form, what had he been doing for the past 100 years? He had painstakingly cultivated a unique alchemy technique, but in front of these burning flame pills with pill veins, it was so childish and ridiculous. Holding the still warm jade bottle, Zhong Ao's hands trembled. Regardless of Yang Kai's recovery, he strode over to him and anxiously asked, "Little brat, tell this old master. What is it that this old master doesn't know? Why can you refine so many pill veins?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhong Ao's pair of red eyes. They were bloodshot, obviously because he hadn't rested well. Zhong Ao had been racking his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what Yang Kai had done to cause pill veins to form, causing his eyes to turn red. Perhaps it was also because of jealousy. There's nothing special, it's just luck. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhong Ao gave him a look of disdain. "This old master is not a fool. This has nothing to do with luck. Do you think I can't see it? Little brat, don't be so stingy. Quickly speak frankly, and this old master will give you some benefits." He couldn't wait to invade Yang Kai's knowledge sea and pry into his consciousness. Yang Kai shook his head. "Old Zhong, you also know that every school regards their alchemy techniques as treasures and cannot easily be divulged. Smelly brat, didn't you pry into this old master's spirit array in his medicine field before? Then you flipped through many ancient books in this old master's study? When did this old master ever say a word about it?" Zhong Ao couldn't help glaring at Zhong Ao. Elder Zhong's words are wrong. It is a Zhong's duty to guide the younger generation. Moreover, what I have seen is just a side branch of the Zhong family. But my method of refining pill veins is different. This is the core secret of my family. How can it be compared to those spirit arrays? This old master doesn't care. If you don't tell me today, this old master will crack open your skull and refine your soul. Shameless, actually acting shamelessly. Yang Kai despised Zhong Ao in his heart, but he also knew that Zhong Ao was just spouting nonsense. With Zhong Ao's identity and strength, if he really wanted to force Yang Kai to tell him this, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble, he could just do it directly. Zhong Ao acting shamelessly now was obviously because he had no other choice. He was extremely envious of Yang Kai's method of refining pill veins, to the point that he didn't care about his identity. If worst comes to worst, this old master will worship you as his master. Zhong Ao snorted, his expression firm, not feeling there was anything wrong with it. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement, not having expected Zhong Ao to even say such shameless words, greatly admiring him in his heart. However, Zhong Ao still shook his head. Old Zhong, it's not that this junior doesn't want to make things easier. It's just that this method cannot be learned by others. Back in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Zhong Ao had taught the alchemy grandmasters of Tongxian realm how to refine pill veins using this method, and although they had some gains, they were far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It wasn't until Xianing Chang arrived that he was able to compete with Yang Kai. In the end, it was all because of his conflagrated knowledge. See, whether or not this old master learns it, this old master will work hard. There's no need for you to worry. Zhong Ao's face gradually became fierce. In order to figure out the mysteries of this pill veins, his face was worth nothing. Yang Kai was helpless. He had already expected such a situation to occur, hesitating for a moment before asking, Old Zhong, how about we exchange? Exchange what? What else does this old master have that you want? Your method of large-scale alchemy. I want it, Yang Kai said bluntly. Yang Kai had never seen anyone who could refine dozens of pills at the same time. Zhong Ao's alchemy skills were quite skilled, and he even had the ability to establish his own sect. Zhong Ao could open dozens of pill furnaces at the same time just by using his Saint Qi in alchemy. Yang Kai had both Saint Qi and spiritual energy, both of which could be used in alchemy. Once he learned Zhong Ao's method, it wouldn't be difficult for him to carry it forward. Take a look for yourself. The ring on Zhong Ao's hand flashed, and he tossed a simple book to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai caught this book and flipped through a few pages, quickly discovering that this was indeed Zhong Ao's own alchemy method. There was a very detailed introduction to it, presumably written by Zhong Ao in order to pass it on to his successor. Now it had been given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, put the book into his space ring, and sniffed. These pill furnaces? I'll give you 10. Zhong Ao waved his hand. Although he was forthright, his face still twitched slightly. It could be seen that he was extremely distressed. Back then, in order to collect these dozens of pill furnaces, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to collect the materials needed to make them. He had almost died several times, and after collecting the materials, he had personally found a familiar artificer and asked them to make it for him. It could be said that each pill furnace was the crystallization of his blood and sweat, a testament to his many years of hard work. Now that he was going to give away 10 of them, Zhong Ao's heart ached so much that it almost bled. Half! Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zhong Ao stared at him with bloodshot eyes, his expression fierce, as if he couldn't wait to swallow him whole. But after hesitating for a long time, he nodded. Half it is. In any case, if this little brat couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, he would be enslaved for the rest of his life. At that time, wouldn't his things still belong to him? Zhong Ao had never been optimistic about Yang Kai being able to refine pill clouds, even if he had been greatly stimulated this past month. Unless Yang Kai's luck really defied the heavens and pill clouds suddenly appeared, Zhong Ao would have nothing to say. However, the chances of that happening were simply too small. Yang Kai grinned, not having expected things to go so smoothly. He had thought that Zhong Ao had lived alone for too long and had the arrogance of an alchemist, so he wasn't proficient in negotiation. How could he have known that the other party had other plans in mind? Old Zhong, have you never thought about refining a spirit array into a pill the moment it takes shape? Pill veins, to put it bluntly, are nothing more than a condensed spirit array. Otherwise, how could it maintain the medicinal efficacies of a pill for so long? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Refining a spirit array into a pill? Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the shackles and barriers that had bound him for so many years seemed to have been torn apart by a sharp weapon, allowing him to see a wider world. In this world, he could soar freely, unfettered and unfettered. Alchemists needed to use spirit arrays when performing alchemy, and artifact refiners also needed to use spirit arrays when performing artifact refining. Many of the basic spirit arrays were the same, but since ancient times, spirit arrays had been considered by both alchemists and artifact refiners to be auxiliary to the refining process. During the refining process, various materials were perfectly integrated through the power of the spirit array, allowing it to display its peak effect. No one had ever told Zhong Ao that it was possible to refine spirit arrays into a pill. Old Zhong, there may be naturally formed pill veins, but the ones I refine are deliberately formed pill veins. Moreover, I also need to use my conflagrated knowledge C. Only by using my conflagrated knowledge C can I quickly carve out a perfect composite spirit array and perfectly display its power while refining a pill the moment it takes shape. I don't know how much of a difference you can make if you use your Saint Chi, but if you use this method, the chances of forming pill veins should be higher than your original method. Chapter 1071. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew he had spoken in vain. Zhong Ao had already fallen into a trance, the look on his face constantly fluctuating, his eyes sometimes dim, sometimes overflowing with light. He was obviously experiencing an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head and did not disturb him, instead focusing on recovering. 10 burning flame pills a day, 300 pills a month, of which 20 to 30% had formed pill veins. Such a result was enough for him to show disdain for the entire star territory. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all, because even if he could refine more pill veins, he could not solve the crisis he was facing in Shuiyu. All he needed was a single burning flame pill that formed pill clouds. Every time he refined, Yang Kai went all out, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He used all his knowledge to the peak and devoted himself to alchemy. The probability of forming pill veins had greatly increased, and as he became more proficient in refining burning flame pills, this probability jumped from 20 to 30% to 40 to 50%. This also meant that almost half of the burning flame pills Yang Kai refined had pill veins, making them extremely valuable. If these things were given to a fire attribute cultivator, they could rapidly improve their strength, but now Yang Kai had tossed them aside, not caring about them at all. Every day after he finished refining, Yang Kai felt exhausted. Logically speaking, a mere 10 burning flame pills shouldn't have been able to make him so tired, but the enormous psychological pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. As time passed, this pressure also became greater and greater. He deeply realized how difficult it was to form pill clouds. No wonder those alchemists who occasionally refined pill clouds would cry bitterly and sigh about their great luck. Now, he could not wait for his luck to fall upon him and solve this urgent problem. In contrast to Yang Kai's irritable mood and frown, Zhong Ao's face could be said to be radiant and in high spirits. Since Yang Kai's words had caused him to fall into an epiphany, he found that his alchemy skills had unknowingly improved by a large margin. In the past, when refining dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes. But now, he could easily control the flames of dozens of pill furnaces. Moreover, through the method Yang Kai had taught him, he had also successfully refined pill veins. Although his success rate was not as terrifying as Yang Kai's, it was still a precious 1/10. 1/10, 1 out of every 10 pills he refined, 1 would form pill veins. This was something Zhong Ao's dream of before, but now it was a common occurrence. Zhong Ao had his own pride and perseverance, but in this matter he was grateful to Yang Kai. If he had not helped him break through that barrier, Zhong Ao estimated that he would have walked further and further down the path of alchemy and eventually gone astray. Thinking so, Zhong Ao's impression of Yang Kai became more and more pleasing to the eye. He no longer cared about the fact that he had stolen half of his pill furnaces. Instead of disturbing Yang Kai, Zhong Ao spent all day familiarizing himself with the alchemy techniques Yang Kai had taught him, studying various spirit arrays, choosing the most suitable spirit array to form pill veins, and refining them the moment the pill took shape. His harvest was huge, and even his arrogant temper had become much more restrained. All day long he was smiling, looking at everything in a festive mood. When Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator, who was responsible for transporting the herbs and collecting the pills he refined, came over, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, every time he came here, he would tremble with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. He would quickly hand over the herbs to Zhong Ao, then take away the pills he refined and leave the mountain valley as if his butt was on fire, fearing Zhong Ao would find trouble with him. Zhong Ao's face was always gloomy, as if he owed him millions of saint crystals. But recently, when he came over, Zhong Ao actually had a smile on his face and even said a few words to him, patting him on the shoulder and praising him for his hard work over the years. Finally, Zhong Ao even invited him into the palace for a cup of tea. The cultivator was so scared that his face turned ashen, repeatedly saying that he didn't dare, and hurriedly fled. After reporting what happened to Zhong Ao to Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others, none of them knew what was wrong with Zhong Ao and could only vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. All of them were very concerned about the progress of this matter, because if Snow Master was unable to wake up, one of them would be punished, most likely implicating the entire branch. In a fit of anger, the third young master might arrange for them to be sent to N or Star to mine. However, none of them had the courage to inquire about this matter, so every day felt like a year, and they could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to send them news. On this day, Yang Kai finished another round of alchemy, the expression on his face gloomy, as if he had been shrouded in dark clouds, sitting cross-legged, motionless. Zhong Ao walked over, looked at the mountain of burning flame pills he had thrown aside, and asked, "How many batches of materials have you consumed?" 6 months. More than 1,800. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800. Zhong Ao took a deep breath. 700 to 800 burning flame pills have formed pill veins. Little brat, being able to accomplish this much is enough for you to be proud. What else are you not satisfied with? I only want one pill that forms pill clouds. Yang Kai looked up at him. Even if all those pills form pill veins, they're worthless to me. Is that little girl that important to you? My life is connected to hers. Do you still think she's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Connected to your life? Zhong Ao's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before muttering, "Soul chains? So old Zhong knows?" Of course this old master knows. Only the soul chains can connect two people's lives. It's a soul skill cultivated by one of the foreign elders of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I examined her last time, I felt an invisible connection between the two of you. Who is this little girl to Ao? How did you end up like this? Zhong Ao was old and experienced, so from all kinds of clues, he was able to infer that the relationship between Shuiyu and Ao was not shallow. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as the soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to talk about it, and not wanting to talk about it, he simply said, "Old Zhong, I now understand what you often say." Zhong Ao laughed. Pills are difficult to refine. When others hear this, they only think this old master is showing off his alchemy skills. But how many people can understand the bitterness involved? Fortunately, little brat, you finally understand. He was finally not alone and had brought Yang Kai into his bosom friend. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Zhong Ao paused for a moment before continuing. You only have less than 200 sets of herbs left to refine the burning flame pill, which will be consumed in less than a month. And that little girl won't live for more than half a year. What are you going to do? And there's still time to ask Hali Ka to collect more herbs, but even if you do, you won't have many chances to try again. Yang Kai sat in place and thought for a long time before saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Saying so, he stood up and walked out. Zhong Ao looked at his back and nodded lightly. Sometimes, when a person was unable to achieve something after a long period of hard work, using other things to divert their attention and relieve their mood and nerves was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Although there was a chance of success in going down a dead end, it would often cause a person to develop a mental barrier, and the possibility of going crazy would be greater. Zhong Ao's own experience was the best example. His 100 years of painstaking effort in alchemy was not as good as Yang Kai's words. It was just that no one could enlighten Yang Kai now, so he really needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find some inspiration that would help him find the right path. Arriving at Shuiyu's room, Yang Kai stayed for a while to check on her situation. Since he began refining the burning flame pill, Yang Kai had not come to see her. After half a year, Shuiyu's condition showed signs of worsening, and the vitality Zhong Ao had been maintaining was constantly being consumed, causing her snow-white skin to show faint traces of frost. Yang Kai knew that this was because the suppressed profound in sunflower water was once again playing a role. If he couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, Xueyu would really die. It was impossible for Hali Ka to collect more herbs. If he couldn't find a way, even if he collected more herbs, it would be useless. Leaving Zhong Ao's palace without saying a word, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to where he was going and simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off, crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the jungles and swamps. Yang Kai stood from the perspective of an outsider, coldly observing rainfall stars' culture and ecology. The richness of the earth, the endless number of cultivators, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yang Kai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a year slowly disappeared. Yang Kai became relaxed and no longer worried about the crisis facing Xueyu and himself. Staying in one small town after another, Yang Kai left behind his own life aura and footprints. Watching the conflicts between the big and small families over various interests, blood splashing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. Seeing how the sects were recruiting disciples, many warriors with low cultivation bases would participate in the recruitment process in high spirits, but they would be mercilessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting over an artifact, the brotherhood of the past was worthless, stabbing each other in the back and ruthlessly turning against each other. Seeing those whose strength reached the heavens and who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of their hand, receiving the respect and admiration of others. Seeing a woman bathing in the mountains, unable to hold back, stealing a few more glances before being hunted down by dozens of young women from unknown sects. Yang Kai fled in panic, like a stray dog, drinking wine, drinking until he was drunk. Yang Kai had never experienced such an unrestrained and carefree life. He no longer worried about finding Su Yan's whereabouts. He no longer considered whether he would be implicated after Xueyu's death. Nor did he miss his friends and family on Tongxian realm. The whole world revolved around him, making him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Living a solitary life made him feel unrestrained and unrestrained. He felt that he was omnipotent. Somewhere in the mountains, a Saint Realm cultivator was fighting with an 8th Order monster beast, a Blue Eyes fire dragon. The cultivator's goal was an origin-grade blue blood flower that the Blue Eyes fire dragon was guarding. Just as the battle began, Yang Kai happened to pass by. He didn't interfere and simply watched from a distance. Chapter 1072. The Saint Realm on this rich rainfall star was not a particularly strong realm, but there were plenty of such cultivators in the crowd. Yang Kai stood on a high slope, holding a wine bag in his hand, drinking and watching. He didn't intend to take action, instead deciding to just watch the show. The cultivator was obviously not the opponent of the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast. Covered in blood, his appearance was a mess, and after several close calls, his defensive artifacts had been shattered and his abdomen had been pierced by the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's sharp horn, causing him to bleed profusely. Yang Kai felt that this cultivator was destined to die, but just as he was about to leave, the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. The 8th Order monster beast, which had originally occupied the absolute upper hand, was forced to retreat again and again as it roared angrily. When the cultivator's defensive artifacts were all destroyed, he actually erupted with unimaginable strength, abandoning all his defenses and charging towards the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast with a fearless attitude. Half an hour later, the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's internal organs and blood spilled all over the ground as it fell dead. The Saint Realm cultivator was also gasping for breath, stuffing a large number of restorative pills into his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to suppress his injuries, causing blood to gush out of his body as his vitality rapidly drained away. The gap in strength was simply too great. Although the cultivator had finally killed the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast, he had only been able to take it down with him, which was the limit of what he could do. Yang Kai walked over with the wine bag in his hand and stood in front of him, looking down at him. The cultivator's dim and panic-stricken eyes seemed to glow as he struggled to reach out his hand towards Yang Kai, as if he was trying to grab hold of his life, but all he could do was grab at thin air. His face was filled with a desire to live. Yang Kai took a sip of his wine, squatted down, and without saying a word, squeezed out a drop of golden blood from between his fingers and dripped it into the cultivator's open mouth. Demon God Golden Blood had an extremely powerful restorative ability. Yang Kai had relied on it to escape death several times. However, he always felt that his Demon God Golden Blood was on a completely different level from the one great demon god once possessed. A single drop of great demon god Golden Blood contained infinite power and all kinds of mysteries. Yang Kai had been able to spy on a divine technique he had cultivated from it, and even Demon General Xue Li had obtained great benefits from it. Although there was a huge difference in quality, it more or less had some healing properties. Instantly, the cultivator's face was covered in a faint golden light, his expression one of shock and amazement as he felt his condition and the aura of death as he felt the aura of death. He regaining confidence he would survive. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why this passing stranger would save his life. But Yang Kai's saint's eyes? Realm Yang Kai's of life and death, you realm cultivators to thank you, I to thank I to this point to help you to help to S to help you life and you to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai threw the empty wine bag on the ground and strode away, his laughter echoing behind him. After a long time, the cultivator struggled to sit up straight and stared in the direction Yang Kai had left, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was thanking him for, only thinking that this young man had some kind of mental problem. However, the other party had indeed saved his life, this was indisputable. Gratefully grabbing the wine bag Yang Kai had thrown down before he left, the cultivator took a big gulp to celebrate his narrow escape from death. As the wine entered his stomach, he couldn't help grimacing in pain, sweating profusely and not daring to act recklessly, quickly circulating his secret art and meditating to heal himself. Inside the mountain valley, Zhong Ao was doing his best to refine pills. Now, he didn't need to rely on his own alchemy method, but just like Yang Kai, he had chosen the best pill furnace and was using the method Yang Kai had taught him to perform alchemy. Every time a pill with pill veins appeared, Zhong Ao's old face would smile like a chrysanthemum, the wrinkles on his face piling up together, making him look terrifying, but he couldn't stop smiling. In any case, no one would come to this damned place, and Yang Kai had already left. The only outsider was still unconscious, so no one had seen his terrifying appearance, so he didn't need to worry about anything. At a critical juncture, though, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "He's back." He felt a life aura rapidly approaching him, one that was unscrupulous and moving at an extremely fast speed. On Rainfall Star, besides Yang Kai, no one else had the courage to do so, not even Lin Mufeng or Holly Ka. Hurriedly finishing what he was doing, Zhong Ao didn't care whether or not the pill had been successfully refined and simply waited. A moment later, Yang Kai walked in. Squinting his eyes, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling surprised, swallowing the words he was about to say back into his stomach. He had originally wanted to comfort Yang Kai and make him accept life and death, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was actually smiling at this moment and exuding an indescribable feeling? Zhong Ao stared at him for a long time before determining that this feeling was self-confidence. Slowly shaking his head, Zhong Ao put on a smile and asked, "Have you found a way to solve it?" "No," Yang Kai replied happily. "If you haven't found it, then why are you so happy?" Zhong Ao became even more confused. "Can't I be happy because I haven't found it?" Yang Kai asked back, "Although I haven't found it, I think I should be able to succeed." "What do you mean?" Zhong Ao was confused by Yang Kai's words. If he hadn't found a solution, how could he succeed? Grabbing Yang Kai's arm, Zhong Ao shouted, "Explain yourself clearly." "I can't explain it clearly. Just watch and see if I can refine pill clouds." Yang Kai broke free from Zhong Ao's iron grip and straightened his clothes. Zhong Ao didn't say anything more, converging his aura and standing aside, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, he had always wanted to ask Yang Kai, since his life was connected to that little girl because of the soul chains, why not go to Water Moonstar and ask the foreign elder of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to unlock the soul chains? At that time, even if someone died, it would only be that little girl. There was plenty of time, so even if he left now, there should still be enough time. However, Zhong Ao felt that since Yang Kai hadn't done so, there must be some inconvenient reasons for him to go to Water Moon Star. Zhong Ao was too lazy to inquire too much, nor did he want to. While contemplating, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of his usual pill furnace. Then, Zhong Ao saw him take out a variety of herbs from his space ring, and upon closer inspection, Zhong Ao found that these herbs were the ones Holly Ka had sent him to refine the burning flame pill. The remaining nearly 200 sets were all piled up together, forming a small hill. After all the herbs had been taken out, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai take a set of each of the herbs from the small hill. Black demonic flame shot out from Yang Kai's hand like a fireball, engulfing the hill of herbs and instantly reducing all the Saint King grade materials to ashes. Zhong Ao's eyes bulged as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy thing as soon as he came back. Burning the boats. This little brat had burned the remaining nearly 200 sets of materials, leaving only a single set. Whether he succeeded or failed, he only had one chance, yet he wanted to burn the boats. Did he want to use huge pressure to suppress his own potential? Zhong Ao slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. In the martial Tao, in cultivation, and even in battle, using this kind of method to improve one's strength was understandable and had a high chance of success, achieving goals that were normally impossible to achieve. But using this kind of method in alchemy was a big mistake. Burning the boats would create a pressure thousands of times more terrifying than usual. Alchemy, which required a steady state of mind, was not suitable for this kind of method and would only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai really wanted to burn the boats, then Zhong Ao could conclude that he might not even be able to refine pill veins. Feeling disappointed, Zhong Ao's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai was sitting there in a relaxed manner, without the slightest trace of pressure. This kind of self-confidence not only did not disappear because of the loss of nearly 200 sets of herbs, but instead became even stronger. Zhong Ao saw a kind of conviction in Yang Kai, a conviction that he could succeed, a sublimation of self-confidence. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded. Was he so sure that he could use this last set of materials to achieve his goal? Where did his confidence come from? Zhong Ao sat up straight and paid close attention to Yang Kai. Just like when he had refined the burning flame pill before, every step was meticulous without a single mistake. Engraving the spirit array, condensing the medicinal liquid, controlling the temperature and timing of the herbs, changing the spirit array. Yang Kai seemed to be just repeating what he had done over the past 6 months, but faintly Zhong Ao felt that his alchemy this time was very different from before. The same movements, the same process, but it gave off a different feeling, refreshing and refreshing. Infected by this skilled and confident atmosphere, Zhong Ao couldn't help believing that Yang Kai could do such an incredible thing. His eyes widened even more as he waited for the moment when the pill clouds formed. As time passed slowly, Zhong Ao's mood became more and more tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help feeling like every day was like a year, and he couldn't wait to see the results sooner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, maintained a kind of indifferent attitude. In his whole world, except for the medicinal liquid churning inside the pill furnace, there was nothing else, even temporarily forgetting where he was. The Saint Realm cultivator who had fought the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon beast to the death had won the final victory not because of his strength, but because of his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew that if he didn't win, he would die. So he won even though he had almost died together with the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon. From that battle, Kai Yang had been inspired, which was why he had saved his life. During the first 6 months of alchemy, Yang Kai's repeated failures had increased the pressure on him, making him wonder what would happen if he failed every time he performed alchemy. With all kinds of distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, it would be strange if he could refine pill clouds. But now Yang Kai's mind was clear. He burned the nearly 200 sets of herbs not to put himself in a desperate situation, but to strengthen his conviction. He wanted to see if his conviction would be shaken after these 200 sets of herbs were burned. Yang Kai didn't waver, so he became more and more confident. Chapter 1073. Inside the alchemy room, only the subtle movements of the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace could be heard. Zhong Ao hid his figure in the darkness, lest he disturb Yang Kai, even temporarily suppressing his breathing and stopping his heartbeat, making him look like a dead man. He stared intently at the pill furnace and the figure busily working in front of it. The pill was only halfway through the refinement process, but the medicinal liquid was still mixing under the effects of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy and various spirit arrays, causing fundamental changes. Inexplicably, Zhong Ao suddenly had a feeling. That was, the pill Yang Kai refined this time would at least give birth to pill veins. This kind of feeling was something Zhong Ao had never experienced before. Zhong Ao had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for more than half a year, and although the chances of Yang Kai's pills forming pill veins were quite high, there were also times when he failed, and in the end, Zhong Ao would only obtain an ordinary burning flame pill. There had never been such a situation before. Yang Kai was still in the middle of refining, yet Zhong Ao was 100% sure that he would be able to refine pill veins. What kind of logic was this? Zhong Ao was secretly horrified and became more and more cautious, not wanting to miss a single detail. But no matter how he looked, Yang Kai's movements were the same as before, not increasing or decreasing. Even the spirit arrays he was portraying were the same ones he had seen thousands of times before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could tell what Yang Kai would do next and what spirit array he would portray. The only difference was the imposing manner, the aura of extreme self-confidence. It was this imposing manner that affected his judgment, allowing him to be certain that the pill would give birth to pill veins before it even came out of the furnace. Could pill clouds form or not? There was only one chance for success or failure, so Zhong Ao couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai, because if he were in his position, he would definitely be upset and under pressure. Once this kind of feeling appeared, he would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on alchemy and failure would be inevitable. But Yang Kai didn't. He remained indifferent, his expression neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an insignificant pill. His movements were steady and meticulous, as if he had done everything he could to the limit. As time passed, Zhong Ao's heart burned with anxiety. A faint pill fragrance gradually drifted out from the alchemy room. This was a sign that the pills were about to be refined. Yang Kai's expression seemed to have become a little more dignified. Every time a pill was about to come out of the furnace, he would treat it 1,000 times more carefully. His conflagrated spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak. Strands of divine sense continued to carve the spirit array inside the pill furnace. All the subtleties of the spirit array were brought to the extreme by him. His eyes and heart had always been as clear as a mirror, without any distracting thoughts. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the pill furnace in front of him and the pill that was about to take form. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the pill that had formed pill clouds. That was the first and only pill he had obtained that had formed pill clouds. He had found it with the Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Ling in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Although he had swallowed it in the end, and the huge medicinal effects had turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into a 6-colored one, before he had taken it, he had been observing the pill clouds in an attempt to gain some inspiration. At this moment, all kinds of memories came flooding back to him, and he vaguely grasped a key point. Things that he had previously been unable to understand suddenly became clear at this moment, causing his eyes to widen as they bloomed with a different kind of light. After the last set of composite spirit arrays were carved and the brand was placed inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and began refining this composite spirit array into the pill that had not yet been fully formed. Yang Kai's Saint Qi and spiritual energy flowed out of his body at the same time. Like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a river bursting its banks. Yang Kai's knowledge sea dried up in an instant, and the water level dropped to its lowest point. A huge amount of his Saint Qi also flowed out in an instant. Yang Kai's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He felt as if his life force was being sucked out of him, as if he would die in the next moment. A strong pill fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace, one that was much richer than the 1,800 burning flame pills Yang Kai had refined before. A crisp sound came from the pill furnace, one that was extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai grinned and froze in place. Zhong Ao's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could he not see Yang Kai's abnormality the moment the pill was about to take shape? This kind of abnormality almost drove him crazy. He thought Yang Kai had succeeded. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai still didn't move. After calling out a few words softly but not getting any response, Zhong Ao cautiously stepped forward and quietly released his divine sense to investigate. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling stunned. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale, as if he had just fought a powerful enemy. His aura was unstable and his vitality was extremely weak. Yang Kai had closed his eyes and passed out, but he wouldn't die. He would only need a few days to recover. Not paying any attention to Yang Kai, Zhong Ao's hand trembled as he patted the pill furnace in front of him. A pill flew out and was caught by the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Ao stared intently at the jade bottle. At first glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help showing a disappointed look. The burning flame pill in the jade bottle had a smooth surface, but where was the trace of a pill cloud? There weren't even any pill veins. Did he fail? Zhong Ao's expression was complicated. Just now, when Yang Kai had performed alchemy, he had almost believed that he would succeed, but he hadn't expected the final result to be so miserable. When he woke up and found that the last burning flame pill he had worked so hard to refine was just an ordinary pill, Zhong Ao couldn't help but wonder if he would faint again. Zhong Ao let out a heavy sigh. He had lived for many years and knew that sometimes there was a huge gap between dreams and reality. How many times had he struggled between dreams and reality, only to be wounded by the thorns in the gap? Yang Kai was still just a young man, so it wasn't surprising that he had such an experience, but since he had failed to refine a pill cloud and refused to go to Water Moon Star to ask for help, it seemed that he really was on the verge of death. Zhong Ao couldn't help but sigh. After spending some time together, Zhong Ao clearly recognized Yang Kai's talent in alchemy. He really couldn't bear to see Yang Kai die so young. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to comfort Yang Kai as an elder after he woke up. At this time, what he needed most was comfort and encouragement. While thinking about this, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the surrounding world energy aura had become a little strange. Releasing his divine sense, Zhong Ao cried out in horror. For some reason, the huge amount of world energy between the heavens and earth was madly gathering towards him, creating a scene even more terrifying than when Yang Kai had been cultivating before. High up in the sky, the rich world energy had almost condensed into a tangible existence, like a giant dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A huge suction force suddenly emerged from the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand, and the newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate inside the jade bottle, making a tinkling sound. The giant dragon soaring in the sky swooped down like a deity and bombarded the palace Zhong Ao had lived in for 100 years. With a loud bang, half of the palace collapsed and several dozen rooms were reduced to rubble. All kinds of wood flew towards Zhong Ao but was repelled by the Saint Qi he was using to protect himself. The world energy visible to the naked eye poured into the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was unable to withstand such pressure and directly shattered. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he clearly saw the massive dragon of world energy being swallowed up by a small burning flame pill. This newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have become a bottomless abyss, swallowing up as much world energy as it came, without any bottom line at all. A strong wind blew past Zhong Ao's ears, blurring his vision as sand and stones flew everywhere. The thousands of mu of medicine field was destroyed beyond recognition. Zhong Ao saw many of his precious herbs being blown away by the wind before being crushed. His face twitched as his heart bled. These medicinal herbs were personally cultivated by him. Every single one of them was infused with his blood and sweat. Now that a spiritual energy storm had swept over, the thousands of mu of medicinal fields were all affected. Many medicinal herbs were uprooted, and the remaining ones were also messed up in the fierce wind. Bastard! Zhong Ao's old face twisted as he couldn't help howling, baring his fangs and claws in the wind, but unable to stop this disaster. Half an hour later, everything was calm. Amidst the ruins, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged, the dozens of pill furnaces in front of him motionless, still maintaining their original positions. However, Zhong Ao's palace had collapsed, and even the unconscious Shui Yu was buried deep underground. Zhong Ao was too lazy to care about the little girl. He held a new jade bottle in his hand, and inside the jade bottle was a pill. He stared at his thousands of acres of medicinal field in a daze, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The thousands of mu of medicine field had all been affected, and almost none of them remained intact. More than 90% of the herbs that used to flourish had been lost, and the remaining 10% were dim and on the verge of dying. The leaves and fruits of more than a dozen sky-sun fruit plants had disappeared, leaving only bare trunks. These sky-sun fruits would be of great use in another 10 years. Half an mu of sparrow lotus flowers had long since disappeared, and even that half an mu of land had been plowed several times, leaving the ground half a foot lower than usual. Where did this old master's 1,000-plate flowers go? Zhong Ao rolled his eyes weakly. But where were the 1,000-plate flowers that he regarded as precious to him? Where the 1,000-plate flowers once grew, only half of their roots remained. Zhong Ao's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Without even mentioning the loss of his thousands of mu of medicine field, Zhong Ao was shocked to find that the spirit array he had worked so hard to arrange in this mountain valley for so many years had been completely destroyed and could no longer play its proper role. Within 1,000 kilometers, the world had become dim, and there wasn't even a trace of world energy remaining. The sound of fluttering robes quickly approached from afar as Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman led many masters from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce over. When the heavenly might appeared here, they had already noticed it, but they didn't know what had happened, so they quickly came to investigate. When they arrived and looked around, everyone was dumbstruck. For a moment, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Chapter 1074. It was unknown what kind of disaster had befallen this mountain valley, but Zhong Ao's palace had been destroyed, his thousands of acres of medicine field no longer existed, and the spirit array around the mountain valley had also been destroyed. Zhong Ao himself seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the ground without a care for his image, his body covered in dust and his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai sat cross-legged among several dozen pill furnaces and broken walls, motionless. What happened? Hali Ka and the others were dumbfounded. This was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, and no one dared to come here on normal days. None of them could understand why this place seemed to have been plundered. The several of them exchanged a glance before daring to fly down and stand beside Zhong Ao. Hali Ka cautiously called out and asked, "Old Zhong, what happened here?" Lin Mufeng even shouted angrily, "Did some blind fool come here to make trouble? Old Zhong only needs to tell us. We will definitely help you vent your anger." The middle-aged woman nodded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Ao raised his head and stared at them blankly for a moment before suddenly jumping up and pointing in the direction of Yang Kai viciously. "It was that little bastard who destroyed my medicine field and destroyed my palace. This old master doesn't even have a place to live now, and all the herbs I have painstakingly cultivated for 100 years are gone. If you really want to help this old master vent his anger, kill him for me." Spittle rained down on the faces of the three old men as they stood there, not daring to move. After a long time, Hali Ka smiled and tried to appease him. "Old Zhong, please calm your anger. What happened here? Weren't you helping Master Shui refine some healing pills? When I came here a few days ago, everything was fine, so how did this happen after a few months?" He could also see that although Zhong Ao was furious and had ordered them to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger, it was all empty talk. Yang Kai was meditating at the moment and looked extremely weak. If Zhong Ao really wanted his life, Why would he need to borrow others' hands to do it? Even at his peak, Yang Kai could not have been Zhong Ao's opponent, let alone now. Who told you that this old master was refining pills? Zhong Ao shot them a sideways glance. If it wasn't you who refined it, could it have been little brother Yang who refined it? Lin Mufeng laughed dryly. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhong Ao would have thought that it was just nonsense. However, the pill in the jade bottle in his hand was solid evidence. This little brat was really able to refine a Saint King grade pill with pill veins with just a third-order Saint Realm cultivation. Get lost. All of you get lost. Zhong Ao waved his hand impatiently. This old master has been alone here for 100 years. 100 years of peace and stability. But this smelly brat has turned this place into a mess. If any of you dare come within 100 kilometers of this place in the future, this old master will twist off your head. The 3 origin returning realm masters couldn't help but shrink their heads and retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Not long after they left, though, Zhong Ao's voice called out from behind, "Wait!" Halika turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Does old Zhong have any orders?" Zhong Ao pointed to the dilapidated palace and said, "Find some people and build another residence for this old master. You don't have any foresight at all. Do you want me to sleep in the wilderness?" Halika quickly shouted. They had brought a lot of cultivator with them this time, leaving behind a dozen or so to arrange for them to help Zhong Ao build a residence before leaving. The 10 or so people also scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were searching for materials to build a house. Zhong Ao glanced at Yang Kai, who was still unconscious, and then looked at the burning flame pill in the jade bottle in his hand, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face. After 3 full days, Yang Kai woke up. A strong sense of weakness spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Immediately recalling everything that had happened before he fell unconscious, he couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. His knowledge sea was a bit dim, and the magnificent sea water that used to be there was now only a thin layer of liquid. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus was sparing no effort to nourish his soul, but it would take at least 10 days for his knowledge sea to fill up again. Every muscle in Yang Kai's body was sore, and his Saint Chi had been consumed greatly. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. It was barely possible to say that he was injured, but it was also possible to say that he wasn't injured. Only an infinite sense of weakness enveloped him, as if a part of his vitality had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was growing old. Standing up with difficulty, Yang Kai looked around and saw Zhong Ao standing not far away, glaring at him. This old man's face was gloomy to the point of being frightening, and his eyes were filled with a murderous light. Yang Kai sniffed, not knowing why Zhong Ao had put on such a terrifying appearance. After discovering the situation around him, Yang Kai immediately understood. Not wanting to provoke Zhong Ao, Yang Kai searched through the ruins for a while before taking Shuiyu out from under a few wooden planks and finding a comfortable place to sit down on a mountain peak a few kilometers away. Before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, Zhong Ao quietly appeared beside him. Yang Kai looked at him but didn't say a word, simply gasping for breath. "Aren't you going to ask yourself whether you succeeded or not?" Zhong Ao waited for a while before taking the initiative to ask. "I've done my best. That's enough for me." Zhong Ao stared at him deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. "Since you've said so, this old master won't hold you accountable for the losses you brought this time. In any case, he could ask Hali Ka and the others for compensation. They wouldn't dare refuse." Saying so, Zhong Ao threw the jade bottle he had been holding in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and glanced at it, not showing much surprise or excitement, as if everything was within his expectations. Inside the jade bottle was an elixir. The elixir was covered in a layer of dense mist. Even with the jade bottle as a barrier, it still emitted a dense energy fluctuation. It was as if this pill had a life of its own and was pulsing rhythmically. Pill clouds. This was a burning flame pill that had formed pill clouds. Although it was only Saint King grade low rank, such a pill had great value. If any outstanding alchemist were to learn of it, they would likely fight to obtain it. Because they could obtain a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, perhaps it would be able to improve their alchemy skills. While Yang Kai was observing this pill, Zhong Ao briefly explained what happened after he fell unconscious, casually saying, "The pill cloud on your pill is somewhat different from the one this old master refined." "How is it different?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Zhong Ao tossed over a few more jade bottles, each of which contained a different pill, a total of 4. These 4 pills had been refined by Zhong Ao over the past 100 years and had been born out of extremely good luck. Yang Kai compared the burning flame pill with the other 4 pills and immediately discovered the biggest difference. The pill clouds covering Zhong Ao's pills were very sparse and didn't cover the entirety of the pill, one of them only having half of the pill cloud on it. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicinal efficacies and energy contained in this burning flame pill were more than double those of Zhong Ao's pills. Zhong Ao took out a piece of Saint Crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy contained in this Saint Crystal was attracted by the pill cloud and quickly gathered towards the pill, allowing it to be swallowed and enhance its medicinal efficacies. When a pill forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies will increase exponentially and can be stored for a long time without worrying about its medicinal efficacies fading away. Ordinary pills can't do this. The longer they are stored, the more their medicinal efficacies will fade. After 30 or 50 years, they will become useless waste. But once a pill forms pill clouds, not only can it be stored for many years, the pill clouds will also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become more and more condensed. So, every pill that forms pill clouds will have stronger medicinal efficacies the longer it is stored. Zhong Ao said, seemingly talking to himself. Yang Kai nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. Back then, when he took the pill that formed pill clouds, he almost exploded. That pill had a history of several thousand years. This old master inadvertently refined this pill 90 years ago. Zhong Ao picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill inside. After 90 years of nourishment, its medicinal efficacies have more than doubled and its grade is still Saint King grade mid-rank. But compared to the burning flame pill you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the degree of pill clouds. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. This old master thinks so too. Zhong Ao nodded gently. Zhong Ao gently nodded. This old master used to think that pill clouds were like this, but after seeing this burning flame pill of yours, this old master realized that pill clouds can be even more complete and can wrap up the entire pill. On top of that, have you noticed that the speed at which your pill absorbs Saint Crystal energy is much faster than this old master's? If it is stored for a few hundred years, its value will be comparable to that of a single star. That's impossible, right? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling that this old man was indulging in some whimsical fantasy. How is it impossible? Zhong Ao sneered. Do you know how many origin-returning realm masters have spent their entire lives searching for a way to break through to the Origin King realm? Even the few Origin Kings who have reached the Origin King realm are pursuing a way to make their realm stronger and higher. If this burning flame pill is stored for a few hundred years, it may allow an Origin King who cultivates a fire attribute secret art to break through to the next level. When that time comes, do you think they would exchange a single star for it? Listening to what Zhong Ao said, Yang Kai really felt that this was possible, even if it was a bit exaggerated. Are you still willing to give this pill to this little girl? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply before turning his eyes to Shuiyu, who was lying unconscious nearby. She's about to lose her life. What's there to be reluctant about? Yang Kai sneered. Wasn't the reason he spent so much effort refining this burning flame pill just to give it to Shuiyu? Zhong Ao's face twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself and waved his hand. Forget it. This is your own pill. You can decide for yourself, but you have to tell this old master how you managed to refine pill clouds. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhong Ao almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1075. Yang Kai really didn't know how to refine a pill cloud. When he was refining the last burning flame pill, he had no distracting thoughts, no pressure, and for no reason, he firmly believed he could successfully refine it. When the pill had been formed, Kai Yang had clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away, which was why he was in such a weak state. If it weren't for the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body, giving him an extremely strong vitality, that final stripping would have killed him on the spot. That burning flame pill wasn't a pill at all, it was a human life. That was why it was so full of vitality right now, causing Zhong Ao to gasp in amazement. Although he had succeeded once, if Yang Kai was asked to refine it again, he wouldn't be able to do so no matter what, because he no longer had the indomitable will he once had. After explaining his thoughts to Zhong Ao, Yang Kai finally managed to calm down. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of excuses to comfort his wounded soul, saying that Yang Kai being able to refine a pill cloud was entirely because of his comprehension. After hundreds of years of studying alchemy, he still couldn't compare to a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhong Ao only felt that he had lived his entire life in vain and was extremely ashamed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to die for the time being, so he still had a lot of time to continue studying. Inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai moved Shui Yuan and fed her the freshly refined burning flame pill. After her vitality stabilized, Yang Kai walked out of the room. After turning a few corners, Yang Kai saw Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others surrounding Zhong Ao, flattering him like a tide, their faces filled with flattery, praising Zhong Ao for his incredible alchemy skills, even being able to refine pill clouds with ease, all of them admiring him greatly. Even the other top Origin King-grade alchemists in the Starfield couldn't achieve this. They were just a group of alchemists who were slightly higher than Zhong Ao in terms of alchemy. They were just a group of people fishing for fame. If they didn't have any real ability, how could they compare to Zhong Ao? Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, impatiently enduring their flattery. He wanted to chase them away, but he didn't have the confidence to do so, so it was difficult for him to endure. However, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng, these idiots, didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, thinking he was enjoying himself and flattering him even more, causing the old man's face to become even uglier. It wasn't until Yang Kai walked out in a relaxed manner that this group of people stopped flattering him and shot him strange looks. Hali Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face, before leaving with Lin Mufeng and the others. The backs of the two of them looked like they were about to be wiped out. Yang Kai walked in front of Zhong Ao with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. Little brat, you gave such great benefits to this old master? Being able to refine pill clouds and forming pill veins at a steady 30% to 40% rate is enough to make you an honored guest of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. No one will dare to provoke you. You can have your own territory, servants, beautiful maidservants, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and obtain what others pursue for their entire lives. With Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's capital, it won't be difficult for them to cultivate you. You can obtain the greatest returns in the shortest time possible. This old master doesn't understand why you didn't tell them that the burning flame pill was refined by you and instead made this old master stand up and take the blame for you, giving this old master all the credit and fame. Zhong Ao said slowly, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others all thought that the burning flame pill with pill clouds was refined by Zhong Ao, because that was what Yang Kai said at the beginning. Now that things had progressed to this point, Zhong Ao didn't try to explain himself, making them believe him even more. That was why they were so respectful towards Zhong Ao. Yang Kai sat down next to him, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp, chuckling as he said, "Old Zhong, don't pretend to be confused. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. This junior is only 30 years old, and although he has some small tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation realm is still too low. Such great benefits and fame are too much for this junior to bear. Only old Zhong, a respected alchemy grandmaster, can stand on your own feet. Do you believe that if the two of us took a burning flame pill with pill veins to President AIO at the same time, the treatment we would receive would be completely different. You would only be more respected and President AIO would treat you with more respect. Maybe if he was in a good mood, he would even reward you with a medicine star and make you the master of that medicine star. However, he would put me under house arrest and arrange for various masters to protect my safety, not allowing me to take a single step out of my territory, only allowing me to deal with herbs every day. Perhaps when this junior is having sex with a beautiful woman, there will be people watching from the outside. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Ao couldn't help laughing when he heard Yang Kai's words. Imagining the funny scene, he laughed heartily and kept nodding. Little brat, you're really smooth and slick. Sure enough, you're not a good thing. I really don't know how much wind and rain you've gone through to develop such thoughts. If I didn't have such thoughts, this junior would have died long ago. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. You're right, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. These benefits and fame, this old master will take them for you. In any case, this old master's alchemy skills have indeed improved a lot, so I have no qualms about accepting them. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly got up to congratulate. Congratulations, old Zong. This junior has been so busy with the burning flame pill that he didn't notice old Zong's progress in the alchemic Tao. Damn it! After saying so, he sat down again and said worriedly, But old Zong, I'm afraid you have no choice but to join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Before, they would have indulged you and allowed you to do as you please, but now I'm afraid they won't. If I'm not mistaken, Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others have already reported this matter to Water Moon Star. So it won't be long before people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrive. This old master knows. Zhong Ao nodded. This old master has also lived freely on Rainfall Star for 100 years. As long as they don't interfere with my alchemy, anything can be discussed. Joining or not joining is just a matter of name. If they annoy this old master, can't this old master just leave? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Zhong Ao wasn't a good person. Not only was his temperament strange, but he also had a high opinion of himself. Yang Kai also knew that this old man had repeatedly tried to kill him before. But in any case, this time he was the one taking the blame. Although this would make his reputation even greater, this wasn't what Zhong Ao wanted. Truly capable people didn't care about reputation. Only those who chased after power and wealth would work hard to climb up the social ladder. This time, Yang Kai had dragged Zhong Ao down and caused him to lose a lot of his freedom. Zhong Ao had likely only accepted this because Yang Kai had taught him the alchemy method. Both Yang Kai and Zhong Ao were well aware of these things. What's the situation of that little girl? Zhong Ao didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the subject. The poison from the profound in sunflower water should have been removed and her vitality is stable, but she is still in a coma. If we want to wake her up, we need to find her soul avatar. Yang Kai frowned. He had just checked Shui Yu's knowledge sea but couldn't find any trace of her soul avatar. He really didn't know where Shui Yu's soul avatar was hiding. Zhong Ao also frowned, calmly saying, It stands to reason that she was injured by the profound in sunflower water, so this kind of situation shouldn't have occurred. Her soul avatar must have disappeared for some other reason. Yang Kai's spirit shook. Please enlighten me, Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao shook his head. I don't know anything about that little girl, so how could I enlighten you? Since you are her guard, you should understand that she has some regrets in her heart. Many times, when a person is unconscious, it doesn't mean they are injured, but rather that they are unable to overcome a barrier in their heart. As long as they can overcome that barrier, they will naturally wake up. Yang Kai heard this and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. A moment later his eyes brightening, as if he had thought of something. Zhong Ao observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded lightly. This little brat was both intelligent and capable. Zhong Ao really couldn't understand why such a person would act as someone else's guard. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly relaxed. Have you found the reason? Zhong Ao asked with a smile. I have some clues, but whether it is true or not will need to be verified. Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly remembering something and asking, Right, old Zhong, when I came over, why were Hali Ka and the others looking at me like that? Did something happen? Do you want to know? Zhong Ao squinted at him. Yang Kai nodded. This old master just told them that you, little brat, are deeply in love with that little girl. That when you fed her that medicine, you even chewed it up and fed it to her mouth. Zhong Ao winked, his expression as wretched as it could get. Yang Kai was furious. You have the nerve to announce such a thing to the public? Do you have any decency at all? Zhong Ao snorted. This old master has taken on such a big pot for you, losing and giving away so many good things. Do you think that's all? Just wait for Shui Yu's third young master to arrive on Rainfall Star and peel off your bones. Ha ha ha. A little guard actually daring to have ideas about Shui Yu's woman. You really don't know life from death. If this old master were you, he would have left as soon as possible. Laughing loudly, Zhong Ao left in a good mood. Old fart. Yang Kai glared at Zhong Ao bitterly, suddenly understanding why Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others were looking at him with such strange eyes. The little bit of guilt he felt towards Zhong Ao disappeared, regretting that he hadn't made a bigger bet and snatched all of Yang Kai's profounding sunflower water and medicine furnace. Old fogies really aren't good. Guizhou was like this, and so was Zhong Ao. However, Zhong Ao would never have imagined that the little girl he was talking about, the master Shui that Hali Ka was talking about, was actually Shui Yu herself. Kissing Shui Yu's woman is nothing. This old master has even touched Shui Yu's body. Chapter 1076. Zhong Ao was right about one thing: this place wasn't a good place to stay for long. Water Moon Star probably didn't know whether Shui Yu was alive or dead yet. So once news was sent out here, it would be difficult to explain. Shui Yu also didn't want her biggest secret to be exposed. Yang Kai had to quickly restore her strength and lift the soul chains so she could fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. After resting for half a month, Yang Kai received extremely generous treatment. Every day, he was treated to fine wines, delicacies, and rare spirit fruits as refreshments. It wasn't easy for him to restore his lost vitality and get rid of that endless sense of weakness. Yang Kai secretly decided that in the future, unless he was forced to, he would never attempt to refine pill clouds again. If his luck was good during alchemy and the pill formed pill clouds on its own, nothing could be said about it, but if he had to rely on his own efforts to form pill clouds, it was simply too exhausting and not worth the loss. Zhong Ao's palace in the mountain valley had been built. Hali Ka had sent out masters among masters, so it was a piece of cake for a dozen or so people to build a palace. However, Zhong Ao didn't go back because the world energy in the mountain valley was still thin and would likely take some time to recover before it reached the average level of Rainfall Star. The news that he had refined a burning flame pill that formed pill clouds had spread like wildfire. All of Rainfall Star's alchemists had come to pay their respects, but since they were all fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao couldn't afford to be rude, so every day he had to endure the torment and flattery of these people, not resting for a moment. Every time he saw this scene, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that his original decision was a wise one. If he had taken the credit for refining pill clouds himself, it would have been impossible for such a harmonious scene to occur. Those old men and women would have only deliberately made things difficult for him in order to test his skills and methods before finally parting on bad terms. They would never admit that their abilities were worse than Yang Kai's. It would be an insult to them. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed, helping the unconscious Shui Yu up and letting her sit across from him. Staring at her enchanting face, Yang Kai really didn't want to wake her up. The sleeping Shui Yu was the easiest to get along with. At his mercy, she wouldn't resist or complain. But once she woke up, she would only bring endless trouble and danger. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to wake her up. Lifting the soul chains required the consent of both of them. And now that Shui Yu's soul avatar was gone, without her consent, Yang Kai couldn't lift the shackles. Yang Kai's spiritual energy and spiritual energy's spiritual knowledge. So he sent it into Shui Yu's knowledge. In the next moment, Yang Yang's spiritual soul's spiritual senses spiritual soul. SSSS T T T T STSSSSS. He's nots heat T S twos he's. No matter when, Investigating a person's sea of consciousness was a taboo for martial artists. This was something that only the most intimate of people would do. The sea of consciousness contained a person's life experiences and secrets. Looking at the secrets of the sea of consciousness was even more serious than stripping off someone's clothes. This was the worst form of humiliation. Last time, Yang Kai had been careful not to pry too deeply into Shui Yu's secrets because he didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. But this time he had no choice but to do it. The sea breeze was gentle and the sea was calm. Shui Yu's knowledge sea was a vast expanse of water. Nothing else. Unlike Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which was full of brilliant colors. This woman's life must be very boring. The situation in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of one's inner thoughts. From the state of one's knowledge sea, one could tell what kind of person they were. Shui Yu was a woman, but she was raised as a man by AIO and had to put on the airs of Shui Yu's third young master at all times. She may have long since grown tired of this kind of life, but she had no choice but to continue. It's not that I want to pry into your secrets. It's just that if I don't do this, I won't be able to wake you up. I hope you don't come looking for trouble with me in the future. Yang Kai muttered softly, his soul avatar diving into Shui Yu's knowledge sea. The warm sea water wrapped around Yang Kai's body, like small boneless hands caressing his body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai almost lost himself in this moment. The fusion of the divine soul was very frightening. During this process, both men and women could enjoy a pleasure that was thousands of times more intense than physical intercourse. That was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. That kind of pleasure was like the most dangerous swamp. Once one fell into it, it was very difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. When he went to Ice Sect to find Su Yan, he had already fused his soul with her once, so he had some experience dealing with this kind of thing. Trying hard to restrain the trembling of his soul, Yang Kai constantly called out to his heart, reminding himself that now was not the time to indulge in pleasure. Gradually, that kind of pleasure weakened a lot and he regained control of his soul avatar, allowing him to calm down a little. He didn't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Shui Yu's soul avatar was nowhere to be found. So obviously she didn't feel anything and was unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's soul. If this wasn't rape, then what was? And it was the most vicious kind of rape. Fusing his soul with a woman who didn't feel anything was no different than fusing with a piece of wood. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly lost interest and the throbbing of his soul subsided. This kind of thing was the most boring and only those with twisted minds would do such a thing. Yang Kai's soul avatar scattered into the sea. Inside his knowledge sea, bubbles floated in the water, each of which contained a part of Shui Yu's past, a part of her memories. Yang Kai carefully examined the information hidden in these bubbles. He saw a lot of scenes. A baby fell to the ground, a woman lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless. But when she heard the baby's cries, the most beautiful smile in the world bloomed on her face. The burly man waiting outside strode in and picked up the baby with trembling hands, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, intimately pressing his face against the baby's forehead and kissing it gently, radiating the radiance of fatherly love. The 7 or 8-month-old child was held in her mother's arms and breastfed, her eyes closed as she ate with relish. The mother had a satisfied smile on her face as she teased her daughter from time to time. The burly father stood to the side and smiled, revealing his white teeth. The baby began to learn to walk and babble. Her mouth made meaningless sounds as she staggered forward. Every 2 steps she took, she would take a step back. From time to time, she would fall to the ground. Her mother walked over with heartache and held her in her arms. Her father laughed foolishly at the side. The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. An old man with white hair and a beard saw the baby and carefully examined her, saying something to the burly father with a dignified expression. The smile and joy on the burly father's face suddenly disappeared as he looked at the daughter he regarded as the apple of his eye, his face as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The 3-year-old child was taken to a palace, put on men's clothes, and was raised like a man. She was ignorant and stood in that huge palace with servants and maids behind her. She was ordered to only move about in the palace, leaning against the door frame. She could no longer see her loving mother, only her dignified father. She began to learn all kinds of things, she began to cultivate, she grew strong and healthy, but she could only live as a man. She had outstanding natural endowments. Only when she became stronger would she see her father smile. Otherwise, he would only scold her. The name of the third young master of Xueyu spread. The entire territory knew about her. She had learned how to smile in front of strangers. She had learned the most elegant etiquette. Her beauty had captivated men and women, young and old. But she couldn't see her mother. Only in the dead of night would she take out women's clothes and put them on the bed, feeling sad. Those women's clothes had been secretly sent to her by her mother. It seemed like they still contained her mother's warmth and chi. Yang Kai looked at each scene. He was immersed in it. It seemed like he could understand the bitterness and resentment in Xueyu's heart. He could feel her helplessness and sadness. That unchanging smile, under that smile, was bitterness. Her fragile heart was covered by a strong outer appearance. She had been pretending for so many years. Not only had she deceived the world, but she had also deceived herself. Until the battle on the Death Star, even though Xueyu was furious, even though she wanted to kill him, it was the first time she had experienced the shyness of a girl. Her naked body was being hugged by someone. Her full breasts were being squeezed. Nobody knew how fast her heart was beating, how hot her delicate body was. She had never felt anything like that before. It made her feel limp and numb. She couldn't use any strength. Every time she thought about it, her face would turn red. After that, the days of fighting and fooling around were the most unforgettable days of her life. She couldn't wait to stop time and stay on that dead star forever. Because only in front of that man could she let go of herself and be herself. Yang Kai had injected vitality into her life, allowing her to no longer be so lifeless. While exploring the ancient ruins, she had ignored the casualties of her subordinates and constantly ordered them to speed up, all in order to leave as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. However, the explosion of one of her space rings had caused her to fall into a deep sleep. After a long time, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from Xueyu's knowledge sea. All of Xueyu's secrets had been exposed to his eyes, and he had never expected that this vicious woman would have such a miserable past. Although he felt some sympathy and pity in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. What he saw was not only Xueyu's misery, but also her dark side. Even if this woman was pitiful, she was still a dangerous person. Her feelings for him weren't pure either. It was due to the influence of the soul chains. After observing her for so long, Yang Kai faintly understood why Xueyu's soul avatar had disappeared, and he also thought about how to treat her. This was a knot in her heart, not an injury. As long as this knot was untied, Xueyu would naturally awaken. Chapter 1077. Inside Xueyu's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar began to emit strange fluctuations. He began to create a series of illusions, forcibly pouring them into the sea. From her infancy to her current age, in these illusions, she did not need to disguise herself. She did not need to always show a warm smile, nor did she need to live as a man. She grew up carefree, her parents were kind, her siblings lived in harmony. She could wear the most beautiful clothes, wear the most beautiful jewelry. She did not need to learn the boring etiquette. She did not need to cultivate day and night. She did not need to endure all kinds of torture. In these illusions, she was the happiest woman in the world. Every day, she would wander the streets with a few maidservants, occasionally revealing the tip of the iceberg of her beauty, making the men of an entire city roar with excitement. In these illusions, when she returned home, she would tell her parents about the trivial things she encountered, and her parents would listen quietly with a smile on their faces, living a happy and harmonious life. She even met a man who moved her heart, but because of her shyness, she could only look at him from afar, paying attention to his movements every day, too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to him. What she didn't expect was that the handsome and elegant man actually came looking for her, defeated all his competitors, fulfilled all her father's harsh requirements, and married her. They got married and had children, the man plowing and the woman weaving. Although it was not a magnificent and wonderful life, they still helped each other and respected each other. Their children slowly grew up, and they gradually grew old, finally turning into a pile of yellow earth, their graves close together, as if they would never be separated. In these illusions, she obtained a perfect and regretless life. Yang Kai did this over and over again, tirelessly injecting the layers of illusions he constructed with his spiritual energy into Shui Yu's knowledge sea, regardless of the consumption of his spiritual energy or his own exhaustion. Time passed, but Shui Yu's knowledge sea remained the same. There was no movement. But at a certain moment, the calm sea suddenly tumbled and bubbles emerged from under the water, bursting into nothingness. A cool breeze blew and a wisp of fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and turned his head to see Shui Yu standing behind him with a smile, watching him with great interest. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately escaped from her knowledge sea. Just as he opened his eyes, Shui Yu also woke up and grabbed him, shouting, "Hey, why did you run away like a thief? You've already woken up. What am I doing there? Waiting to be tortured by you? In that place, you are the master, a little third-order saint cultivator. I don't dare stay." Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's sea of consciousness was under their own control. Therefore, when two people's strength was about the same, they would never invade each other's sea of consciousness. If they did, they would always be at a disadvantage. Only when there was a great disparity in strength would there be the possibility of invading another sea of consciousness and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. I torture you? Why do you think I use me? If you didn't do anything wrong, why would I torture you? Shui Yu refused to back down, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp light flashed across them. Fine, I admit, breaking into your knowledge sea without permission and prying into your secrets was wrong. But since you didn't want to wake up, I could only resort to this. Yang Kai shook off Shui Yu's small hand that was grabbing him. Prying into my secrets. Do you still think you're in the right? Shui Yu ground her teeth angrily, a dangerous light flashing across her silver teeth. I didn't see much. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Shui Yu didn't speak and simply stared at him. Fine, I've already counted how many hairs you have on your body, so what? Are you going to bite me? Yang Kai said shamelessly. You bastard. Shui Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation as she rushed over and bit down on the back of Yang Kai's hand, refusing to let go as she rolled her big eyes. Do you think I don't dare? Yang Kai remained unmoved and instead smiled. Biting my hand isn't satisfying enough. Do you want to go somewhere else? I have a better place for you to bite. Shui Yu's face flushed red and her slender white neck glowed red as she quickly let go of Yang Kai's hand and spat. In your dreams. In that illusion, she and the man she loved were inseparable, and all kinds of positions she could imagine and could never imagine entered her mind one by one. She received a systematic and perfect education. Of course, she knew what Yang Kai's words meant. Although she also understood that it was only an illusion created by Yang Kai for her and was not real, she still couldn't bear it. After all, the woman in the illusion was modeled after her and looked exactly like her. It was like she really was a slut, constantly demanding and never knowing when to be satisfied. How can you be so obscene? Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if she didn't expect this person to be such a rogue. I misjudged you. How is sex obscene? Yang Kai disdainfully curled his lips. When you really try it, you will understand the beauty of it. Even so, you didn't have to include yourself in that illusion, did you? Shui Yu smiled sweetly as if she had discovered a secret. Her smile was very sly. In those illusions, you were really handsome. Did you really want me to marry you? Forget it, I can't handle a woman like you. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Get out. Shui Yu's face changed faster than one could turn a page, and she was so angry that she kicked Yang Kai off the bed. Yang Kai stood up, patted his butt and said, Have a good rest. When you recover, I have something to tell you. Shui Yu's face stiffened. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai was going to say. but she didn't say anything and closed her eyes. When Yang Kai came out of the room, he happened to see Zhong Ao leaning to one side and listening attentively. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked, "You saved her?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Amazing." Zhong Ao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "But what were you doing in there? Why did it seem so lively? Aren't you her guard?" "Boy," this old master has to say, "your courage is a bit too big, even daring to touch Shui Yu's third young master's woman. You should prepare to run away quickly. This old master hopes you don't die too early. If Shui Yu becomes angry, the entire Hung Luo star field will tremble." Zhong Ao may have been lonely for too long, but despite his age, his gossipy heart was no worse than a young man's. What he liked most was to see others flirting with each other. Every time he saw them, he felt like he had become several decades younger. Shameless! Yang Kai ignored him and went out to find Hali Ka, telling him about the current situation. When he heard that Shui Yu had woken up, Hali Ka was overjoyed and gave Yang Kai a big hug, his face filled with gratitude. Now that Shui Yu had woken up, their last worries had disappeared, and Zhong Ao on Rainfall Star had taken another step forward in the alchemic Tao. Now, as long as the profound in sunflower water problem was solved, everything would be fine. What's more, Shui Yu was still responsible for the profound in sunflower water issue, so even if the Chamber of Commerce blamed them, they would only receive a small punishment, not as serious as they had feared before. With all kinds of good news coming one after another, how could they not be happy? The several managers were in a good mood, and the entire branch was filled with joy. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Since Shui Yu woke up that day, she had stayed in her room, declaring that her injuries had not yet healed and that she needed to heal. The injuries she suffered from the profound in sunflower water had long been healed by the burning flame pill, and her soul had not been damaged, so why would she need to be healed? Although she had been in a coma for more than a year, with her cultivation, she would only need 2 or 3 days to recover. She was avoiding Yang Kai. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he went to find Shui Yu, he would be stopped by several Saint King realm cultivators standing guard at the door. These people didn't give Yang Kai any face, just smiling and telling him that this was an order from Shui Yu Master and that without her permission, no one was allowed to enter her room. Their attitude was very good, but their tone of refusal was firm. Yang Kai couldn't wait to beat these people up. Yang Kai was not happy, but old Zhong was also out of luck. Half of the profound in sunflower water had been taken away by Yang Kai, and half of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces had also been taken away by Yang Kai. Zhong Ao snorted in distress, but he was too embarrassed to act shamelessly. Zhong Ao was a man of his word. A loss was a loss, unlike Shui Yu who liked to use her strength to suppress others. Yang Kai also specifically asked for advice on how to refine the profound in sunflower water and enhance his own strength. Zhong Ao didn't conceal anything and told Yang Kai everything he knew. Yang Kai understood that although the profound in sunflower water was a precious treasure, if it wasn't properly refined, it would cost him his life. Furthermore, the refinement process required a wide variety of supplementary materials, as well as a scorching hot environment. Only by properly preparing the initial steps could one begin to refine it. All the auxiliary materials he needed, Kai Yang actually had all of them, not lacking a single one. On the floating continent, Yang Kai had harvested many high-grade herbs, countless origin grade and origin king grade, each of which was extremely valuable. All he needed was to find a suitable environment. According to Old Zhong, it would be best to find the inside of a 10,000-year-old volcano, because only that kind of heat could suppress the chill of the profound in sunflower water. However, Zhong Ao said that Yang Kai's current strength was still too low, and that he would have to wait until he reached the Saint King realm before he could refine the profound in sunflower water. Otherwise, not only would he fail to refine it, but he would also lose his life. Shui Yu's refusal to meet with him made Yang Kai very impatient and annoyed. On this day, when Yang Kai came to her room again, the Saint King realm masters who had been sent to guard her were still standing there with smiles on their faces, politely stopping Yang Kai from entering. Yang Kai's face sank. Chapter 1078. Just as the guards were trying to stop Yang Kai with a warm smile on their faces, asking him to be considerate of his brother's responsibilities, Shui Yu's sweet voice came from inside. "Let him come in." When the guards heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly withdrew, not forgetting to cast encouraging glances at Yang Kai before leaving. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them, simply pushing open the door with a cold expression and stepping inside. The room hadn't changed much, it was still the same as before, but Shui Yu seemed a lot more worried, a trace of bitterness flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't avoid Yang Kai's angry gaze and simply stared back at him, smiling and saying, "Sit down and talk." Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent. This woman is so annoying. She was obviously stronger than him, and if they really fought, he would definitely not be her opponent. She could easily crush him, but at this moment, she could only rely on her expression to create a sense of weakness. It was as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, he opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Shui Yu's jade-white finger pressed against Yang Kai's lips. Her finger was cold, but there was a faint fragrance coming from her fingertips. "Don't say anything, I want to show you something," Shui Yu said softly, her tone unprecedentedly soft. "What?" Yang Kai became vigilant, sweeping his eyes over her and saying, "If it's your body, then forget it. I've already imprinted every part of your body into my mind. I can remember it even with my eyes closed. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Shui Yu was both ashamed and angry. "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would sell my body to keep you? Then what do you want me to see?" Yang Kai relaxed a lot when he heard this. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at him before reaching out and handing him a document. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and began sipping his tea while reading it carefully. A moment later, his expression became strange and he let out a hollow laugh. "Shui Yu, aren't your conditions a bit too good? I'll be your guard, 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals a year, and a territory of 500 kilometers? That's right. My guards all have these benefits. It's just that everyone is treated differently." Shui Yu calmly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. She looked calm, but her trembling little finger betrayed her nervousness. In the past, she felt a sense of closeness to Yang Kai, or even didn't hate his closeness to her, because of the soul chains, but now she was certain that even without the soul chains, that closeness had taken root in the depths of her soul. When habits become second nature, it is not easy to change them. Not to mention, her knowledge sea had already been invaded by him, and all her secrets had been exposed. Compared to standing naked in front of him and letting him examine her, it was even more embarrassing. Shui Yu sincerely hoped that Yang Kai could stay, even though she knew that Yang Kai couldn't wait to get away from her. While pretending to sip her tea, Shui Yu quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction, trying to see what he was interested in. However, to her disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to show any signs of interest, instead just commenting on the terms of the document. "I have 20 beautiful maidservants?" Yang Kai looked up at Shui Yu. "Am I not a guard? How can I have beautiful maidservants? What's so strange about that? An average guard is naturally a servant and isn't qualified to have such things. But my Shui Yu's guards aren't qualified?" Shui Yu smiled lightly. She saw a trace of fascination in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly added, "I can choose the best women for you." You may not know, but my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce also deals in the slave trade. Many of the young ladies of large and small families who have gone bankrupt or been exterminated are goods waiting to be sold. They all have good education and their aptitude and strength aren't bad. As far as I know, the strongest one has already reached the Saint King realm. If you want a noble young lady, you can have a noble young lady, but if you want a pretty girl, you can have a pretty girl. While adding oil and vinegar to Yang Kai's story, Shui Yu secretly cursed him. She had offered him so many generous conditions, but he had remained indifferent, yet he was interested in this one. Shui Yu couldn't wait to reach out and strangle him. But this man... Shui Yu sighed helplessly in her heart. That's good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. He had long yearned for beautiful maidservants. Back in Tongshen realm, there were too many acquaintances, so he didn't dare act recklessly. But now that he was in star territory, where the heavens were high and the earth was far away, it didn't matter what he did. Moreover, since he had become intimate with his little senior sister, Yang Kai found that he had become a bit more indulgent when it came to men and women, and he didn't reject the idea of playing around with strange women. Last time, in Shintu's palace, he had even indulged in a bit of debauchery, a feeling he still couldn't forget. You also think it's good? Shuiyu still smiled sweetly, but she still grit her teeth and softly said, if you think it's good, then put your handprint on it. Once you put your handprint on it, you'll be one of my Shuiyu's people. From now on, you'll be under my protection. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name and I guarantee you'll be able to walk sideways in star territory. I'm not a crab. Yang Kai smiled and put the document back on the table. Shuiyu stared straight at him, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Yang Kai sighed and didn't want to look her in the eye, saying, what's the point? You know what I really want, so what's the point of you taking out a slave contract? Who said it was a slave contract? Shuiyu frowned. Isn't it written that the contract will be signed every 5 years? After 5 years, if you're not satisfied, we can discuss it again. I just want you to have more time to think about it. After I sign it, I won't be able to leave for the rest of my life. Shuiyu, let's unlock the soul chains. From now on, you walk your own path and I'll walk mine. Well water won't interfere with river water, Yang Kai said sincerely. When Shuiyu heard these cruel words, she suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall and raised her head slightly. Miraculously, those tears quickly disappeared, as if they had returned to her tear ducts. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't care, you've touched me, you've seen me, you've even penetrated my knowledge sea and pried into my secrets. You must sign the contract with me, otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss. You only have 2 secrets. Rest assured, I'll keep them safe and won't leak them out. I won't play around with my life. I also know how powerful you are, Yang Kai said sincerely. Shuiyu became even more indignant. You really know that secret? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said innocently, I didn't want to know. But who knew that in addition to being a woman, you were also hiding such a great secret? No wonder President Aio raised you as a man. He did it for your own good. Don't blame him. For my own good? Shuiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, I haven't seen my mother for several decades. They said that, in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew about it, including my mother. Is this also for my own good? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He had also spied on Shuiyu's words from her knowledge sea, but this was her family's business, so it was not convenient for him to comment. Moreover, no one knew whether or not Shuiyu's mother had died, so Shuiyu had only heard rumors. So what if I have the dragon marrow phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and snatch me home? Shuiyu shouted angrily, her full breasts heaving up and down in an enchanting arc. Keep your voice down. Yang Kai was shocked. Do you still want to live? Why are you shouting about such a thing? Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shuiyu couldn't help feeling a little smug, the anger she felt just a moment ago having been thrown out of her mind. Instead, she smiled at him and said, you also know this secret, so why aren't you tempted at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon marrow phoenix body can bring you. Of course I know. Yang Kai glanced at her. According to the words of that person in your memories, any man who takes your primordial Yin will obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Chamber of Commerce's moonslave business was inspired by your constitution, right? Shuiyu gently nodded. Yes, you can say that I am the most outstanding moonslave in the Chamber of Commerce. It's just that no one knows about it. When I was unconscious, you clearly had a lot of opportunities, so I don't believe you weren't tempted. You aren't wholly to that degree. Her expression said she had already seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Yes, I was tempted to death. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. When I learned this secret, I couldn't wait to take off your clothes and take you. Then why didn't you do it? Shuiyu's interest was piqued. You also know that even if you did, I wouldn't blame you, at most I would just beat you. She spoke lightly, as if she wasn't talking about her own chastity, but about a woman she didn't even know. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and thought about it for a moment before saying, I'm a man of principles. Shui Yu curled her lips, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. According to the old man who investigated your constitution, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits of taking you. You are now a third-order Saint King, so if I really wanted to take you, I'm afraid I could directly break through to the first-order Saint King realm. Yang Kai said lightly, but so what? I don't need your body to reach that level, and it won't take long for me to do so. Do you believe I can achieve that in 3 years? Shui Yu stared at Yang Kai in a daze, listening to his bold words, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded repeatedly, asking casually, what if I wasn't a Saint King, but an Origin King? Yang Kai looked her up and down for a moment before replying without hesitation. Then you would already be mine. The blurred look in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes disappeared instantly and was replaced by endless contempt as she said sarcastically, in the end, you still don't have enough benefits. You think the benefits you get are too small. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. What about the so-called principles you just spoke of? The contempt in Shui Yu's eyes became even stronger. How much is that worth per caddy? Yang Kai disdainfully asked. Chapter 1079. After a brief exchange of words, no one was able to convince the other. Inside the room, Yang Kai looked at Shui Yu helplessly. Shui Yu was constantly drinking tea to calm the resentment in her heart. The tea in the cup had long since been emptied by her, leaving only the air in it. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost maddening. Are you really so heartless? Shui Yu suddenly opened her mouth, staring coldly at Yang Kai. This man's insistence had hurt her a little. Yang Kai shook his head. Whatever you say, I'm going to leave. This time, I've suffered a big loss, so I don't want to associate my life with anyone else's, especially a woman like you. You have too many secrets. Once they are exposed, even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to protect you. If you die, I'll follow suit. Shui Yu's dragon marrow phoenix body was a very special physique. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When a moon slave was possessed by a man, they would only provide some subtle benefits to that man. But Shui Yu was different. With her current strength, it was enough for Yang Kai to directly break through to the Saint King realm. As Shui Yu's strength improved, her physique would bring greater benefits to the first man who possessed her. Moreover, this kind of improvement was not just a simple increase in strength but also in one's realm. There were too many masters in this world. Many people could cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years but still fail to break through a small realm. Shui Yu's body was the best tool for them to break through. President AIO had always been farsighted and had raised Shui Yu as a man when she was only 3 years old, fearing that such a thing would happen. At that time, Shui Yu would only bring disaster to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. How long can you bind me? Yang Kai stared at Shui Yu indifferently, not showing any intention of avoiding the question. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. You and I both know that a large part of this is because of the soul chains and another part is because of your feminine heart. You've lived as a man for so long, but only in front of me can you let go of yourself and not worry about anything. The reason you want to keep me here is mostly because of this freedom, right? Shui Yu remained silent. Yang Kai's words had hit the nail on the head, so she had nothing to refute. Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn and proud as he lowered his voice. You think I'm just a little third-order Saint Cultivator who can be ordered to do whatever you want, but have you ever thought to think about it? Since I am the first person from my homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding martial artist of that place. I am the master of that place. Shui Yu used to herself to this point. Have you also to capture a monster beast to capture? Have you to capture to tame to ask to captures tame to? Shue ito stu recall. Shui couldn't help but think back to the past, the time when she had captured a king of beasts. That king of beasts was wild and difficult to tame, and it would attack people violently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it obey her orders, and in the end, she had no choice but to kill it. Shui opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Think about it carefully. I'll wait 3 days for you to give me an answer. I don't want to make things too awkward. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before turning to leave. From his eyes, Shui could see a kind of decisiveness. No matter what choice she made, Yang Kai would not stay as her guard. This man would simply leave. Without unlocking the soul chains, once he left, her situation would be worrisome. Shui knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order Saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world. So how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Shui grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words. Cruel and unscrupulous. Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young. As long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yang, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him, which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Shui sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized and she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Shui's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shui 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Shui made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch this scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha! Yang Kai beckoned to him. Holly Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha! When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Holly Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate. Take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Holly Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me. There are some good things in the storehouse. I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular. Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shui, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star. So if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to St. Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shui's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shui found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, so he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, Go in and see for yourself. Don't hesitate to take whatever you see. We'll be waiting here. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Yang Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai strode straight over to a pile of Saint crystals. There were mountains of Saint crystals here, low-rank St. Crystals, mid-rank St. Crystals, high-rank St. Crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-rank St. Crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many St. Crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the Star Territory, Yang Kai had some understanding of the value of St. Crystals and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank St. Crystals was enough to buy an origin-grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the St. Crystals, Yang Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Yang Kai had a lot of origin-grade and origin-king-grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many St. King-grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank St. King-grade, so if he worked hard enough, he could even refine St. King-grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more St. King-grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Yang Kai grasped this limit very well and stopped after filling a ring with St. King-grade herbs. The two pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Yang Kai had purchased on Water Moonstar last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Yang Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find one or two useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Yang Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Yang Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Yang Kai was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Yang Kai's eye. The best artifact here was only St. King-grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yang had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse. Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw Yang Kai walk out but didn't ask what he had taken. Nor did they check the damage inside, simply closing the door behind them. They were still hoping that when the people from the Homestar arrived, Snowmaster would help them put in a few good words so that the Homestar would exempt them from punishment. Now that Snowmaster wanted something from them, they naturally opened the door wide. Yang Kai couldn't help worrying about Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of every cultivation star was as irresponsible as Old Ha, wouldn't Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce suffer a huge loss? Chapter 1080. Inside Zhong Ao's room, Yang Kai respectfully poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man was calm and relaxed, enjoying himself without the slightest embarrassment. After filling his cup, Zhong Ao took a sip before curling his lips and putting it down. If you have something to say, just don't have any ideas about this old master's baby. Yang Kai smiled. I didn't mean that. Old Zhong worries too much. Junior just wanted to say goodbye to Senior. Junior is deeply grateful for Senior's care during this time. Regardless of whether Zhong Ao was a good person or not, Yang Kai had indeed received a lot of care from Zhong Ao these days. If not for his guidance, Yang Kai wouldn't have known how to rescue Shui Yu or how to awaken her soul avatar. Although Zhong Ao had also gained a lot, the other party was an old senior, so Yang Kai didn't mind showing some respect. Farewell. Zhong Ao was stunned. You're leaving? I'll be leaving in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded. Zhong Ao's expression became strange. Are you afraid Shui Yu's third young master will come to find trouble with you? It's time to go. When someone from Water Moonstar arrives, if you don't leave, you'll die. Even now, He still believed that Yang Kai was bold enough to touch Shui Yu's woman. Yang Kai didn't explain and simply let Zhong Ao speculate. "Little brat, do you want to consider following this old master?" Zhong Ao suddenly proposed. "It's just a woman. Since Shui Yu is President Aio's son, presumably they won't be unable to see the big picture. As long as you follow this old master, when the time comes, this old master will talk to that little brat and he should be able to turn big things into small ones. Otherwise, how could a third-order saint cultivator escape the pursuit of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? The territory of Hung Luo Star is so large that I'm afraid there will be no place for you to hide." "Why does everyone want me to stay?" Yang Kai felt depressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't show it. He knew that old Zhong had taken a fancy to his alchemy aptitude, so he shook his head and said, "Old Zhong's kindness is much appreciated, but Junior is determined to leave." Zhong Ao nodded lightly. "In that case, this old master won't force you, and there are some things here. Take them and have a look. I see that although your aptitude in alchemy is outstanding, you haven't received a systematic education. You don't have a thorough understanding of high-level medicinal herbs and the medicinal effects of pills. These things should be able to help you." Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of ancient books from his space ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he didn't stand on ceremony with him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. Yang Kai was very familiar with these ancient books as they were all part of Zhong Ao's collection. Some of them were written by Zhong Ao himself while others were collected by him from the outside. All of these books explained the medicinal properties, grades, and growing environments of the various herbs in the star territory. As long as he thoroughly understood these things, Yang Kai's alchemy technique would be able to connect with the territory of the star realm. He would no longer encounter a situation where he didn't recognize the herbs. Last time, Yang Kai hadn't been able to see too much and had felt a little regretful, thinking that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he hadn't expected Zhong Ao to take the initiative to deliver it to him. Yang Kai was very grateful. "Little brat, tell this old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit arrays you use are somewhat different from the ones in the star territory. Although they come from the same source, there are still some subtle differences." Zhong Ao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. "Old Zhong, the place this junior came from is a low-level continent. The strongest cultivator there is a third-order saint, which is the same as this junior's current level. The highest grade of alchemist is saint grade high rank, and the spirit grasses, spirit medicines, and artifacts are all capped at this grade. So I don't know much about materials above saint grade." Yang Kai no longer concealed anything and began chatting with Zhong Ao while drinking wine. Zhong Ao was shocked again and again, feeling that Yang Kai wasn't simple. A person from a low-level continent was actually able to comprehend alchemy to such an extent, solving a problem that had troubled him for 100 years with a single stroke, allowing him to now refine pills that had a 10% chance of forming pill veins. If this boy had been born on one of the best cultivation stars in the star territory, what kind of achievements would he have? Zhong Ao's conversation with Yang Kai became more and more congenial. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. Zhong Ao didn't urge him to stay, only telling Yang Kai that without Yang Kai's permission, he wouldn't divulge the method to form pill veins. Yang Kai waved his hand and didn't say anything more. Whether it was artifact refiners, alchemists, or even cultivators, all of them were a group of people who cherished their own secrets and would not reveal their own details. They would treat their precious martial skills and knowledge as secrets that would only be passed down to their own successors. It was impossible for outsiders to pry into their secrets, and once such a situation occurred, they would fight to the death. Zhong Ao, having learned the method to form pill veins from Yang Kai, was already very satisfied, so he naturally wouldn't publicize it. 2 days passed peacefully. Zhong Ao moved back to his mountain valley, apparently to recultivate the 1,000 mu of medicine field. In any case, this old man's cultivation wasn't low and he still had plenty of time to live, so there was plenty of time to cultivate the herbs in the medicine field. Shui Yu and Yang Kai had also been cooped up in their rooms for the past 2 days. Halika and Lin Mufeng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so every day they carefully went about their own business, waiting for someone from the home star to come and deal with the situation here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Shueyu's room and, without even asking, pushed open the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room as Shueyu sat at the table, her expression indifferent. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she only raised her eyes and glanced at him. Yang Kai obviously felt that Shueyu's heart was filled with anger, and her attitude was somewhat different from a few days ago. Her tender body was now surrounded by a cold aura. Yang Kai braced himself and sat down in front of her. "Let's have a drink first." Shueyu personally poured a glass of wine and brought it to Yang Kai. "Is it poisonous?" Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. "What good would it do me to poison you?" Shueyu stared at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. "Forget it. Let's get down to business. There's no need to drink this wine." He was sure that there was something fishy about this wine. With his understanding of Shueyu, this woman wouldn't easily let go of him. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality and make a scene with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Shueyu smiled sarcastically, picked up the glass, and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, she smashed the glass in front of Yang Kai, making a loud thud, as if she was demonstrating her power. "Have you thought it over? Have you thought it over?" Shueyu didn't answer his question directly. "Don't play word games with me. It's meaningless. I gave you an answer 3 days ago. Is there no room for negotiation?" Shueyu still didn't give up. "No." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Shueyu grit her teeth and shouted, "Good, you're right. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. You and I are now bound together by the soul chains. If I really force you to stay, if one day you commit suicide, I'll be buried with you. It's not worth it. If you want to leave, then we'll break the soul chains and no one will care about the other from now on. It's good that you understand." Yang Kai was overjoyed hearing this. "Don't be so happy." Shueyu slowly got up and took a few steps forward, gently opening her red lips. "The reason why I'm so stubborn and unwilling to let you go may be because of the soul chains. But you're right. A large part of it is because of my girly heart. From the age of 3 until now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. I've been very happy during this time. Old Zong told me that in order to wake me up, you almost lost your life. Although I don't know what happened during that time, since Old Zong said so, he wouldn't lie. I must thank you, because no one has ever fought so hard for a woman like me. This is the first time I've ever been cared for as a woman." Yang Kai frowned, secretly becoming vigilant. The more Shueyu spoke, the more he felt a sense of crisis. For someone like her, once she revealed her true feelings but didn't receive any response, the consequences would be extremely terrible. Once we release the soul chains, without that layer of binding, I don't know what I will do, but I will most likely try to kill you. Shueyu stood behind Yang Kai, placing her hands on his shoulders, leaning over and exhaling. "I'm mentally prepared. Don't worry. I'll definitely run far away so you won't be able to find me." Yang Kai nodded. "Your strength is too low. If I really wanted to find you, it wouldn't matter where you hid." Shueyu still whispered into Yang Kai's ear, her cold tone showing signs of melting as she softly said, "Even a woman like me can't keep you?" Yang Kai didn't make a sound, but inexplicably, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. "You really are heartless." Shueyu ground her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck as a warm liquid flowed out, followed by 2 drops of warm liquid dripping down his neck. He almost couldn't help but say a few words of comfort. After a long time, Shueyu released Yang Kai, her mouth full of golden blood. She swallowed it down and ground her teeth. "Today, I drank your blood in return for all the disrespect you've shown me. If I ever see you again, I'll skin you alive and eat your flesh. Don't doubt me, I'll do as I say. Now go, never appear in front of me again, because I don't know what I'll do." She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembling as she spoke. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth, but still didn't know what to say. Listening to the sound of Yang Kai's departing footsteps, Shueyu's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished again. From today onwards, she would become Shui Yu's third young master again. The star shuttle shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly flying towards the star field. After an hour, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the 5 colors of Rainfall Star. In his knowledge sea, it was as if a layer of shackles had been lifted, giving Yang Kai an illusion of freedom. Suddenly, a questioning voice sounded in his ear. Yang Kai responded in an affirmative tone. With a bang, the invisible shackles in his knowledge sea suddenly broke, and all his worries about Shui Yu disappeared in an instant, Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightening. Chapter 1081. Before this, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much of an effect the soul chains had on him. But the moment the soul chains were lifted, he understood that this soul skill had many mysteries. Not only could it tightly link 2 people's lives together, but it could also make 2 people develop a good impression of each other for no reason, making them reluctant to part with each other. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if Shui Yu hadn't used the soul skill on such a young man, but instead on an old man or a young woman who was half buried in the ground. What would the result have been? Could it have made the 2 of them fall in love with each other? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help shuddering. But now, the soul chains had been completely lifted by the mutual consent of both parties, and the feelings that had been imposed on Yang Kai had also disappeared. At this moment, besides feeling a little bit of regret, he no longer felt reluctant to part with Shui Yu. Whether it was in terms of appearance, identity, or cultivation, Shui Yu was a good woman. Any man would feel regret for missing out on such a good match. The moment the soul chains were lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore space, escaping 1,000 kilometers away. Shui Yu had said that once the soul chains were no longer binding her, she didn't know what she would do. Yang Kai estimated that it was very likely she would try to kill him. He knew so many of her secrets and had even hugged her, so with her cruel temperament, it would be strange for her to let him leave safely. Therefore, Yang Kai had first used his star shuttle to leave Rainfall Star and release the soul chains with Shui Yu at the maximum distance possible. This was to give himself some time to escape, lest Shui Yu turn hostile on him on the spot. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. After tearing space 10 times in a row, Yang Kai was already 10,000 kilometers away, tossing pills into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy, while desperately controlling his star shuttle to escape. He always felt a murderous intent following behind him like a shadow. 10 days later, in the territory of Rainfall Star, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle, allowing it to carry him forward. The star shuttle had been engraved with a star by Yang Kai and was now moving towards a distant location. Rainfall Star had long since disappeared, and looking back, all Yang Kai could see were the twinkling stars. After running for more than 10 days without any pursuit, Yang Kai felt he should be safe. Otherwise, with the resources Shui Yu's grasp, they should have already caught up to him. He had even thought he could escape if he was forced. He could simply hide in the void and never come out. Shui Yu wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt several life forces break into the range of his divine sense. Yang Kai's divine sense, which contained the subtle power of space, quickly withdrew, and before these people could notice, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 first-order Saint Kings, each of them controlling a star shuttle and rapidly flying towards him. Yang Kai could feel that they had been flying through Rainfall Star's territory for quite some time now, each of them consuming a great deal of energy. Were they sent by Shui Yu, or were they just passing by? Yang Kai couldn't tell, so he quietly concealed his aura and flew in a different direction, preparing to avoid these 3 people and not cause any unnecessary trouble. But to his surprise, even after he changed directions several times in succession, the 3 of them still followed him like maggots in a tarsal bone, unable to be shaken off. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them became closer and closer. At this point, if Yang Kai still didn't understand the purpose of these three people, he would have lived for so many years in vain. These three people were definitely pursuers sent by Xueyu, otherwise, their goal would not have been so clear. Sitting atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared behind him, not continuing to move forward. What did Xueyu mean by this? 3 First-Order Saint Kings wanted to capture him? She was well aware of his strength. Back on Water Moonstar, he had killed a Saint King Realm cultivator as a Second-Order Saint. Now that he had reached the Third-Order Saint Realm, how could 3 such cultivators be enough to capture him? It wasn't that she didn't have a stronger cultivator under her command. Halika and Lin Mufeng were both origin-returning realm masters, while there were plenty of Second- or Third-Order Saint Kings in the branch. As long as she gave the order, Halika would have no choice but to come. But she had only sent 3 First-Order cultivators. Did she want to use these 3 people's lives to make a clean break with him, to express her innermost thoughts and determination? This was in line with her temperament. Understanding her intentions, Yang Kai grinned. This was also good. Xueyu's actions had made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If they ever met again in the future, Yang Kai believed that Xueyu would definitely try to kill him to wash away her previous shame. She would never act so seductively towards him again. However, Yang Kai had already made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, so there would be no further interaction between them in the future. Yang Kai sat in place while the divine senses of the 3 men swept the area around him in a daze, obviously not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they got closer that the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new world and became excited, quickly withdrawing their divine senses from Yang Kai and flying over. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounding him in a triangular formation, each of them wearing a look of grievance and anger, Yang Kai knew that Xueyu had deliberately made things difficult for them and had no choice but to come. Since Xueyu had sent them here to die, they must have done something to provoke this woman and made her unhappy. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with them and had never even seen them before, so naturally he didn't feel any psychological burden to kill them. Little brat, daring to touch Xueyu's 3rd young master's woman? You're quite bold, aren't you? Although that woman has nothing good about her, making father feel very uncomfortable, her identity is not something a piece of trash like you can touch. We brothers have received orders to bring you back alive, so if you obediently cooperate, we'll make sure you suffer less. Otherwise we'll break your arms and legs and make you face a life or death situation. A burly man on the left shouted. Damn it! Father has lived for so many years yet has never flown a star shuttle into the star field. This time, I've suffered such a big loss at the hands of that woman. Boy, how are you going to compensate me? The young man in front of him also glared at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with anger, apparently blaming Yang Kai for his suffering. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was not a pleasant experience. Generally, they would take a starship to travel back and forth from Cultivation Star, occasionally carrying out some exploratory tasks, but it would only take them 3 to 5 days to return. But this time, they had chased Yang Kai for more than 10 days, all of them exhausted and consuming a massive amount of Saint Crystals. Such a loss naturally had to be recouped from Yang Kai's head. Heh, that woman only told the 3 of us to bring this little brat back, but she didn't say anything about taking his things back. I heard that before he planned to escape. He used that woman's name to get Master Halika and Master Lin Mufeng to open the storehouse and take a lot of good things from there, tens of thousands of high-rank Saint Crystals alone. The last man said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man both cast their eyes towards the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of Saint Crystals was not a small number, so all 3 of them were extremely tempted. I took 50,000 Saint Crystals. Yang Kai chuckled, holding up the ring on his hand and saying, It's all inside. There are also some Saint King grade herbs and 5 elements ores. The total value is probably no less than 100,000 Saint Crystals. Hearing what he said, no matter who it was, all 3 of them couldn't help breathing heavily, the greed and covetousness in their eyes becoming so strong that it was almost impossible to disperse. Little brat, Hand over that ring and I promise not to hurt a single hair on your head, provided you cooperate. The big man stretched out his hand to Yang Kai and shouted. You want it? Answer my question. Yang Kai smiled. If you have something to say, then say it. Hurry up and finish this matter so we can go back as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here a moment longer, the big man said impatiently. Flying a star shuttle through the star field was very dangerous. Not only was it consuming one's strength at all times, but there was also the star field storms and fast-moving asteroids. If one was not careful, one could easily be hit by one of them, putting one's life in danger. This time, if it weren't for that woman's coercion, none of these three would have been willing to accept such a difficult task. Even Master Hali Ka had been angered by that smelly woman. Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to want to cooperate, the big man hurriedly urged him. How did you find me? It's not that I'm looking down on you, it's just that with the three of your abilities, there's no way you could track me down so accurately, Yang Kai asked curiously. The three of them glanced at each other and grinned meaningfully. The big man didn't try to hide anything, flipping his hand and summoning a colorful ribbon into his palm. This ribbon was tossed out by him and seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, flying directly towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It still had the sweet scent of snow moon lingering on it. Just by relying on this? Yang Kai frowned. What is this? You're asking me, but who should I ask? The big man grinned. Before we left, that woman gave it to me, saying that if I followed its guidance, I would be able to find your location. The reason we were able to track you down was because of it. Yang Kai stared at him deeply, feeling that there was no need for the other party to lie to him. Looking at the ribbon again, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to understand something and grit his teeth. That cheap slut! At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly understood where the problem lay. That woman was truly worthy of being called a scheming person. A simple conversation before parting had actually been used by her to such an extent. The wine Snow Moon had prepared at that time was just a smokescreen. There really wasn't any medicine in it. It was just to numb Yang Kai's nerves. Her real purpose was to bite his neck while she was crying out in grief and indignation. When she bit him, she must have done something to his body unknown to him. Otherwise, how could she have determined his location with just a ribbon? Chapter 1082. After figuring out what method these three people were using to pursue him, Yang Kai calmed down. As long as he knew the method, it wouldn't be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colorful ribbon into his space ring and stared at the three people indifferently. Since Shui Yu had already made her position and attitude clear, Yang Kai should respond in kind and settle this matter with her. With a loud shout, the big man on the left suddenly pushed his strength, seemingly aware of the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes and didn't hesitate to take the initiative. The other two didn't make any moves, simply crossing their arms and smiling as they watched the show, preparing to enjoy the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being trampled. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a third-order saint cultivator, so no matter which of the three of them attacked, they could easily take him down. There was no reason for them to lose. A thick and heavy aura burst from the big man's body, causing the entire star field to become strange. From all directions, a huge pressure pressed down on Yang Kai, each one as terrifying as a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly began to crack, as if they were about to be crushed. The big man grinned fiercely as a phantom appeared behind him. This phantom quickly grew in size and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a 300-meter-tall giant. This giant lifted a foot wrapped in yellow energy and stomped down towards Yang Kai. A soul-extinguishing pressure shot out from the giant's eyes and targeted Yang Kai's knowledge sea. As soon as he saw that the other party was using a soul skill, Yang Kai grinned and stood in place calmly, not dodging or evading, simply waiting for this soul skill to invade his body. If the other party had used their physical strength to attack Yang Kai, he might have been able to contend with him, but using a soul skill like this was nothing short of stupid. Yang Kai's spiritual energy far exceeded his physical strength. reaching the level of a second-order Saint King at the very least. Coupled with his strange conflagrated knowledge C, even if he fought against a third-order Saint King using a soul skill, he wouldn't necessarily suffer a loss. This big man was just a first-order Saint King who wanted to use his strength to bully the weak and win in a single blow. So how could he have known about Yang Kai's strange abilities? Layers upon layers of spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with the burly man's comprehension of the domain seeped into Yang Kai's knowledge C. But before this spiritual energy could play its proper role, it was enveloped by a scorching force and burned to ashes in an instant. The big man's calm expression suddenly changed as his body trembled. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle and his face suddenly went pale. The strange combination of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C and his own strength had caused the big man to suffer a big loss in an instant. The spiritual energy that had invaded Yang Kai's knowledge C was immediately damaged, and the big man felt an intense pain in his head, making it almost impossible for him to think. At the same time as the big man screamed, a spear covered in black demonic flame appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and before the big man could react, Yang Kai threw it towards him. Show. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Perceiving the approaching crisis, the big man instinctively pushed his strength to protect himself, summoning a Saint King grade mid-rank defensive artifact in front of him. This artifact was shaped like an umbrella, and as it rotated, it was able to reflect many attacks. The big man had relied on this umbrella artifact to block many fatal attacks. He believed that this time would be no exception. As long as he could block this attack, he would be able to survive. He still had two companions who hadn't made a move yet. The umbrella-like artifact didn't play the protective role it should have, and the spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Yang Kai attacked. In the next moment, it strangely reappeared 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the seal of space and quickly appeared from the void bit by bit. As the burly man screamed in horror, it pierced through his body that was as hard as gold and stone. A feeling of alternating heat and cold spread from the spear as the black demonic flame ignited all over his body. The contradictory combination of bone-chilling cold and monstrous heat made it impossible for the big man to defend himself. No matter how he pushed his strength, he couldn't extinguish the demonic flame on his body, only allowing it to grow stronger and stronger. This demonic flame seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. The big man's clothes, flesh, and even his Saint Chi were all turned into fuel, causing the demonic flame to burn even more fiercely. The burly man had completely turned into a burning black fireball. He screamed and wailed in agony. Like a headless fly, he attacked randomly in the starry sky, running further and further away. Soon, he was nowhere to be seen. The expressions of the other 2 people who had been watching the show from the sidelines changed, no longer seeming as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely dignified as a deep sense of dread and horror appeared in the depths of their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about fighting above their own realm. Anyone who could become a cultivator of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch basically had their own unique skills and could fight above their own realm. But even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Killing a high-level martial artist in the blink of an eye with a difference of 1 realm was something that they didn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening right under their noses. They immediately realized the horror of Yang Kai and knew that they had taken on an extraordinary task this time. Without any discussion or exchange of glances, the 2 of them attacked Yang Kai at the same time, not daring to hold back. They just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai as soon as possible. One of them took out a drum-like artifact, and while rushing towards Yang Kai, he struck the drum with the drumstick in his hand. Dong. The deep sound seemed to spread to the deepest part of the star territory, accompanied by a thick murderous intent that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his left hand and condensed the grand heavenly shield in front of him, but the invisible attack had already arrived. The grand heavenly shield seemed to have been hit by a fierce attack. The surface of the shield fiercely caved in and almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand, his sword intent awe-inspiring. From the long sword, A rainbow light shot out, coordinating with the sound wave attack of the drum, desperately attacking Yang Kai. The grand heavenly shield lasted less than 3 breaths before shattering. Saint Kings were no longer small fries. Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles and spent countless years cultivating painstakingly in order to achieve their current level of strength. Facing the all-out attack of these two, Yang Kai didn't dare to show the slightest carelessness. Demonic flames surged all over his body as a pitch-black dragon appeared behind him. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, the dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Its eyes were even larger than houses as it aggressively welcomed the two people pouncing towards it. Yang Kai stepped on top of the dragon's head as a vast sea of spiritual energy rushed towards the two men. His hands were not idle either, constantly condensing his Saint Chi and using his 9 heavens divine skills which contained the mysteries of space. The profound heavenly sword, heaven-punishing spear, heaven-covering hand. Each strike broke through the blockade of space, disappearing and reappearing at will, making it impossible for these two to guard against. After cultivating for so long, Yang Kai had also figured out one thing, and that was that there was no strict distinction between good and bad martial skills. As one's strength grew and one's understanding of the mysteries of their strength increased, even low-level martial skills could play a huge role. Martial skills were not like artifacts. A low-level artifact was a low-level artifact. It could never become a high-level artifact, nor could it cope with high-level battles. Martial skills, on the other hand, were flexible uses of one's strength. Even at the end of one's cultivation, there was no need for martial skills. As long as one had enough control over their own strength, they could adapt to the situation as the battle progressed. The development of martial skills was only to set a standard for cultivator, allowing them to understand the mysteries of their own strength through the use of martial skills. Therefore, after arriving in Star Territory, the artifacts and herbs Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm were of no use, except for the soul-warming lotus and demon eye of annihilation, but he could still use his martial skills freely. An extremely fierce aura exuded from the black dragon's body, causing the two Saint King realm cultivators' courage to tremble. Even though they tried their best to attack Yang Kai and the black dragon, they were unable to cause any damage. The black dragon pressed down on them like a collapsing mountain, and the infinite pressure it exerted made it impossible for them to move. The gigantic dragon's mouth opened wide and swallowed one of the men in one gulp. Then it bit down on the body of the other man. Although it didn't bite him in half, the pitch-black demonic flames directly spread to his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He directly followed in the footsteps of the first man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually faded away. The black dragon dissipated and turned into a cluster of flames that poured into Yang Kai's body. In the vast star field, only 2 burned corpses remained. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not absorb the spiritual energy of the dead as he usually did. Shaking his head helplessly, Yang Kai knew that the souls of these 2 people should have been completely burned away by the demonic flames. There was nothing to feel regretful about. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Rainfall Star before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. Rainfall Star, inside the palace of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. Shuiyu, who was wearing a bright red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes and sat motionlessly on a chair. Her beautiful face was expressionless, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman all stood nearby, glancing at each other from time to time, but none of them dared to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive to the extreme. None of them knew what had happened. Shuiyu had actually sent 3 first-order Saint King cultivator to pursue Yang Kai after he left. Yang Kai had worked hard for nearly a year to awaken Shuiyu. Hali Ka and the others had all witnessed this, so they really couldn't understand what this master and servant pair were up to. How had they become enemies? Could it be that little brat had abandoned her? Hali Ka and the others all had this conjecture. On top of that, Old Zong didn't seem to care about this matter at all. The branch's 3 leaders were all worried to death. Just as they were wondering, though, Hali Ka's face suddenly changed and he took out a wooden token from his space ring. examined it carefully for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Master Shui, Heiying and the other two are dead." Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, but she didn't seem surprised at all. Her furrowed brow also relaxed at this moment, as if she had put down some heavy burden and let out a long sigh. Chapter 1083. After learning about the death of the 3 people she had sent out, Shui Yu didn't say anything, simply standing up and walking towards her room. "Master Shui." Holly Ka stepped forward and called out. Shui Yu paused and turned around to stare at him coldly. Holly Ka couldn't help feeling a sense of panic as he stared at the beautiful stars in her eyes, gulping nervously. He didn't know why, but he saw the shadow of Shui Yu's 3rd young master in those eyes. Holly Ka, as the person in charge of Rainfall Star's branch, had naturally seen Shui Yu's 3rd young master and had also experienced his methods, so he was all too familiar with this look. It was clearly the look on Shui Yu's 3rd young master's face when he was angry. Not thinking about why these 2 people with different surnames would have the same look, Holly Ka quickly asked, "Master Shui, Black Eagle and the others were killed by little brother Yang?" "Yes." Shui Yu nodded gently. Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the middle-aged woman all paled. "How is that possible? Little brother Yang is only a 3rd-order saint. Even if he can fight across realms, at most he can deal with 1 person. How could he be their opponent when 3 of them joined forces?" Lin Mufeng shook his head like a rattle, unable to believe Shui Yu's words. That was 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator, not 3 saints. This was simply too incredible. "Then how do you think they died?" Shui Yu looked at Lin Mufeng faintly, the latter not knowing how to answer. Holly Ka, on the other hand, carefully asked, "Master Shui, why did you seem so happy after hearing the news of Black Shadow and the others' deaths?" "Am I?" Shui Yu's expression remained indifferent. Holly Ka shook his head, no longer dwelling on this issue. Black Shadow and the others had died because they weren't strong enough. They couldn't blame anyone else. After thinking about it for a moment, Holly Ka asked, "Master Shui, that Yang Kai is your guard, but he killed 3 of my branch's people. How should we deal with him? How can we deal with him? He's no longer my guard. And if you see him in the future, capture him alive. I want him to taste all the torture in this world." Shui Yu ordered. Her voice was as cold as the cold wind from the 9 nether purgatory as she slowly walked away with her hands behind her back. The 3 people in the hall looked at each other. Master Shui seems to have let go of something. The middle-aged woman looked pensive. "I don't quite understand. Why did the 2 of them seem to be on good terms a few days ago, but in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became enemies?" Holly Ka looked confused. "The matters of the youngsters. Sai, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui has instructed us to do so, we'll just do as she says. But what a pity. That brat actually has such terrifying strength. If we had known earlier, we would have kept him and nurtured him properly." Holly Ka also nodded fiercely, feeling it was a real pity. A 3rd-order Saint Cultivator being able to kill 3 Saint Kings. Such aptitude and strength were extremely rare even in the entire Star Territory. The next time they met, they could only follow Master Shui's orders and capture him alive. In the vast Star Territory, the star field was filled with twinkling stars, like beautiful eyes that only knew how to speak. Yang Kai had been wandering the Star Territory for half a year now. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he had been heading towards another cultivation star. The star array above his knowledge sea provided him with a lot of convenience. At the very least, he knew where his goal was and wouldn't get lost in the star field. If it were anyone else, flying a star shuttle through the star field for half a year, they would likely have lost their way long ago. However, Yang Kai, who had mastered the star-star array, didn't need to worry about this. The distance between cultivation stars was variable. Some distances were short and could be crossed by a star shuttle in 1 or 2 months, while others were so long that even if one relied on a starship, it would take several years of travel. Yang Kai's goal was relatively far away. Although half a year had passed, according to his estimation, it would still take him another 3 months to reach his destination. This was the sorrow of the poor. Without the ability to buy a starship, there was not enough manpower to operate one, so flying through the star field with a star shuttle was very time-consuming. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't waste these days. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly helping Yang Kai absorb world energy. The star field's world energy was very thin, so the heavenly spirit ghost orchid couldn't play much of a role. During this time, Yang Kai had been relying on high-rank saint crystals to restore his consumption and cultivate. While cultivating, he also studied alchemy. The books he obtained from Old Zong had been flipped through several times, memorizing the grades, effects, names, and characteristics of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Zong Ao's own spirit array diagrams had also been thoroughly studied by Yang Kai. After studying all this, Yang Kai began studying the mysteries of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm Cultivator had allowed him to discover the wonders of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space had been attached to Yang Kai's divine sense threads, allowing them to break through the shackles of space and leap forward, allowing him to explore further and more secret places, making it difficult for others to detect him. Even if he was detected, it would be impossible for others to track him down and track him down. Yang Kai had long understood all of this. Now, he also understood that the Tao of Space could be used to enhance his Saint Chi attacks. In that battle, the 9 Heavens' divine skills had relied on the Tao of Space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks that caught the enemy off guard. This inadvertent discovery had caused his combat effectiveness to soar. When he was a second-order saint on Water Moonstar, he had exhausted himself fighting a first-order Saint King cultivator, but now, killing 3 cultivators in the same realm was a piece of cake for him. This was the advantage of using the Tao of Space flexibly. Naturally, Yang Kai began studying the Tao of Space more and more diligently. Along the way, Yang Kai had comprehended many mysteries, and many things that had previously been difficult to understand were now suddenly clear, allowing him to temper his understanding of the Tao of Space with great enthusiasm. Since entering the star territory, Yang Kai had encountered too many powerful masters, including those who had truly mastered the Grand Divine Technique. Yang Kai quickly realized the huge gap between himself and these masters. If one wanted to take root and survive in a place, one's own strength was essential. Fortunately, he had many advantages that others could not match. Conflagrated knowledge C, demon god golden blood, a huge reserve of Saint Chi, and his aptitude that had been tempered to the limit. These various advantages convinced Yang Kai that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to stand above the rest of the world. He had walked this path once before. On Tongxian Realm, he had gone from obscurity to fame, from a solitary figure to a master who commanded millions, so he was no stranger to it. Now, Yang Kai was simply retracing the path he had taken before, so although it would take a little longer, it wasn't a big problem. The star shuttle quickly moved forward, and Yang Kai didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned as he glanced to the side, a look of surprise flashing across his face. More than a dozen blue lights were rapidly approaching from the side, each representing a star shuttle. They moved like the wind, led by a monster raceman with 2 horns on his head. Yang Kai didn't know which branch he belonged to, but the hair on his cheeks was very lush, giving him an extremely rough appearance. Around this man were gathered cultivators from various races, each of them exuding Saint King realm fluctuations, each of them holding a different type of artifact, their eyes cold. Yang Kai had been immersed in his own world, so by the time he noticed them and tried to avoid them, it was already too late. Yang Kai had not expected that in this vast star territory, he would encounter a group of cultivators who also used star shuttles. The dozen blue lights quickly approached and soon arrived beside Yang Kai, all of them staring at him curiously, but after discovering that Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint Cultivator, their eyes suddenly filled with disdain, some of them even pointing at Yang Kai and laughing unscrupulously. The leader of the group was a man from the Demon Clan. He was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand. The spear glowed brightly and was engraved with blue patterns. Waves of dense water energy rippled from the spear. His cold eyes swept over Yang Kai's body, his divine sense sweeping over him without any scruples. as if he wanted to see through Yang Kai from the inside out. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he sat atop his star shuttle. "Boy, did you see anyone else pass by here?" the monster race man asked, his voice like thunder, exploding in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai shook his head. "You really didn't see anyone?" The monster race man seemed to be in disbelief as he stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. "That group of people was clearly heading in your direction. We followed them all the way here. How could you not see them? Did you accept some kind of benefit from them and not want to reveal their whereabouts?" He obviously felt that Yang Kai was lying to him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "You're the only group of people I've encountered in the past few months. I really haven't met anyone else before this." Yang Kai's attitude could be considered friendly and kind, but he didn't want to stir up any trouble. He just wanted to reach his destination as soon as possible and settle down on that cultivation star. Drifting around the star field all the time was not a pleasant experience, and the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies were almost completely exhausted. "DG, this boy's courage isn't ordinary," a woman next to him suddenly said. A third-order saint cultivator who could face so many saint kings without batting an eyelid was either a madman, a daredevil, or someone with some kind of backing. The woman felt that the latter was more likely. The monster race man named DG nodded. "This little brat's cheeky face is obviously not a good thing. He must have seen that group of people but deliberately didn't tell us." Someone else interjected, glaring at Yang Kai with unkind eyes, seemingly wanting to attack Yang Kai. DG stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes flashing slightly, but he didn't take a stand. "Why bother with his nonsense? Just kill him and let me refine his soul. Won't we know if he's lying or not?" Another man shouted, looking quite impatient as he shouted, "If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai glanced over at him and grinned meaningfully, a cold light flashing across the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1084. Forget it. There's no need to complicate matters. He doesn't look like he's lying. The monster race man named DG suddenly shook his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking Yang Kai, instead saying loudly, "Little brat, you should be tactful. Our group has been running around here for a long time trying to find traces of some people, but we haven't been able to find them. We've consumed a lot of Saint Crystals and don't have much left. If you give me some Saint Crystals and some restorative pills, I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He had thought that this group of people would definitely attack him, but now things had taken a turn for the worse. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai readily agreed. "Good." Saying so, the space ring on Yang Kai's hand flashed and thousands of high-rank Saint Crystals flew out towards Yang Kai. When the group of people saw these Saint Crystals flying over, their eyes all went red and they began snatching them up, each of them bursting with joy. They had probably been wandering the star territory for a long time. Otherwise, with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to be so happy just because they obtained some Saint Crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking back to the He Zhao and He Miao sisters from Sword Union. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had also exhausted their Saint Crystals and recovery pills, and had to find a hole to hide in to avoid the raging power of the star field. If it weren't for Yang Kai's assistance, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the star field for so long, Saint Crystals and recovery pills had become a lifeline. Seeing Yang Kai toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals without even blinking, DG couldn't help showing a look of surprise. He hadn't expected this young man to be so rich. Being able to toss out 1,000 high-rank Saint Crystals meant he had even more Saint Crystals in his space ring. For a time, DG couldn't help feeling excited. Not only him, but the other cultivator holding Yang Kai's Saint Crystals also had greedy looks as they stared at the ring on Yang Kai's hand, all of them wishing they could rush up and snatch it away. A few of them had already quietly moved away, hiding their strength and waiting for DG's order to take Yang Kai's life. The woman who had spoken before was also looking at DG. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. DG's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle before he suddenly grinned and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, if you're smart, I'll spare your life this time. Let's go." The group of people reluctantly followed behind DG, many of them wondering why he would let go of such a fat sheep. His strength was low, he was young, and he had so many Saint Crystals, there was no reason to let him go. But since Dicky had spoken, they didn't refute him. They just kept sighing. The group of people gradually walked away until Yang Kai could no longer be seen. The woman said, "DG, this is not your style. What are you worried about?" DG snorted and looked back, finding that everyone in the group was looking at him, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation. So he couldn't help shouting, "I've seen many bold people, but that little brat isn't just bold. You're all blind. Didn't you notice that he wasn't afraid of us at all? He's only a third-order saint. Why isn't he afraid of us? In this vast star territory, he's all alone. If we kill him, no one will know. Why isn't he afraid of us?" Someone thought for a moment and muttered, "Could it be there are other elders around him waiting to ambush him? Yes, a stupid pig like you should die early and be reincarnated." DG shouted angrily, "It must have been hard for you to live until now." The man who was scolded blushed but didn't dare refute, only muttering a few words, no one understanding what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman thoughtfully asked, "You don't mean to say that little brat is so fearless that he isn't afraid we'll kill him, right?" DG nodded. "That should be the case. How could that be? He's just a third-order saint. There are so many of us here. How could he possibly kill all of us?" The woman shouted in disbelief. "He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. That little brat must have a powerful master behind him who probably has an artifact bestowed upon him by his elders. Once we start fighting, he'll be able to use that artifact to escape. At that time, we won't be able to reap any benefits and will only end up embarrassing ourselves. When his elders come knocking on our door, who would be able to eat them?" Listening to DG's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt DG's words made sense. If he didn't have any backing, how could a third-order saint remain indifferent when facing so many cultivators who were far stronger than him? Then why did you still dare to ask him for Saint Crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Wouldn't that create a grudge with him? It's not that serious. DG waved his hand. DG waved his hand. It's just a few Saint Crystals. Since he has the protection of his elders, naturally he won't place them in his eyes. He probably also knows that I'm just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Otherwise, how could a group of people show off in front of him for so long only to retreat with their tails between their legs? Didn't you see him throw those Saint Crystals over so easily? That little brat is a shrewd man who knows how to deal with people. Are all youngsters nowadays so difficult to deal with? Can't they give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled tenderly as she played with the Saint Crystals in her hand, discovering that they were all high-rank goods, immediately understanding that DG was telling the truth. A young third-order saint being able to possess such a rich fortune was definitely a gift from his elders. Regardless of that little brat, the person we're looking for must be hiding nearby. You take a group of people and we'll split up to search. When we find him, send me a message. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back. After drifting here for half a year, I really don't want to stay here any longer." "Okay." The woman nodded, picking out half of the people in the group and splitting up with DG. Aboard his star shuttle, Yang Kai remained calm, the little episode just now having no effect on him. With his understanding of the Tao of space, his ability to escape had also gradually improved. Now, as long as he didn't encounter a master above the origin returning realm, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could simply tear space and escape. No one would dare to chase him into the void. However, since 1,000 Saint Crystals could save him some trouble, he was happy to do so. Time passed by as Yang Kai continued to move towards his goal. On this day, he charged into an ocean of meteors. There were countless meteors of various sizes as far as the eye could see. They were large like mountains and small like jade plates, and the endless stream of meteors had converged into a grand ocean. In the starry sky there were many such asteroid seas, some of which even star shuttles had to travel for several months before they could escape. Generally speaking, these asteroid seas followed the flow of the current without any particular pattern. When a starship sailed, it would prioritize avoiding these asteroid seas. These asteroids not only affected the speed of navigation but also added great danger to the starship. A single mishap could lead to the destruction of the starship. A good chart master would carve a suitable route according to the destination of the starship so that it could travel safely. After arriving here, Yang Kai couldn't let his star shuttle move forward on its own because if he made a mistake, it would hit an oncoming meteorite. He had to temporarily put aside his other matters and focus on controlling his star shuttle. Shuttling through the dense asteroid sea, after 10 days or so, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the asteroid sea. In front of him was still an endless sea of meteorites, with no end in sight. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though. In any case, he didn't have anything urgent to do. Amidst the dark asteroid sea, a burst of light suddenly bloomed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Various life auras, both strong and weak, came from that direction as well as the sound of fierce fighting. There are actually people in this place. Yang Kai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation in front of him, it seemed that there was some kind of dispute and a desperate struggle. Involuntarily, Yang Kai thought of the group of people he met a few days ago. Couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yang Kai had been wandering around the star field for half a year and hadn't seen a single person. Now that he met them again, it was very likely that they were the same group. Last time, Yang Kai had learned from the other party's words that they were chasing after his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yang Kai quietly rushed over and hid his aura, soon arriving behind a huge meteorite. Using the cover of the meteorite, he looked over and found that his guess was correct. One side of the battle was the group of cultivators led by DG. Originally, there were nearly 20 of them, but now less than half were left. The others were nowhere to be seen, but judging from the crimson bloodstains and broken limbs on the nearby meteorites, the missing half were most likely dead. The group of cultivators who were fighting DG and the others were not faring much better. Everyone was doing their best and panting heavily, using all kinds of subtle secret arts and artifacts, many of them cursing as they fought. Both sides were in a tragic situation, with people constantly injured and dying. Yang Kai hid nearby, so no one noticed that the souls of the dead cultivators were all being sucked into Yang Kai's knowledge sea by an invisible suction force. These people were all Saint King Realm Masters and would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation and comprehension of the martial Tao and heavenly way. Yang Kai was happy to see this and quietly moved towards the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the souls of the dead cultivators. DG and his group were not good people. Yang Kai could see this from their previous attitude towards him. If it weren't for DG having scruples at that time, these people would have definitely attacked him. So, even if they all died, Yang Kai didn't care. Yang Kai didn't know the people fighting DG, so there was no need for him to stand up for them. Yang Kai liked to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight while reaping the benefits of the fishermen. Yang Kai didn't know how long the two sides had been fighting, but from the extent of their consumption, it should have been at least 1 or 2 hours. The battlefield was constantly shifting as the meteorite sea drifted. Yang Kai had been moving with them all this time, secretly praying that the remaining cultivators would die early and reincarnate. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people left alive. No matter which side it was, there were only 3 or 5 people left. Even third-order Saint Kings couldn't avoid the call of death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, keenly noticed that there was one person who, even after seeing his companions die, didn't care about them at all. Instead, he simply ran back and forth across the asteroids, carefully inspecting them one by one, as if he was looking for something. Chapter 1085. The reduction in the number of people and the huge consumption of their own strength seemed to have caused both sides to gradually become more rational. They no longer fought without any regard for their own safety and instead became more cautious. Yang Kai waited for half a day but couldn't help feeling bored. If no one died, there was no way for him to obtain any benefits, so continuing to stay here was just a waste of time. So, he quietly left the asteroid he was hiding behind and prepared to continue to his destination, while tempering the souls of the several dozen Saint King realm cultivator he had devoured before. Both sides in the battle were busy dealing with their opponents, so no one discovered his whereabouts. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away from the battlefield and was about to summon his star shuttle when a strange and mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned his head and saw a bright flash of light amidst the encirclement of countless asteroids, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai came to a halt, a look of astonishment filling his face. That energy fluctuation just now felt very familiar to him. It was clearly space force fluctuations. In other words, it was very likely that someone had torn space on the other side. This discovery made Yang Kai slightly surprised. After spending a few years in the Starry Sky territory, Yang Kai had learned from various sources that the number of cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was shockingly small. Even if one searched the entire Starry Sky territory, there weren't many. Space Force was a very obscure type of force, difficult to learn, difficult to master, and even more difficult to study. Unexpectedly discovering something in this place made Yang Kai want to inquire about who this person was and see if he could learn from their methods. It would be best if they could interact with each other. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai soon arrived at the previous battlefield. Yang Kai's expression became even more puzzled as he found that there was not a single person there at the moment. Only a weak space force slowly spreading out. What happened? Kai Yang could no longer hold back the curiosity in his heart, so he turned around and rushed back. Not long after, he once again arrived at the previous battlefield. Looking left and right, this place was indeed deserted. The few people who were still fighting had long since disappeared, and the strange thing was, there were no corpses nearby. Following the weak space force, Yang Kai came to a stop on a mountain-like asteroid and stood in front of a hollow gate. This gate was extremely simple, and at first glance it was obvious it had been there for many years. A thick layer of space spirit crystal was inlaid on its frame. At the base of the door, there were 2 grooves in which Saint Crystals could be placed. In these 2 grooves, the 2 high-rank Saint Crystals were dim, their internal energy having been completely consumed. Space array. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that things weren't as he thought. The reason why there were weak spatial energy fluctuations was not because someone had torn space, but because the space array had been opened. As for the 2 Saint Crystals that had been drained of their energy, it should have been because the space array had been activated. How could there be a space array here? In other words, when the 2 sides were fighting before, the cultivator who had not participated in the battle and had instead been searching for something on the meteorite had been aiming for this space array. What was on the other side of this space array? The 2 missing groups must have been teleported away through this space array. Yang Kai stood in front of the space array, his expression fluctuating as his thoughts raced. A moment later, Yang Kai reached out and took out the 2 Saint Crystals he had placed at the base of the space array. The 2 high-rank Saint Crystals had already lost their energy and replaced them with 2 other intact high-rank Saint Crystals before pouring his true chi into them and activating the space array. A bright light flashed and the center of the gate in front of him rippled, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's threads of divine sense penetrated the gate and coincided with the power fluctuations of the space array, traversing tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, only a grotesque land. Here, the vegetation was lush, the sun was bright, and the land was thriving. With a single glance, one could tell that this was a rich land. Yang Kai took back his threads of divine sense and, without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. In a flash, Yang Kai appeared on the same continent he had seen before. The world energy aura was overwhelming, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. The world energy aura on this continent was actually richer than on Rainfall Star. Although it couldn't be compared to the floating continent, it was definitely not something other cultivation stars could compare with. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid tattoo on his chest finally played a huge role. Under the large mouth on the tattoo, a large amount of world energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed look, even thinking about entering retreat here until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was simply too rare. If it weren't for giving Shuiyu face, Holly Ka wouldn't have given this treasure to Yang Kai. Although the medicinal efficacies would only last for 2 to 3 years before gradually disappearing, so far only half of that time had passed. Yang Kai really didn't want to waste it. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. In the starry skies, he could perfectly conceal his aura and prevent others from discovering him. However, he couldn't do so here. Even if he could restrain his aura, the heavenly spirit ghost orchid was constantly devouring the world energy. This kind of abnormality would be easily detected by others. Sure enough, just as he began to worry, the cultivator who had arrived here first flew over from a short distance away. There weren't many of them, each side only having 3 or 5 people. They all seemed to be wondering why someone had suddenly broken into this place. A moment later, the 2 sides who had been fighting before gathered together, all of them curiously staring at Yang Kai, wondering which side he belonged to. The monster race man named DG was stunned for a moment before grinning meaningfully. "Boy, how come it's you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes filled with vigilance. She thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way here. "Don't misunderstand. I don't know them. I just met them once in the star field." Yang Kai ignored DG, and instead explained to the other group of people who were glaring at him. The leader of this group was also a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his strength was the same as DG's, a third-order Saint King. He stepped out of the group and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the asteroid sea, so I followed it to have a look. I didn't expect it to be a space array, so I came here out of curiosity. You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. I'll just take a look and leave." As he spoke, Yang Kai secretly remained vigilant. Although there were fewer people on both sides right now, both of them had third-order Saint Kings. On top of that, both sides were extremely vigilant towards him, so the slightest mistake would lead to him being besieged. Yang Kai had no choice but to lower his posture while thinking about how to make them fight for a while longer. It would be best if all of them died, which would give him plenty of time to explore this continent and see if there was anything good here. The man who spoke just now stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. After a long time, he nodded, his eyes suddenly flashing a kind light as he smiled and said, "I believe in you. Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you've come here, don't even think about leaving." DG laughed. "Before in Starfield, Father here didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to deal with you, but now that we're here, I want to see where you can run." Saying so, he turned to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Gui Che, you and I have consumed a lot of St. Crystals and restorative pills. This little brat is a fat sheep. The last time we met, he directly threw out 1,000 pieces of high-rank St. Crystal, each one of them excellent. I'm sure he has even more St. Crystals in his space ring. How about we split it 50-50? "That's a good proposal." The middle-aged man named Gui Che nodded lightly, looking at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai also looked at him with a smile, his expression indifferent. DG laughed and said, "Gui Che, although Father here looks down on you, you're a straightforward person, something Father here appreciates very much. Let's put it this way, do you want to do it or should I? Why don't the 2 of us do it together to avoid suspicion?" Gui Che slowly shook his head. "I won't do it." DG gawked for a moment, but before he could figure out what Gui Che meant, the latter turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, would you like to come with us?" "Come with you?" Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Let's explore this place together." No one has been here for a long time, so there are many good things waiting for us to explore. If you follow us, there will be many benefits for you. How about it? Guiche invited sincerely. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned, not knowing why Guiche was inviting a third-order saint cultivator. Not only did DG's group feel this way, even those around Guiche wore suspicious looks. Only the monster race master, DG, who seemed rough on the surface but was actually quite perceptive, instantly understanding Guiche's intentions and snickering. Guiche, aren't you being a bit too shameless? If you want this little brat to explore some dangerous places for you, just say so. What's the point of trying to tempt him with benefits? Little brat, don't listen to his nonsense. Father can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not gain any benefits, you'll even die without a burial. With DG's words hitting the nail on the head, everyone suddenly understood. Guiche didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and instead looked even more sincere. Yes, I do have such an idea, but little brother, your strength is too low. How can you obtain any benefits without paying a price? If you follow me, you'll still have a chance to survive. I won't let you go to places that are too dangerous, but if you follow DG, and you won't live past tomorrow. Can I act alone? Just pretend you didn't notice me, Yang Kai said with a distressed look. Everyone burst into laughter, their expressions filled with ridicule. Good, it looks like if I don't choose a side, I'll die immediately, right? DG and Guiche didn't speak, the former just snickering, his intentions obvious. Chapter 1086. Yang Kai's eyes wandered between Guiche and DG for a moment before he pointed to Guiche and said, I'll go with you. Guiche nodded with satisfaction. DG had an indifferent expression on his face. Although having a laborer to explore the way was good, Yang Kai's strength was too low for DG's liking. With just a third-order saint, as long as he encountered any kind of danger, he would lose his life, so what use was there for him? DG's only regret was the saint crystals in Yang Kai's space ring, but the world energy aura in this place was rich, so saint crystals didn't matter. Snorting, DG turned to Yang Kai and said sarcastically, Little brat, you'll die an ugly death. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'll only die faster if I follow you. Yang Kai retorted mercilessly. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either of these two groups. If he couldn't win, he could just hide. The third-order Saint King Guiche wanting to capture him was simply a fool's dream. The reason Yang Kai compromised was because he wanted to use these people to explore the mysteries of this place. Since they were all looking for this place, it was obvious they knew something about it. I'll be waiting to collect your corpse. DG stretched out his hand and nodded to Yang Kai before waving his hand and shouting, Let's go! Saying so, he led the people around him and flew off in a certain direction. There weren't many people left with him, so obviously he didn't want to fight with Guiche anymore. Let's go. Guiche didn't try to stop them and simply nodded with a smile before walking off in a different direction. The other three followed closely behind, with Yang Kai keeping up with their pace and bringing up the rear. No words were spoken along the way as Guiche and the others didn't seem to be in the mood to talk. The previous battle had left them with countless casualties and everyone was still immersed in the grief of losing their friends and family. So naturally, they didn't bother to pay attention to a small outsider like Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also happy to see this and simply followed behind the four of them while silently observing their surroundings. Among these four, besides Guiche, who was a third-order Saint King, there was also a man with a face full of scars who was also a third-order Saint King. Guiche called him Ganji. There was also a young woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes that made one's imagination run wild. Finally, there was a tall and thin young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai. Both of them were second-order Saint King cultivators, but Yang Kai didn't know their names for the time being. With such a lineup, Yang Kai had absolutely no chance of winning, but Yang Kai was confident that he could escape. He looked carefully and found that the skinny, bamboo-like young man was the one who had been looking for him on the meteorite. He should be the one who found the space array. Along the way, from time to time, The young man would take out an ancient-looking animal skin parchment. There were many strange patterns and lines carved on the parchment. It should be a map. Under the leadership of this young man, the group pushed forward. This continent was rich in world energy, so naturally, it was also rich in materials. Herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old were everywhere. Yang Kai was delighted to see this and began collecting them. Guiche didn't stop him and instead joined the others in collecting herbs and putting them into his space ring. Yang Kai gave them a few pointers, telling them what kind of herbs to use and how to collect in order to maintain their full medicinal efficacies, immediately making the four of them look at him in a new light. "Are you an alchemist?" The young woman couldn't help asking. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Alchemists were very few in number. Generally speaking, alchemists focused on alchemy while their cultivation and realm were only secondary. Their combat strength was also very low. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the four obviously relaxed their vigilance towards him. "What grade of pills can you refine?" The young woman became even more curious. "Saint grade high-rank pills. Not bad." Guiche interjected with a smile. Being able to refine Saint grade high-rank pills with just a third-order Saint realm cultivation, it seems that you'll be able to refine Saint king grade pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be coveted by many great forces. Boy, you need to work hard. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. "I'm curious, why is your body absorbing world energy all the time? What kind of pill did you eat?" The cultivator named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a look of confusion filling his face. It wasn't just him, the others were also the same. The abnormality of Yang Kai's body was obvious. He obviously wasn't circulating his secret art, but the surrounding world energy was still constantly flowing into his body, helping him enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and excited, so naturally they wanted to inquire about this. "I didn't eat any pills, it's all thanks to this." Kai Yang took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. For pairs of eyes stared at him, only to see a picture of a ghost infant. The ghost infant's mouth opened and closed, sucking in large amounts of world energy. "What is this?" The young woman couldn't help reaching out to touch it, but she didn't find anything unusual. "Heavenly spirit ghost orchid?" Guiche's complexion changed slightly as he muttered, seeing through the mysteries of this flower at a glance. "Heavenly spirit ghost orchid?" The other three also exclaimed, the slender young man's eyes flashing a fiery light as he asked excitedly, "That kind of strange treasure that can assist one's cultivation? He took a heavenly spirit ghost orchid?" And Yang Kai nodded calmly. "Where did you get this thing?" Guiche asked anxiously. "Do you have any more?" The heavenly spirit ghost orchid was extremely rare, so even he couldn't help coveting it. With this thing, he could save several years of cultivation time, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. "No, this was given to me by a senior," Yang Kai said as he straightened his clothes. He wasn't afraid of exposing the existence of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid because this kind of strange treasure would disappear once it was consumed. Even if others dug out their own flesh and blood, they wouldn't be able to use it again. Sure enough, when they heard Yang Kai's answer, all four of them showed looks of disgust. A third-order Saint Realm cultivator actually used such a rare treasure to assist in his cultivation, and instead of going into secluded retreat, it was simply too wasteful. If this had happened to anyone else, they would have obediently found a place with rich world energy and secluded themselves until the heavenly spirit ghost orchid's medicinal efficacies wore off, never coming out. For a time, the four of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and anger, Guiche even trembling with anger, seemingly wishing he could kill Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. "There are so many materials here. Maybe we can find one or two heavenly spirit ghost orchids," Yang Kai said casually. The young woman rolled her eyes at him. "The environment in which the heavenly spirit ghost orchid grows is extremely harsh. How could it be so easy to find? I'm afraid there aren't any in this place." "Don't be so long-winded, kid. Lead the way. If you encounter any danger you can't handle, come back quickly." Ganji was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Kai wasting the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, so he pointed to the front and shouted at him. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and took the lead. This place was somewhat different from the floating continent. Although the world energy here was extremely rich and the materials here were abundant, there were clearly traces of monster beasts here. Moreover, these monster beasts were all high-level monster beasts, with countless 7th or 8th class ones appearing. Occasionally, there would be a few 6th class ones, but they would appear in large groups, giving off a fierce aura. Guiche and the others obviously didn't know much about this place. Although they had the animal skin parchment in the young man's hand as a guide, the patterns on it were a mess and none of them could see through them, so they could only feel their way across the river. Yang Kai led the way and didn't encounter too much danger. He could easily kill a single 6th order monster beast, but once he found a 7th order or 8th order monster beast, he would immediately turn back and inform Guiche and the others of the situation so they could deal with it. This kind of cautious behavior made the group of 4 despise him, all of them thinking that this little brat was a coward and a coward. Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, only displaying the strength of an ordinary 3rd order saint cultivator. When fighting the monster beast, he would also help out. Guiche and the others had been observing him for many days but didn't find anything suspicious, so they gradually relaxed their vigilance. A mere 3rd order saint cultivator really wasn't qualified for them to pay too much attention to him. Guiche had invited Yang Kai to lead the way before, so he had done so in an open and above-board manner. However, Guiche had obviously overestimated the danger of this place. Besides the monster beast, there was no other danger here. As time passed, Yang Kai's harvest was great. In addition to the herbs he had collected, there were also the teeth, sharp claws, fur, and monster cores of the monster beast. Guiche didn't take things too far. Every time a monster beast was killed, the rewards would be distributed according to their contributions. Naturally, Yang Kai's share was the least valuable. Yang Kai didn't complain. He gradually became familiar with this group of people, and although he knew they didn't have good intentions towards him, he didn't say anything. This group of people didn't seem to be from the same force. Although everyone obeyed Guiche's orders, it was obvious that Guiche and Ganji were on their own, while the young woman and the thin young man were on the same side, supporting and helping each other in battle. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why people like them would gather together and what they were looking for in this place. He didn't ask because he was afraid of arousing suspicion from these 4 people. After another seemingly concerted battle, Guiche divided the spoils. The 8th order monster beast's monster core was tossed to Ganji and several jars of the monster beast's blood were collected, 1 for each person. As for the monster beast's teeth, claws, and fur, they weren't spared, cutting them off and putting them into their own space pouches. Yang Kai held a jar of blood and put it into his space ring with an indifferent look on his face. Monster beast's blood was also very useful. It could be used for alchemy, for arranging spirit arrays, and sometimes even for artifact refining. After the battle, it was naturally time to rest. These 4 people had taken a lot of saint crystals from Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, each of them receiving 200 to 300 pieces. Now, each of them was using these saint crystals to restore themselves. Yang Kai recovered the fastest and was soon back to normal. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes and put the saint crystals she hadn't used back into her space ring before walking over to a small lake nearby and washing her cheeks. Yang Kai looked around and found that the other 3 were still meditating. So he walked over to the lake, squatted down beside the young woman, and drank a mouthful of water. Chapter 1087. Although Yang Kai wasn't very old, he could still be considered a veteran in the field of flowers. From a woman's demeanor and words, he could infer what kind of personality she had, whether she was charming, loose, cold, elegant, or fiery hot, etc. When he first saw this young woman, he thought that she was a loose woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes were unwilling to be left alone. That kind of amorous feeling and charm was the best portrayal of their temperament. So at the beginning, he didn't approach this woman for fear that she would try to take liberties with him. However, after getting to know her better, Yang Kai discovered that this woman named Luo Yao was quite different from what he had imagined. She wasn't like Baya from Purple Star. Instead, under her charming appearance, there was a hidden dignity and calm temperament. This kind of contradictory temperament was exceptionally attractive. Many times, Yang Kai found the tall and thin man following behind Luo Yao, staring unblinkingly at her millstone-sized buttocks and willow-like waist. Even Guiche, when distributing the spoils of war, had deliberately given her more than he could chew. Ganji, who looked like a brave and ruthless outlaw, had taken care of her many times during the battle. Could be said that Luo Yao was the most comfortable person in this group. Little boy, do you have something you want to ask? If you want to ask, just ask. What's the point of being so secretive? After washing her face, Luo Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Her smile was faintly mischievous. She had obviously seen through Yang Kai's intentions to approach her. I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find the space array? Yang Kai saw her take the initiative to ask and no longer tried to hide anything. The place where the two of them were talking wasn't too far from the other three, so if Guiche and the others really wanted to conceal information, they would naturally stop them. Now that all three of them were still meditating and recovering, it meant that they didn't care, which made Yang Kai feel a lot bolder. Hiding his strength and showing weakness over the past few days had finally paid off, and this group of people no longer guarded against him. I need to find a place to temper my body, Luo Yao said bluntly, her beautiful eyes flashing with a misty light. As long as we can find that place, our bodies will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can also be considered a cultivator. You should know the benefits of having a strong body, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he knew the benefits of having a strong physical body. It could be said that he had more authority than the other four. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to store so much Saint Qi, nor would he have been able to fight across realms. A strong physical body was the foundation of a cultivator. No matter how profound a cultivator's secret art or martial skill was, or how strange their Saint Qi was, without the support of their physical body, they would just be an insignificant character. Where can I temper my body? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. I'm not sure. Luo Yao shook her head. This is the first time we've come here. You should have heard Guiche say that no one has entered this place for many years. The reason we were able to come here was because of an ancient book and a map left behind by Ji Ping's ancestor. An ancient book? Yang Kai raised his brow. My ancestor has been here before. The tall and thin man called Ji Ping had also fully recovered. He walked to the lakeside and interjected. He obtained a lot of benefits and left some clues. It was by following those clues that I was able to find the space array hidden in the meteorite sea. Luo Yao chuckled lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, Little boy, don't think that the space array is easy to find. You also came here through that space array, so you should know that it is placed on top of an asteroid. That space array moves with the asteroid sea, constantly changing its position. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again. Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestor calculated some information and determined that the asteroid sea would pass through a certain range within a certain period of time. Even so, it took us nearly a year to find the space array in that large area before we finally found our target. What's worse is that DG and the others somehow got wind of this and actually chased after us, causing many of our people to die. We'll get our revenge in the future. Ji Ping coldly snorted, his thin face filled with viciousness as he glared at Yang Kai and bluntly said, Boy, I'm letting you know this because you've been very obedient during this time. If you cooperate obediently, once we find that space array, there will naturally be benefits for you. At the same time, you can also temper your body and make it stronger. I know. I'll behave myself, Yang Kai solemnly declared. Half an hour later, everyone had fully recovered. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin map in his hand while guiding everyone. Along the way, they didn't encounter any decent dangers. On this day, Wuxia, who had been leading the way, suddenly stopped and stared forward with a dignified expression. A few dozen kilometers in front of them, yellow sand danced in the air like a giant yellow dragon that connected the heavens and the earth, covering a large area. As far as the eye could see, the area in front of them was completely barren, seemingly devoid of life. An inexplicably dangerous aura came from that direction, causing Wuxia and the others to release their divine senses to investigate, but to no avail. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate the yellow sand at all, as if there was something blocking their divine senses. Wuxia turned his eyes to Yang Kai and motioned to Yang Kai to investigate. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply nodded before cautiously moving towards the area covered in yellow sand. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the yellow sand and began circulating his Saint Qi to protect himself before stepping into this territory. The flying yellow sand was like a sharp weapon that bombarded Yang Kai's body. Even with the protection of his Saint Qi, Yang Kai still felt sore all over. Opening his eyes and looking around, he could only see a meter around him. Wuxia and the others were aware of the danger in this place, so how could Yang Kai not? Releasing his divine sense, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space, and breaking through the blockade of space, Yang Kai quickly investigated everything in this place. The yellow sand covered an area of about 30 kilometers, and this 30 kilometers contained rich wind and earth energy fluctuations. These two types of energy were intertwined together to form an impenetrable net. The reason why Wuxia and the others couldn't use their divine senses to investigate this place was because of this. Yang Kai thought that this was a natural wonder, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. This aura hid an evil aura, and in this world of yellow sand, there was clearly something alive. Standing motionless, Yang Kai stared in the direction of the source of this aura, wanting to see what was approaching him. The earth began to tremble as the fierce aura got closer and closer. Yang Kai even smelled a fishy stench that made him faint. Unable to see anything, all Yang Kai could see was the ground constantly collapsing, forming more yellow sand that was swept up into the sky by the wind, blurring his vision even more. Faintly, two huge pincers appeared, and as these pincers opened and closed, they seemed to be able to cut through space itself. Feeling a sense of crisis, Yang Kai quickly retreated, but the moment he left the area covered by the yellow sand, he saw two scarlet eyes staring at him through the sandstorm. An invisible pressure came from the sandstorm, making Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. Spreading his wind and thunder wings behind him, Yang Kai's speed instantly increased to its maximum, instantly traversing more than 10 kilometers. A purple pincer pierced through the sandstorm and clamped down on his original position, cutting off the afterimage he had left behind. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat as he approached Wuxia and the others without looking back. Not long after, he arrived beside Wuxia, his face a little pale. "What did you find?" Wuxia hurriedly asked. Ganji, Luo Yao, Ji Ping, and the others also stared at Yang Kai. "A kind of vicious beast." Yang Kai frowned. "It can control the power of wind and earth, has two big pincers, red eyes, and seems to have a tail that sticks up high. In that sandstorm, its figure is completely hidden, and even if you stand next to it, you won't be able to see it. It's a very dangerous, vicious beast." "Is the surface of its body purple?" Wuxia's expression changed as he asked anxiously. Yang Kai thought for a moment before nodding. "Yes, when I left, it stretched out its pincers and they were indeed purple." "Do you know what they are?" The other three also stared at Wuxia eagerly. Wuxia suddenly grinned and said to the three of them, "Scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion? Have you heard of it?" Hearing what he said, the eyes of the three lit up, all of them showing excited expressions. Ganji yelled, "No way! Is it really a scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion?" From what Yang Kai saw, coupled with my own judgment, it should be a scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. Haha, even if we can't find the place to temper our bodies, a scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion is worth the trip, Wuxia laughed. But the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion is a ninth-order monster beast, equivalent to an origin-returning realm master. Can the few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes flashed with worry. It shouldn't be a problem. Ganji thought for a moment. A monster beast is a monster beast after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it fights us based on its instincts, it will only die. Indeed. Ji Peng also had no objections, his face filled with eagerness. Is that monster beast very good? Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Guiche grinned. It's even better than a 10th order monster beast. Other monster beasts may not have anything valuable other than their monster core. Although their claws, teeth, and fur have some uses, they aren't very useful. However, this scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion is different. Its shell, tail, and pincers can all be used to refine artifacts that are origin grade. Its blood and venom can be used to refine pills, and its monster core can be used to enhance a cultivator's strength. It can be said that its entire body is a treasure. The most valuable part is its monster core, because it is a dual-attribute monster beast. It has perfectly integrated its two attributes, wind and earth. If a cultivator who cultivates wind or earth attributes were to absorb its monster core, that person would very likely be able to peer into the mysteries of another territory. What do you think? This time, even Kai Yang was moved. Chapter 1088. Generally speaking, a cultivator would only store a single type of energy in their body. Not because there was a limit, but because they were biting off more than they could chew. A single type of energy, a single territory, was enough for a cultivator to spend a lifetime studying and comprehending. However, most cultivators could use many different types of energy, whether with the help of martial skills or artifacts. For example, Yang Kai himself was able to use the Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy. He could also use the wind and thunder force of his wind and thunder wings. The four types of energy were divided into primary and secondary types. The Yang attribute energy and the unyielding golden skeleton's evil attribute energy were the main focus of Yang Kai's life. He had been studying the mysteries of these two types of energy for a long time now, eventually fusing them together to form a monstrous demonic flame capable of incinerating all things in the world. The wind and thunder force could only be used slightly when summoning the wind and thunder wings. The monster core of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion naturally contained the wind and earth forces, perfectly fusing them together, making it extremely valuable. Guiche's group of 4 gathered together, each of them brimming with fighting spirit, their eyes shining brightly as they discussed their respective positions and responsibilities in the upcoming battle. The scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion was a 9th order monster beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the origin returning realm. If these 4 Saint Kings wanted to kill it, they would have to bear a certain amount of risk. But from their confident looks, it was obvious they were confident they would succeed in this battle. None of these 4 were fools, so naturally, they wouldn't get involved in such a dangerous situation. Yang Kai didn't participate. With his 3rd order Saint Realm cultivation, he wasn't qualified to participate in this battle, but he didn't insist and simply stood aside, seemingly bored. An hour later, after everything had been discussed, Guiche grinned meaningfully and took the lead, rushing towards the area covered in yellow sand. Ganji and Ji Ping wore solemn expressions, not daring to act carelessly. Luo Yao also giggled charmingly as she fell in behind. The 4 of them wore different expressions, none of them paying any attention to Yang Kai, quickly disappearing into the distance. After a while, Yang Kai sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from that direction. The sandstorm that connected the sky and the earth became even more violent. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Kai could still smell the stench that belonged to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed, mixed with the shouts and roars of the 4 people. The battle seemed to be very intense. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, but he couldn't see anything. He could only see a few erratic figures moving in the sandstorm. As time passed, the fiendish aura gradually weakened, while the energy fluctuations coming from Guiche and the others grew stronger and stronger. Obviously, they were preparing to take down the ninth order monster beast in one fell swoop. Feeling that it was about time, Yang Kai leisurely flew over with a smile on his face, looking very pleased. When he arrived, he discovered a ferocious beast the size of a house lying on the yellow sand. It was motionless and had lost all signs of life. Guiche and the others were almost all injured, all of them standing in place, gasping for breath. The guy named Ganji was particularly miserable, with a meter-long wound on his thigh that was so bloody that his white bones and thick meridians could clearly be seen. This wound had almost reached his crotch, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate for him. There was no time to deal with their spoils. The four of them quickly took out pills and swallowed them. Yang Kai walked over to the monster beast and circled around it a few times before reaching out and knocking on its hard carapace in amazement. He could also see that what Guiche and the others said was true. The carapace of this scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, as well as its pincers and tail, were all excellent materials for artifact refining. As long as they were supplemented with some suitable ores and a skilled artifact refiner, they could be refined into an origin-grade artifact. No wonder they had all become so excited when they heard that they had found a scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. After half a day, the four of them gradually recovered. This battle had consumed a great deal of their strength. Guiche first consulted the opinions of the other three before walking over to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. Tearing open the weak point between its carapace and abdomen with his hands, Guiche reached inside and a moment later took out a fist-sized monster core that glowed blue and yellow. Guiche laughed. This monster core is worth at least 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals. And I'll keep it for now. When we get out, I'll find someone to sell it and we'll split the Saint crystals equally. Saying so, regardless of whether the others agreed or not, Guiche directly put the monster core into his space ring. Yang Kai could clearly see that Ganji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but none of them objected. Guiche spent a great deal of effort to cut the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He himself took the hard shell on the back of the monster beast, which could be used to create an excellent defensive artifact armor. Ganji obtained the scorpion's tail, while the 2 huge pincers were divided equally between Ji Peng and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched. He had not participated in the battle, so naturally he was not qualified to divide the spoils. Even the small amount of blood left behind was taken by Guiche into his own space ring, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who had come to investigate the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution was somewhat selfish, it was barely fair, so even if the others had some complaints, they didn't voice them. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they didn't care. Let's rest for a while, Guiche ordered, and everyone sat down to meditate. Ji Peng took out the animal skin again and carefully studied it, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, Ji Peng let out a loud cry. Everyone was alarmed and turned to look at him, only to see him beaming with joy and dancing with joy, clearly extremely excited. "What did you find?" Guiche hurriedly asked. "I think we may not be far from our goal." Ji Peng's face was full of joy. His slight dissatisfaction with Guiche's distribution of the spoils had long been forgotten. Hearing him say this, several people rushed over to Ji Peng's side, Yang Kai also moving over to observe. The animal parchment was filled with all kinds of strange symbols. At the top of the parchment was a huge cross, which should be the target they were looking for. At other places on the parchment, there were also some symbols that represented special meanings. "Look at this yellow territory. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand. It represents the place where the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion is located." Ji Peng pointed to the animal skin and explained his discovery. "If this mark is our current location, then wouldn't this blue area be the jungle we passed through before?" Guiche asked thoughtfully. "Then this should be the lake." Luo Yao also pointed to a certain place and expressed her opinion. "It should be correct. Let me see, as long as we keep moving forward, we should be able to find that place in a few days." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was overjoyed. There seems to be some danger ahead. Kai Yang interjected, pointing to a mark on the animal skin. That mark was a large bird flying in the sky. At first glance, one could tell that it wasn't an existence to be provoked. A bird-type monster beast was destined to be more difficult to deal with than a land-based monster beast. Their movements were faster and their bodies were more flexible. Among the same level of monster beast, a bird-type monster beast was much more powerful than a land-based monster beast. Let's take it one step at a time. If that place really is dangerous, we'll take a detour. Guiche took a deep breath. After resting for a while, everyone recovered to their peak condition and continued moving forward. The large bird pattern on the animal parchment caused everyone in the group to be on tenterhooks, raising their heads from time to time, but even when they were about to leave the area, they still didn't see a single monster beast. This made everyone, who was ready to fight at any time, very confused, wondering if they had gone the wrong way. Suddenly, a bright arc of lightning appeared in front of them, and a piercing aura of thunder rippled outwards, causing everyone's expression to change. As far as the eye could see, there was a tree that wasn't very tall standing more than a dozen kilometers away. On the sparse leaves, there were constantly flashes of long and short lightning. The 5 of them released their divine senses to investigate the situation within a radius of a few dozen kilometers. After determining that there was no danger nearby, they followed Guiche's lead and approached the tree. After a while, everyone stopped and stood in front of the tree, staring at it in a daze. The tree in front of him, which was only as tall as a person, contained a terrifying aura of lightning. The few dozen leaves seemed to be completely formed by lightning. Light constantly flowed on the surface of the leaves. Each leaf looked incomparably hard, as if they were made of sparkling jade. They were in a translucent state. What kind of tree is this? Luo Yao asked curiously. In this group of people, apart from Kai Yang, who was ignorant and inexperienced, the other 4 could be considered to have seen a lot, but none of them recognized this tree. Is there no record of it in your ancestors' ancient books? Ganji turned to look at Ji Peng, but the latter slowly shook his head. No. Maybe when he came here, this tree didn't exist. It's impossible for such a spirit treasure to appear for no reason. Are you hiding something? Ganji looked at Ji Peng with some disbelief. Ji Peng coldly snorted and said unhappily, "Is there a need for me to hide anything? This is a birdwood." Guiche suddenly spoke, his eyes flashing with excitement. Birdwood? The 3 of them were surprised. Ji Peng quickly recovered and looked at Guiche. You mean? The bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute flying monster beast. It died here. Its body and monster core gave birth to this bird wood. Guiche shouted, his expression becoming more and more excited. Ji Peng also seemed to think of something and quickly said, "According to my ancestors' ancient books, he did see a big bird wrapped in thunder and lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan." A sharp intake of breath rang out as a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. Guiche and the other 2 elders' gazes towards Ji Peng also changed. Ji Peng shrugged his shoulders. If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come here. In any case, the Thunder Luan is dead now, so we won't be in any danger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get out. You knew there was a Thunder Luan here, yet you dared to trick us into coming here. Guiche ground his teeth. Chapter 1089. Listening to the quarrel between the 4 of them, Yang Kai understood that the so-called Thunder Luan was actually a 10th-order bird monster beast that was extremely rare. After it died, its flesh and monster core transformed into nutrients that allowed this bird tree to grow. The avian wood could only be produced in the places where extremely powerful flying beasts died, and the chances were very low. Even if 10,000 high-level flying beasts died, there might not even be one avian wood. This required the right time and the right place, and neither could be missing. Furthermore, the characteristics of each avian tree were different, completely depending on the nature of the bird-type demonic beast that gave birth to them. The Thunder Luan was a thunder attribute monster beast, so the bird tree it produced after its death was naturally also of the thunder attribute. Although everyone was somewhat indignant that they had concealed the existence of the Thunder Luan from Ji Ping, and Guiche had even declared that he would settle accounts with him after they left, the huge value of this bird tree still tempted everyone. After entering this place, except for Yang Kai, who had only obtained some herbs and insignificant benefits, everyone else had made a fortune. Now that there was a thunder attribute bird tree in front of them, and one that had been produced after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, everyone was so happy and excited that they didn't even have time to look for trouble with Ji Ping. They all began to dig, pushing aside the surrounding soil. A cold light flashed across Ji Ping's eyes, but Yang Kai simply turned his head and pretended not to notice while also helping out. A short time later, a huge pit appeared in the ground, and inside it was a huge skeleton several thousand meters long. From the appearance of the skeleton, it was indeed a bird monster beast, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared and its monster core was nowhere to be found. Even its bones had decayed and turned to dust with a single touch. All the energy of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan had been transferred to this bird tree. Guiche pushed his Saint Chi to protect his body as he carefully pulled out this human-sized bird tree, not even daring to damage its roots. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to put this treasure into his space ring again, the other three immediately objected and began shouting one after another. Guiche ignored this and forcibly took the bird wood for himself. Although he said that he would distribute it after they left this place, anyone could see that he wanted to monopolize this bird wood. The originally joyous atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Yang Kai stayed out of this, secretly guessing that if not for the greater benefits waiting for them, the other three would not hesitate to attack Guiche. However, their final destination was not far away. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts and wait for the final reward before making any plans. The atmosphere in the team was very strange. Yang Kai followed silently at the back, very inconspicuous. The further they went, the more desolate it became. It seemed that starting from the territory of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, the earth had become barren. The land that should have been full of vitality had somehow become barren, and even the world energy here was gradually disappearing. On this day, as they were walking, everyone suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation in front of them. At the same time, the blood in everyone's body began to surge uncontrollably, causing the faces of the 5 people to turn red. The turbulence of their blood caused them to become excited and violent, causing everyone's eyes to gradually turn red and their breathing to become heavy. Found it! Ji Ping was startled for a moment before summoning his star shuttle without hesitation and flying towards the source of this strange energy fluctuation. The others were not willing to be outdone and followed closely behind. The strange energy fluctuations became more and more intense, stimulating the flow of their blood more and more. Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat coming from their chests. This situation was very abnormal, causing Yang Kai to immediately become vigilant. In the blink of an eye, all of them were above a crater. The crater was filled with a bright red liquid that looked as thick as blood. The liquid reflected the sunlight, making this large area look strange and beautiful. Body-tempering divine pond? Guiche turned to look at Ji Ping. Ji Ping nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. How do I use it? Ganji asked anxiously. They had worked hard and paid a huge price to find this pond. Now that they had arrived, he naturally couldn't wait to temper his body and make it stronger. This was the foundation of a cultivator. The various benefits they had obtained along the way couldn't compare to this kind of fundamental improvement. It's nothing special. Ji Ping laughed and was the first to jump into the blood-red pond, splashing water everywhere as Ji Ping's head emerged and he let out a muffled groan, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. But soon, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. Ji Ping's body seemed to have been greatly nourished and his second-order Saint King aura involuntarily began to spread. Anyone could sense that his vitality force was rapidly increasing. Guiche Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were still a little vigilant, fearing that Ji Ping was hiding something at the last moment, But after seeing him jump in so unscrupulously, they no longer hesitated, fearing that all the benefits would be taken by Ji Peng alone, so they all jumped into the so-called body-tempering divine pond. The pond wasn't too big, only about 300 meters in diameter. It was unknown what kind of mysteries were hidden inside, but as soon as the three of them entered, they all showed joyful expressions. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Ji Peng opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge. You can't bear the pressure in the middle. I can also come in?" Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Ji Peng laughed. "I told you when we came here, if you cooperate honestly, you'll naturally benefit. Of course, I'll keep my word." Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to jump in rashly, but knowing that he couldn't refuse, he could only follow Ji Peng's instructions and land at the edge of the pond. As soon as he entered the pond, Yang Kai's face changed. From all directions, a fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain, as if his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been severely damaged, causing his face to go pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pond and penetrated into his body. Under the influence of this force, Yang Kai clearly felt that his blood had undergone some subtle changes. Just like Ji Peng before, his vitality was rising and his life aura was also becoming stronger. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in examining his own condition. His Saint Qi flowed rapidly through his meridians while his golden blood swelled and absorbed the surrounding energy. Then, a miraculous thing happened. Within his own faint golden blood, a spot of even purer golden blood suddenly appeared. This pinprick of golden blood, which was only the size of a needle tip, contained a tremendous amount of flesh power and unimaginable energy. Yang Kai stared blankly at this scene. This newly formed blood was somewhat similar to the blood of the great demon god, and it could be said that it was infinitely close. Because of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai's blood had slowly transformed into a golden color over the years. At first, this change wasn't obvious, and when he was injured, his blood would only be mixed with a faint golden hue. But as his cultivation improved, this golden brilliance gradually overshadowed the original red hue. It wasn't until a few years ago that Yang Kai's blood was no longer red, only a golden brilliance remained. However, he knew better than anyone that although his golden blood had a powerful restorative ability, it was still several grades worse than the great demon god's demon god golden blood. Yang Kai didn't know how to make his golden blood purer and more powerful, so he could only continue to cultivate and improve his cultivation, hoping that as his strength increased, his golden blood would also become purer. This time, following Ji Peng and the others into this so-called body-tempering divine pond had actually given him an unexpected harvest. Yang Kai instantly understood that this body-tempering divine pond was not for tempering one's physique, but rather for tempering one's blood. When one's blood was tempered, it would increase one's vitality and strengthen one's physique. Ji Peng may have misunderstood the true purpose of this place. This kind of tempering was far more thorough than simply tempering one's physique. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and opened his mind to the strange energy that was pouring in from all directions. His mind was constantly observing the newly formed golden blood, slowly growing from the needle tip to the size of a grain of rice and then to the size of a soybean. A new drop of golden blood finally formed, and realizing its uniqueness, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved. The power contained in this new drop of golden blood was incomparable to the previous drops of golden blood, almost 10 million times greater. This was the true demon god golden blood. Another drop of golden blood slowly formed, repeating the same process as before. After an hour, Yang Kai had formed 3 new drops of golden blood in his body. He didn't know how many benefits the others had obtained, but he was certain they wouldn't be inferior to his own. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying this moment though, Ganji's exclamation suddenly reached his ears. Where did Ji Peng go? This shout woke everyone who was immersed in the joy of their own transformation, and after looking around, they really couldn't find any trace of Ji Peng. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly released his divine sense to investigate. Soon, at the very bottom of the pond, Yang Kai noticed Ji Peng's life aura. I knew there was a problem, Guiche roared, his figure quickly diving down, wanting to see what kind of tricks Ji Peng was playing. Just as his figure disappeared, Ji Peng suddenly jumped out of the pool, floating in the air with his body dripping wet, calmly looking at everyone. On his face, there was a sinister grin. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and wanted to jump out of the pond. But before he could do anything, a huge suction force came from under the water, as if two invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, making him unable to move. At the same time, the blood-red pond began to bubble one after another, and the sound of popping filled the air. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than the previous one seeped out of the pond and squeezed into everyone's bodies. The drop of demon god golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body began to grow at an incredible speed. Chapter 1090. Inside the body-tempering divine pond, Guiche, Ganji, and Luo Yao all went pale as their bodies trembled. Even though they were second or third order Saint King Realm Masters, they still couldn't bear such a powerful pressure. Yang Kai was also in great pain and couldn't help feeling like his body was about to explode. However, the drop of pure demon god golden blood in his body was constantly growing, effectively alleviating the pressure on him. So when he turned his head to look around, he found that among the four of them, he was in the best condition. The other three were already on the verge of collapse and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Ji Peng, what are you doing? Ganji roared angrily. Ji Peng glanced down at him indifferently, his eyes filled with sarcasm, not saying a word, staring at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Guiche shouted, Ji Peng, you'd best pray that I can't get out of here. Otherwise I'll tear out your bones and tear you to shreds. Ji Peng laughed and said without fear, I've already opened the altar at the bottom of the divine pond. You're all sacrifices to the divine pond, so no matter how great your abilities are, you won't be able to leave. Altar? Guiche's face changed as he shouted hoarsely, You really were hiding something. Ji Peng sneered. If I had told you everything, I'm afraid the one being treated as a sacrifice right now would be me. It's not like I don't know how sinister you are, Guiche, so why do you think I brought you here? With such great benefits, why didn't I monopolize them? What a joke. Now that things have gotten to this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that this body-tempering divine pond contains all kinds of unimaginable mysteries. It can indeed temper one's body, but if you want to thoroughly temper it, you won't be able to do so without enough sacrifices. After you die, just like the Thunder Luan, your bodies and cultivations will be turned into pure energy while I, like the bird tree, will grow stronger as you die. Hearing him say this, everyone's faces turned even paler, only now realizing Ji Peng's true intentions and thoroughly recognizing his sinister face. Although Guiche and Ganji weren't people with great wisdom, they weren't mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. They had been on guard against Ji Peng the entire time, but along the way, the various benefits they had obtained had caused them to relax their vigilance and become immersed in the joy of their gains. When they arrived in front of the body-tempering divine pond, Ji Peng took the lead and jumped in, followed by the rest of them. It wasn't until something happened that they realized that all of this had been part of Ji Peng's plan. But now it was too late for regrets. Everyone was struggling with all their might, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering divine pool. But the more they struggled, the stronger the suction force under the pool became. Everyone could only stick their heads above the surface of the water, accepting the crazy tempering of their blood while waiting for death to descend. Ji Peng, you even want to scheme against me? Luo Yao's hair was disheveled as she stared at Ji Peng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. The grim and triumphant expression on Ji Peng's face slowly converged as he stared at Luo Yao with some pity. After a long silence, he sighed. Although we've only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much and want to enjoy the effects of this body-tempering divine pool with you. Luo Yao's face lit up with joy as a smile bloomed on her charming face. She had thought that Ji Peng really wouldn't let her die. But to her surprise, Ji Peng slowly shook his head. But it's too late to say anything now. The altar has already been opened, so you can't come out and I won't go in. Moreover, the number of sacrifices is too small. When my ancestor came here, there were more than a dozen people who were sacrificed. My ancestor's aptitude wasn't high, so when he came here, his cultivation was only on par with that little brat's. He pointed to Yang Kai and continued. He was only a third-order saint, the weakest existence in that group, so anyone could bully him and order him around. When the benefits of this body-tempering divine pool were discovered, he wasn't given a share, so everyone pushed him aside and monopolized the divine pool for themselves. But who could have known that it was this kind of exclusion that saved my ancestor's life? After everyone died, my ancestor waited until the divine pool calmed down and he alone enjoyed its effects. He recorded in the ancient records that if it weren't for this pool, even if he cultivated until his death, he would at most be a third or third-order Saint King cultivator. That was his limit. But do you know what his greatest achievement was? The third-order origin returning realm, only one step away from the origin king realm. Ji Peng's voice was high and his emotions were high as he waved his hands exaggeratedly. Although this Ji Peng's aptitude can't be said to be top-notch, it is still much better than my ancestors. With this body-tempering divine pool, I can advance towards the origin king realm, and one day I will be able to reach that realm. Origin king realm. Gui Che suddenly laughed wildly, but blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. Ignoring him, Gui Che stared at Ji Peng contemptuously. You think a piece of trash like you can cultivate to the origin king realm? The origin king realm is too worthless. Ji Peng didn't get angry and instead said leisurely, You will bear witness to it. When you become a part of my body, you will be able to bear witness to it with me. Luo Yao, although I am very sorry to you, you should join them and become a part of my body. And I will set up a memorial tablet for you to commemorate you. The days ahead are long, and I believe I will meet a woman I like. Madman, you're a madman. Luo Yao's face went pale as she screamed. Say what you want. Ji Peng restrained his pity and stared down coldly. He really had nothing to say to this group of people who were about to die. All he had said just now was to vent his anger. The situation of the people in the pool was getting worse and worse. Aside from Kai Yang, the other three people's blood seemed to be boiling, breaking through their meridians, tearing their flesh apart and seeping out of their skin. Dark red blood flowed into the body-tempering divine pond, dyeing the already dark red divine pond even redder. Yang Kai only felt some discomfort, but he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. The capacity of a person's body was limited, just like how Saint Qi could be stored in one's dantian. When other cultivators reached this limit, they would no longer be able to store anymore. Forcing one's Saint Qi into their dantian under the influence of external forces would only lead to endless troubles and even lead to one's death. Yang Kai was different. He used to be able to condense Yang liquid, but now he could store excess Saint Qi in every inch of his physique. His body was limitless. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool was similar to the Saint Qi obtained through cultivation. Ji Peng opened the altar below and maximized the effect of the divine pool. Gui Che, Ganji, Luo Yao, and the others were unable to withstand this kind of tempering, and dying was only a matter of time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was able to refine this demon god golden blood into pure demon god golden blood. He couldn't wait to refine this demon god golden blood as fiercely as possible. Now, there were already 10 drops of demon god golden blood in his body, each drop containing a terrifying amount of energy. A miserable howl rang out as Ganji suddenly went mad, his strength erupting like a tidal wave as he madly attacked his surroundings. His eyes turned red as blood flowed from them, making for a tragic appearance. *Peng star. A muffled bang rang out as a huge splash appeared in the body-tempering divine pool. After the pool water fell back down, the place where Ganji once stood was no longer there. Only pieces of flesh and broken limbs floated on the surface of the pool, gradually sinking to the bottom before being dissolved by the water and turned into huge nutrients. As soon as Ganji died, the body-tempering divine pool boiled even more and a large number of bubbles emerged from the bottom. Yang Kai clearly felt that the strength pouring into his body from all directions had increased, causing him to almost cry out in pain. What Ji Peng said about being a sacrifice was not a bluff but a fact. Now that Ganji had died as a sacrifice, the effect of the body-tempering divine pool had increased. The next moment, Luo Yao's screams resounded through the sky as this charming and dignified young woman followed in Ganji's footsteps. Before dying, Luo Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with an unforgettable hatred as she stared at Ji Peng, as if she wanted to imprint his ugliness into the depths of her soul. The two of them exploded one after the other, leaving not even their bones behind. The effect of the body-tempering divine pool suddenly rose to a whole new level. At this moment, even Gui Che, who was the strongest among them, couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly called out, "Ji Peng, get me out of here and I'll give you my space ring." Ji Peng remained indifferent as he stared at him indifferently and said lightly, "You're dead, but when the body-tempering divine pool calms down, I'll naturally go down and look for you. I'll take everything in your space ring. Everything here will be mine. You'll suffer retribution." Gui Che roared. Ji Peng laughed wildly. "I'll be waiting, but you won't have the chance to see it." As soon as his voice fell, Gui Che completely exploded and the space ring he was wearing flew into the air before falling back into the pool and disappearing. Ji Peng's eyes were filled with envy, but he didn't rush to collect it. After waiting for a while, a strange expression suddenly appeared on his face as he muttered, "How come it can even melt souls?" He had always been on guard against the souls of the few who had died escaping. He was also prepared to kill them all once they tried to do so. He would definitely not let their souls escape. What he hadn't expected was that the souls of these people didn't show any signs of escaping, as if they had been turned into sacrifices and disappeared along with their flesh and blood. Muttering to himself, Ji Peng suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and frowned. "Little brat, why aren't you dead yet?" The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged as he endured the unimaginable pain and torture. Shaking his head as he said, "I don't know. Maybe my strength is too low, or maybe I'm still at the edge of the pool. Do you want to come down and check?" Ji Peng coldly snorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Kai nodded heavily. "You really are an idiot, only focusing on what's in front of you and not even noticing that someone was attacking you from behind." Ji Peng's face changed as he suddenly turned around and saw a blood-stained man with two horns on his head, hiding his aura quietly approaching from behind. DG. Ji Peng's soul nearly left his body as he paled. After seeing the state of this monster race master, Ji Peng calmed down a lot. DG had encountered some kind of danger and battle, but his body was covered in wounds and he looked quite distressed. On top of that, he was by himself and his companions who had been following him were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1091. Yang Kai had been following Ji Peng's group for many days now, and although there were some bumps along the way, they hadn't encountered much danger because Ji Peng had the ancient books left behind by his ancestor, so he knew which direction was the safest. However, DG was different. He had wholeheartedly wanted to find treasures here, so he had encountered all kinds of dangers. Along the way, several people around him had died long ago. He was the only one who was struggling at death's door, and his condition was not good. He had wanted to sneak up behind Ji Peng and kill him, but he hadn't expected Yang Kai to see him so clearly. DG glared at Yang Kai fiercely, annoyed that he had ruined his plans. "How did you find this place?" Ji Peng asked coldly. DG snorted. "I'm not deaf. You think I can't hear the cries coming from here?" Saying so, his expression became ecstatic as he stared at Ji Peng and asked, "Is what you just said true? Can this body-tempering divine pond really improve one's physique? Did your ancestor really cultivate to the third-order origin returning realm?" "So what? Ji Peng didn't deny it. DG had obviously been here for a while and had definitely heard what he and Guiche were talking about, so denying it now was meaningless. Good, good. DG was overjoyed. I didn't waste half a year looking for you. Before, I didn't know what you were doing, only that there were benefits to be obtained, but now I know. Ji Peng, you're not my opponent. If you want to live, leave obediently, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. A trace of panic flashed across Ji Peng's face. He was only a second-order Saint King while DG was a minor realm higher than him, so he knew he wasn't his opponent. But soon, this panic disappeared and Ji Peng smiled. You're not in a good state right now, are you? If you could kill me easily, there would be no need to speak such nonsense. I just don't know, if the two of us really fought now, who would be the one to survive in the end? Did you see through me? DG smiled freely, not feeling the slightest embarrassment as he nodded. Since you saw through me, I won't try to be mysterious. There are only the two of us left here, so I'm afraid neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we discuss this? What do you want? Ji Peng looked at him angrily. Although he knew that DG had also brought people into this place, he didn't expect to run into him at the last moment. He wanted to kill DG immediately, but he didn't dare act rashly. Let's not find trouble with each other. Anyway, this pool is so big. Let's enter it together to temper our bodies. That way, everyone will benefit from it and it won't hurt our relationship, DG suggested with a serious expression. Alright, that's what I was thinking. Since we've already come this far, I really don't want to fail at the last step. There's no harm in sharing some benefits with you. Ji Pingshuang quickly nodded. So it's settled then? DG chuckled. Ji Peng nodded again. The two of them looked at each other from a distance of more than 100 feet. Both of them had satisfied expressions on their faces, as if they had really come to an agreement. Suddenly, a dark golden armor appeared on Ji Peng's body. He waved his fists, and a fierce energy burst out from them. The energy condensed into a solid form, and like sharp swords, they whistled towards DG. Silver light flashed in DG's hands and a silver spear appeared in his hand. The patterns on the spear seemed to come alive, releasing a rich water attribute aura as they surged forward to meet Ji Peng's attack. A great battle was about to break out. The two who had previously reached an agreement were now attacking each other at the same time. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the pool, sneered. He knew that it was impossible for these two to coexist peacefully, because Ji Peng wouldn't give DG any time to recover. Once DG recovered, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent, so he had to fight DG at this time. Regardless of whether he was confident or not, he had to give it his all. Although Ji Peng's cultivation was slightly inferior, DG's condition wasn't good. So until they fought to the end, no one knew who would emerge victorious. Yang Kai watched for a while before his interest waned and he relaxed his body and mind, no longer resisting the suction force from under his feet, allowing it to pull him into the pool. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden in the pool. The dark red pool water roiled as if it was boiling, the various mysteries contained within constantly tempering Yang Kai's blood. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai sank all the way down and only after a long time did he feel himself touch the bottom of the pool. Only after reaching this point did the suction force disappear. The bottom of the pool was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The dark red pool water blocked all light from penetrating. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out a strange illuminating stone and hold it in his hand before releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Not far away, he sensed a strange fluctuation of power. He knew that this should be the location of the altar Ji Peng had mentioned. Instead of rushing to the altar, Yang Kai began to search around the bottom of the pool. A moment later, a space ring lying quietly at the bottom of the pool was found by Yang Kai. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai grinned widely. Inside the space ring, there was the thunder attribute birdwood bred after the death of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan, the carapace of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion, countless herbs, and the monster core of a 7th order or 8th order monster beast. This was Guiche's space ring. Yang Kai stuffed the ring into his sleeve with satisfaction and carefully put it away. Space rings were very special because they contained their own independent space, so they conflicted with the demon mystic tome. All space rings could not be placed inside the demon mystic tome, but universe bags could. Yang Kai didn't know why this was the case. Gui Chei's space ring contained the most good things, so after finding it, Yang Kai felt relieved and continued to search nearby. The body-tempering divine pond wasn't big, only about 300 meters in diameter, but more than 1,000 meters deep. It wasn't difficult to find a few rings in such a place, and soon the space rings belonging to Ganji and Luo Yao were also collected by Yang Kai. Above the pond, fierce energy fluctuations mixed with the angry roars of Ji Peng and DG. The two of them were obviously still locked in a fierce battle. Yang Kai paid attention to them for a while and felt that they wouldn't be able to extricate themselves for a while, so he slowly swam towards the location of the altar. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the altar, and looking around, Yang Kai saw an altar-like object standing there quietly, with an extremely complex spirit array engraved on top of it. It was surrounded by what appeared to be saint crystals, all of them flashing with a dazzling light and giving off shocking energy fluctuations. Yang Kai took a closer look and was surprised to find that these saint crystals could no longer be called saint crystals. They were even better than the best high-rank saint crystals, and the energy contained inside them was almost incomparable to saint crystals. Was there a higher level of energy above saint crystals? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he didn't know what to call these saint crystals. Atop the altar, the lines on the spirit array were like the lines on a person's palm, densely intertwined and extremely complex. This place was obviously not naturally formed, but rather artificially arranged. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of master had created it. Countless specks of light, like fireflies that filled the sky, were flowing on the altar. It was so beautiful that it made one's mind sway. These specks of light converged into a stream of energy that seemed to circulate endlessly. The altar was covered with precious treasures that Yang Kai couldn't name, each one of them peerlessly rare. It was under the influence of this altar that the effects of these precious treasures were stimulated, allowing Yang Kai's blood to be tempered, allowing him to produce the purest demon god golden blood. Yang Kai was ecstatic and immediately sat down cross-legged on the altar, wanting to receive an even fiercer tempering. Who would have thought that as soon as he sat down, the entire altar would shake violently? The body-tempering divine pool seemed to have been stimulated by something, and the pool water suddenly lowered and converged fiercely towards the altar. Yang Kai paled, never having expected such a situation to occur. Desperately trying to break free from the altar, he was bound to the spot by the pool's water, unable to even move a finger. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the water level of the entire body-tempering divine pool was rapidly dropping. It wasn't that the pool's water was decreasing, but rather that it was being compressed by the altar. This anomaly also alarmed Ji Peng and DG, who were in the middle of a desperate struggle, and both of them stopped and stared towards the body-tempering divine pool in shock. After discovering that there was a large hole in the divine pool, and the pool's water was rapidly decreasing, Ji Peng roared wildly and desperately rushed over. He had worked so hard, not hesitating to scheme against so many people, all for the sake of tempering his body. His wish was about to be fulfilled, and although DG was obstructing him, he wouldn't compromise. But if the body-tempering divine pool was gone, then he would never be able to achieve his goal. Abandoning DG, Ji Peng frantically chased after the falling water level, but was unable to touch it. DG was also dumbfounded and stood in place in a daze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the body-tempering divine pool, which was hundreds of feet deep, had dried up. All the water in the pool had been compressed into a small ball, condensing into a 10-feet-long blood-red crystal that looked like a cocoon. When Ji Peng chased down, he happened to see Yang Kai trapped inside this crystal cocoon like a dead man, but the altar that should have been there was nowhere to be seen. Standing in place, Ji Peng's eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul. A moment later, Ji Peng suddenly shouted and madly attacked the blood-red crystal, the full strength of a second-order Saint King causing DG, who was standing in the distance, to tremble. DG knew he had no way of dealing with Ji Peng's desperate attacks. But the strange thing was that the blood-red crystal was impregnable. Ji Peng's attacks were unable to destroy it, not even leaving a mark. The earth suddenly trembled and a huge gully appeared in the ground. The monster beast, which had been living here all this time, noticed the arrival of a crisis and rushed out of its habitat, fleeing in all directions. DG's face also changed and he didn't dare to hesitate, quickly fleeing. Ji Peng also stopped his actions and released his divine sense. Realizing that something was wrong, he finally regained some of his senses and bombarded the crystal one last time before preparing to leave. But it was too late. An endless attractive force emerged from the crystal, and in this inexplicable world, all living things, even the vitality of plants and vegetation, were drawn in by this attractive force and transformed into fluorescent lights that gathered towards the blood-red crystal. Ji Peng watched helplessly as his skin became wrinkled, his physique withered, and his vitality drained away. In a very short period of time, it was as if 1,000 years had passed from his body, causing him to become old and decrepit. Finally, he collapsed to the ground and turned into a pile of bones. A gust of wind blew past and reduced his bones to dust. Before he died, Ji Peng met DG's pair of horrified eyes. Chapter 1092. Across the vast star territory, a starship carefully avoided the numerous asteroids as it headed towards its target. This starship wasn't very big, only about 200 meters in length, making it the smallest starship in star territory, barely a St. King grade low rank. The hull of such a starship wasn't very sturdy, and from the many dents on its surface, it was obvious it had been hit by asteroids while sailing through star territory. If it had been any other high-grade starship, such a situation would have been impossible. This small starship sailed through star territory as if it was treading on thin ice. It seemed to be fully loaded with goods, so its speed wasn't very fast. Inside the hull, there were about 60 cultivators of different levels, each of them performing their own duties, all of them seemingly bored. This time, they had been ordered to mine and had stayed on N or star for half a year. It wasn't until a few days ago that the starship was finally filled with or that they set out to return. There had been 100 people when they arrived, but by the time they returned, nearly half of them had disappeared. For some reason, many of their companions had been killed by these star beasts while they were mining. Being able to return alive was already enough for them, so there was nothing to complain about. Half a year of hard work in exchange for many years of freedom, they were all very satisfied. After this trip back, there would be a large amount of rewards, and they could also learn more profound cultivation methods and martial skills. They could even obtain higher-grade secret treasures. Everyone was waiting for the victorious return of the battleship in this kind of imagination. Wu Yi was the person in charge of this starship and was a first-order Saint King. At such a young age, such a cultivation was already considered extraordinary on Shadowed Star. The elders of the family had even asserted that as long as she was willing to cultivate, she would definitely be able to reach the origin returning realm one day. Her strength wasn't the strongest on the starship. The strongest was the foreign elder of the family who had accompanied her, a third-order Saint King. However, he was very old and besides guarding the starship and ensuring its safety, he didn't care about anything else. Even Wu Yi wasn't qualified to order this foreign elder to do anything. There were also a few other Saint Kings. After all, mining in the outside world required a certain level of strength. At this moment, Wu Yi was standing in the starship's power room, looking out at the twinkling star field through the transparent window, a look of longing flashing across her beautiful eyes. Shadowed Star was her homeland, but the world energy on Shadowed Star couldn't compare to that of the other cultivation stars in the territory of Yangkai Star. It was barren, lacking in materials, no high-grade precious treasures, and no powerful masters. On Shadowed Star, the strongest master was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and it was said that he was already 2,000 years old. Yang Kai didn't know if he would still be able to fight. On top of that, Shadowed Star was a relatively remote location in the entire Hung Luo star field. This could be seen from the countless dead stars in its vicinity. If one wanted to find an or star to mine, it would take several months of sailing to reach it. During this time, everyone was constantly on edge, fearing that they would encounter too much danger and lose their lives. It was precisely because Shadowed Star was so remote and barren that the great forces in Yangkai Star's territory rarely paid attention to it. Even the villains from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair, who committed all kinds of crimes, didn't come here to plunder. Although Shadowed Star was also part of Yangkai Star's territory, it seemed to have become independent and had been forgotten by the world. Wu Yi wanted to leave Shadowed Star and explore the outside world. While she was still young, she wanted to see the wonders of other cultivation stars. She had heard from those who had been to other cultivation stars that there were many things in the outside world that couldn't be found on Shadowed Star. There were Origin King Realm Masters out there and all kinds of unimaginable wonders. On those cultivation stars, one's cultivation speed was extremely fast. The people in the outside world had so many Saint Crystals they couldn't even use up all kinds of pills. Compared with the people on cultivation stars, Wu Yi felt like she was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, a true country bumpkin. She yearned for everything in the outside world, but the current situation of her family had shackled her wings to fly freely. Since she was young, she had been contributing her strength to her family. Everyone knew that this trip to or star would be extremely dangerous. Usually, out of 10 starships sent out, only 5 returned safely. No one dared to take on this task, so Wu Yi had no choice but to take the initiative to volunteer. Under the approving gazes of her family's elders, she had accepted this task. They felt that since she was a woman, even if she accidentally died outside, it wouldn't matter as the foundation of the family would not be damaged, so they readily agreed. If it were any other male direct descendant, these elders would definitely not have allowed it. A group of short-sighted fools. No wonder they can only wait for death on Shadowed Star. What's wrong with women? Wu Yi snorted softly as she clenched her fists lightly, vowing to herself that one day she would leave Shadowed Star, escape this suffocating cage, find her freedom, and experience a wider and more wonderful world. Young lady! A third-order Saint Cultivator hurried over, his eyes greedily lingering on Wu Yi's perky buttocks and soft back for a moment before quickly lowering his head and looking forward. What's the matter? Wu Yi turned to look at him. I just saw Yufeng run out with a group of people. Where did they go? Master Yufeng just found a blood red ore nearby and thought it was something valuable, so he went out with a group of people to bring it back. But the situation was completely different, the cultivator quickly reported. What's the situation? Wu Yi suddenly became curious. She had just stood by the window and seen Yufeng lead a group of people out on their star shuttles and had indeed brought back something. But she hadn't expected it to be a blood red ore. Young lady should go and see for herself, subordinate doesn't know. The cultivator laughed dryly. Wu Yi frowned and thought about it for a moment before saying, Lead the way. Staying in this starship all day long had driven her crazy. So now that there was something new, it was only natural that she would be interested. Perhaps Yufeng also thought so. So he had rashly left the starship and rushed into Starfield to bring back this blood red ore. Somewhere in the starship, a large group of people were gathered around a 10-meter-wide, blood-red cocoon-like crystal, all of them exclaiming in amazement. Although they were all extremely curious, no one dared to approach this crystal except for Yufeng, who had brought it back. Yufeng looked around at his companions contemptuously and snorted. Isn't it just a dead man inside? What's there to be afraid of? Saying so, he deliberately patted the huge blood-red crystal. Yufeng, what good thing did you find? A clear and melodious voice came from the side. Hearing this voice, everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The originally sloppy fellows all showed their best sides, and Yufeng even straightened his back, pretending to be mature and reliable. The crowd automatically parted to allow Wu Yi to enter, the fragrance of her body filling the small room, causing the group of people to greedily sniff the air, each of them wearing a happy expression. Wu Yi shook her head. She was the only woman on this starship, so this group of wolf-like men had probably long since become bored. She didn't care about the ugly behavior of her subordinates because each one of them had thicker skin than the last. No matter how she reprimanded them, they would still grin at her, as if being reprimanded was a kind of honor, causing Wu Yi to feel quite helpless. As time passed, Wu Yi turned a blind eye to this situation. The more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. Yu Feng, on the other hand, couldn't take it anymore and rushed up to the men who were sniffing the air the most exaggeratedly, beating them to the ground with a few punches and kicks before viciously declaring, "Whoever dares disrespect the young lady, I'll take their life. Behave yourselves, show me no respect." As he spoke, he took deep breaths, like a drowning fish. "Enough, enough!" Wu Yi waved her hand. Wu Yi waved her hand and walked over to the cocoon like blood-red crystal. "Is this what you found?" "Yes, young lady." Yu Feng quickly rushed over to Wu Yi's side and pointed to the crystal. "I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer, I discovered that it wasn't at all. On top of that, there was a dead man inside, a pitiful one who had been dead for who knows how long. When I saw him drifting about in Star Field, I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I brought him back to Shadowed Star to find a place to bury him." Wu Yi nodded gently. "Having a kind heart is a good thing. Seeing your usually irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side to you." Receiving praise, Yu Feng grinned from ear to ear, shamelessly saying, "Actually, I just look a bit rough. My heart is very gentle." A burst of unbridled contempt rang out. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so, so she covered her mouth with her small hand to conceal her smile and changed the subject. "Are you sure the person inside is dead?" Yu Feng was stunned for a moment. How could he still be alive? Wu Yi looked at the person sealed inside the blood-red crystal seriously. He didn't look very old, probably only around 30 years old, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, he was still much better than the group of ugly melons on the starship. Even with his eyes closed at this moment, there was an inexplicable charm to his cold face. Releasing her divine sense, Wu Yi wanted to carefully check whether there was any vitality leaking out. But to her surprise, the blood-red crystal actually blocked her divine sense, causing her to be quite surprised. "Go invite foreign elder Chang-Chi over. Let him see if this person is dead or alive," Wu Yi quickly said. Immediately, someone went out to carry out the order. Foreign elder Chang-Chi was the strongest person on the starship, a third-order Saint King. If not for his age, he should have had hopes of breaking through to the origin returning realm. He was quite knowledgeable and experienced, so perhaps he would recognize what this blood-red crystal was. "Why do you want to invite foreign elder Chang-Chi over?" Yu Feng laughed, rushing over to the crystal and patting it gently. "Even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to come out. I tried just now, but no matter how much strength I used, I couldn't break this crystal, not even leaving a trace. I don't even know what it is." Chapter 1093. Yu Feng laughed heartily as he patted the blood-red crystal, swearing confidently. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yu Feng was a first-order Saint King and was much older than her. He had broken through much later than her, but he had at least reached this realm. Since his attack couldn't leave a mark on this crystal, it meant it was indeed very tough. But as soon as Yu Feng's words fell, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Looking towards the source of this sound, Yu Feng's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck, his eyes bulging as he rushed over to Wu Yi, shielding her behind him as he stared vigilantly towards the blood-red crystal. The cultivator who had been gathered nearby also became vigilant, no longer looking as relaxed as before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yu Feng, and after seeing what had happened, she couldn't help calling out in alarm, "Yu Feng, did you break it?" At this moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on the seemingly incomparably hard crystal. The cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in less than a few breaths of time, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal became full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Yu Feng cried out in grievance, I didn't use much strength. Who knew it would be so fragile? When we were outside, it wasn't like this. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave a single mark on it. Young lady, you should step back. Something's not right. Wuyi nodded lightly and stepped back a little. But her pair of big eyes remained glued to the blood-red crystal, wanting to see what kind of changes it would undergo. Foreign Elder Chong is here, someone shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw Foreign Elder Chong Chi with a goatee on his chin walking over. The group of people quickly saluted, and after Chong Chi came to stand beside them, Wuyi asked, Foreign Elder Chong, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a person sealed inside? Chong Chi frowned as he continued to probe it with his divine sense, but after a while he shook his head and said, Young lady, please forgive this old master for not being able to see what kind of material this is. Perhaps this is not something that can be produced on Shadowed Star. From outside, Wu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. I think so. Kacha, the blood-red crystal, which was already full of cracks, made another noise. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded. Fragments flew in all directions, causing the group of cultivators to curse and hurriedly cover their faces. The sealed person fell to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to want to stand up, but he was too weak and fell to the ground. He's still alive? Many of the cultivators' faces paled, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, paled. Everyone thought that he should have died long ago, but he was still alive and well at this moment. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Strands of divine sense spread out from all directions and covered the person. After discovering that the person who came out of the blood-red crystal didn't have the slightest bit of strength in his body, everyone relaxed. Without power, there would be no danger. Naturally, there was no need to be vigilant or afraid. This is not an ordinary person. Chong Chi slowly shook his head. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a crystal and still be safe and sound. It's very likely he has temporarily lost his strength. We don't know what his cultivation realm is, but if he were to recover... Yufeng's face changed and he took a step forward, pushing his Saint Chi as he shouted, I'll kill him! The cultivation of the person inside the blood-red crystal was unknown, and his origin was unknown, so Yufeng naturally didn't dare take him lightly. There's no need to kill him, right? Wu Yi quickly stopped him. He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom. Is young lady very curious about him? Chong Chi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. Isn't Foreign Elder Chong curious? Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yufeng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, Do you understand what we're talking about? Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, What's your name? Where are you from? Yang Kai from Rainfall Star. Yang Kai replied honestly. Rainfall Star. Wu Yi raised her brow. Sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you end up here? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here. Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking, Doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here? I think so. Where is this place? Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. Boy, answer the question honestly. There's no place for you to speak here. Yufeng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. This place, it's near Shadowed Star. Yang Kai shook his head again. He had never heard of Shadowed Star before. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it. Haha, you're quite bold, you don't seem to be afraid at all. What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me. Yang Kai grinned. That's hard to say, it's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you, so I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship, Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied. "And, let me ask you, what's your cultivation?" "Third Order Saint Realm." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A Third Order Saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying, with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. "I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yu Feng, take him to rest and give him something to eat." Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yu Feng lightly. Yu Feng nodded, picked up Yang Kai, and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later, they arrived in front of a room and Yu Feng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside, and said fiercely, "Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life." "Got it?" Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be very obedient." Yu Feng turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Yang Kai and asked, "What's in your space ring?" "Some saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai replied. Yu Feng glanced around and found that no one was around, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai took the initiative to throw his space ring over. Yu Feng caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and immediately grinned, nodding to Yang Kai. "Boy, you're smart. Wait here. I'll find you something delicious to eat." After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Yu Feng grinned and strode off in a certain direction. Although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yang Kai here made him feel a little uneasy, being able to harvest so many saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, Yu Feng happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a big smile. Yu Feng quickly tucked his space ring behind his back and grinned widely. "Give it to me." Wu Yi stretched out her hand to him. "What does young lady want?" Yu Feng played dumb. "That person's space ring, is it in your hands now?" Wu Yi smiled lightly. Yu Feng sighed, his head drooping like a defeated rooster as he slowly walked over and placed Yang Kai's space ring in Wu Yi's hand, saying weakly, "Young lady, can you not be so smart? You're making us men lose our status. We're not bandits, why would we steal from others? Why would we become enemies for no reason? If the family was filled with people like you, how could it survive?" Wu Yi reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. When Yu Feng heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on and repeatedly cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Wu Yi ignored him and scolded him fiercely until Yu Feng seriously admitted his mistake and promised he would never do it again. After Yu Feng left, Wu Yi sent her divine sense into the space ring, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. No wonder people say people outside have so many high-rank saint crystals they can't use up. A third-order saint cultivator actually has so many high-rank saint crystals, it's really unfair. Stealing from him shouldn't be a problem, but he should be able to give it to me. In any case, I did save his life. After muttering to herself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with a clear conscience, preparing to have a good talk with Yang Kai about the ownership of this space ring the next time she saw him. Inside the room, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The space ring on his hand was just a facade. After all, in Star Territory, as long as one had a bit of strength, they would have a space ring. The one on Yang Kai's hand contained less than 500 high-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used pills, so losing it wasn't a big deal. However, the actions of the man named Yu Feng had made Yang Kai vigilant, so he quickly searched his chest and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, these 3 space rings that originally belonged to Guiche and the others had not been lost. After listening carefully and confirming that no one was monitoring him from outside, Yang Kai quickly transferred the contents of these 3 space rings into the demon mystic tome. If the contents of these 3 space rings were lost, Yang Kai would feel distressed. After doing all this, Yang Kai had time to examine his own situation. Since waking up, he found that his body was empty, without a trace of Saint Qi, as if he had lost all of his cultivation, a fact that made his hair stand on end. If a cultivator had no cultivation, they were equivalent to an ordinary person. After carefully examining himself, Yang Kai calmed down. Chapter 1094. The Saint Qi in his body had indeed been depleted, and the strength he had accumulated over so many years had been completely consumed. It was unavoidable for him to panic, but his foundation was still there. Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art and found that he could still absorb the surrounding world energy and transform it into nutrients for his own strength. As long as his foundation was intact, restoring his strength was only a matter of time. With the assistance of pills and Saint crystals, it wouldn't take too long, at most a few days, but if he wanted to regain the inexhaustible strength he had before, it would take him many years to accumulate it again. His spiritual energy had not been consumed much and had instead increased significantly. Using his divine sense to investigate his body, Yang Kai soon became pleasantly surprised. The golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have become purer and more condensed. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god golden blood. Each drop of demon god golden blood contained terrifying power. This was the true demon god golden blood, one that was comparable to the blood in great demon god's body. Compared to these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood flowing through his body before only had a powerful restorative ability. However, these 100 drops of golden blood contained Yang Kai's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of various strengths, seemingly having infinite uses. The frustration and faint uneasiness in Yang Kai's heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He didn't know what had happened to the body-tempering divine pool, but Yang Kai was certain that he had triggered some kind of barrier on the altar, causing the entire pool to compress into a blood-red crystal. While drifting through the star field, his blood was still being tempered, resulting in this exciting situation. His Saint Qi would not disappear for no reason. It was very likely that it had merged with his blood, nourishing the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. With his blood becoming purer, Yang Kai believed that the vitality he could erupt with when fighting would be more vigorous. His vitality was directly linked to his restorative ability and vitality, which meant that his restorative ability and vitality were much stronger than before. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai gathered the little bit of strength he had just recovered and cut a long, bone-deep wound on his palm. Golden light flashed and blood didn't even flow out. That terrifying wound quickly healed, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it disappeared without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the palm. Yang Kai took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the past, this kind of injury was not serious and could only be considered a minor injury, but it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to completely heal. But now, half a cup of tea was enough. His recovery ability had indeed increased by several times. After examining his body and confirming that the current situation was only a matter of time, Yang Kai relaxed, took out a piece of Saint crystal, held it in his palm, circulated his secret art, and began absorbing the power contained in this Saint crystal before stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth to dissolve their efficacies. Feeling his strength slowly recover, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn. The mark of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid on his chest had long since disappeared, so Yang Kai could infer that he had been in a coma for a long time, but he couldn't tell exactly how long. That woman had said that this place was near Shadowed Star and was several years away from Rainfall Star, which meant that he might have been sealed for several years. During this period of time, the energy in the blood-red crystal had combined with his own Saint Qi to temper his blood. When the crystal's energy and Saint Qi were completely exhausted, the altar seemed to have disappeared, so after the crystal shattered, Yang Kai had not seen any trace of it. The precious treasures placed on the altar should have also been turned into nutrients that had seeped into his blood. Although the operation this time was a little muddled, they had gained quite a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a bit rude and barbaric, he was still an honest person and really found some food to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't refuse and ate everything Yufeng brought him, restoring some of his strength. Although after reaching the third order Saint Realm, It didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't eat for a long time. Everyone had a desire for good food. On top of that, the things Yufeng brought him also had some restorative properties that were of great benefit to Yang Kai. Throughout the night, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-rank Saint crystals and accumulated a lot of Saint Qi in his meridians, but it still couldn't compare to when he was at his peak. The next day, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the woman who had spoken to Yang Kai before didn't wait for Yang Kai's response and directly pushed open the door and walked in. A diligent man moved a chair behind her and put it down with a flattering look on his face. After Wu Yi sat down, she waved to the cultivator, indicating that he could leave. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young lady, will there be a problem if you're alone with him?" "What problem?" Wu Yi glared at him unhappily. "Or do you think you're stronger than me and can protect me?" The cultivator's expression suddenly became awkward, and he hurriedly said he wouldn't dare, respectfully walking out and closing the door behind him. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled and asked, "You're alive?" And Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what this woman would ask him, but he also felt that the cultivator on this starship didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Although Yufeng had clamored to kill him at first, it was only because of his own vigilance. "Look, you've been drifting in the star field all this time. If it weren't for my subordinates rescuing you this time, you might still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered a powerful star beast, you might have been swallowed whole," Wu Yi said softly, trying to frighten him. "If you were swallowed by a star beast, you'd be miserable." Yang Kai saw Wu Yi talking while playing with a space ring and knew what she wanted to do. Laughing dumbly, he said, "You saved my life. Naturally, I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me. The only space ring I have was taken away by that man named Yufeng yesterday. So, you're willing to give me this space ring as a thank you gift?" Wu Yi was overjoyed. "Great. Then this space ring and everything inside is mine now. You can't go back." "I don't want it." Yang Kai shook his head. Only then did Wu Yi feel at ease as she took out everything from the space ring and put it into her own ring before tossing the empty one back to Yang Kai. "You're really rich. There are actually 500 high-rank Saint crystals in that space ring. Don't you know such a large amount of wealth can easily attract the attention of others? Fortunately, you encountered my starship. If it had been anyone else's starship, you might have already lost your life." "You call that rich?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Does it not count?" Wu Yi said somewhat sadly. "And people like you do have a lot of Saint crystals, but on Shadowed Star, it's different. There are only a few Saint crystal mines, and they are all controlled by several great forces. It's impossible for my family to obtain more, so we can only risk our lives to mine on the Or stars outside. Each time, many people die." "Are you really so poor?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since coming to Star Territory, he had never had to worry about Saint crystals. On the floating continent, he had robbed the people from Purple Star and Sword Union, obtaining a lot of Saint crystals. On Rainfall Star, he had also plundered the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. He really didn't know that someone would feel sad about 500 high-rank Saint crystals, and it seemed that this woman's identity wasn't low. "You said you're from Rainfall Star? As far as I know, that cultivation star is owned by a force called Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, right?" "N. Is Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce big? Do they have many masters? Is the strongest origin King Realm? I heard that there are palaces built with Saint crystals there, and that the people there eat pills as snacks. Is that true?" Wu Yi's rapid barrage of questions stunned Yang Kai. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you never been outside?" Wu Yi shook her head. "I can only move around Shadowed Star. This place is too remote. I heard that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's businesses are spread throughout Star Territory, but Shadowed Star doesn't have any. It's really annoying. They look down on us too much. Why can't you just move around Shadowed Star? Since you want to, why don't you go out and see for yourself?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that this woman was a little pitiful. She clearly had a heart that yearned for the outside world, but for some unknown reason she was bound by it. Do you think it's so easy to go outside? Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai couldn't help staring blankly at her. Without a suitable star, a strong starship, and abundant resources, how can we support a voyage that lasts several years? Very few people here can go outside, and basically no one from the outside will come here. Shadowed Star is destined to be a forgotten place. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Tong Xian Realm. The two had many similarities, both were extremely remote, but Shadowed Star was obviously better off than Tong Xian Realm. At the very least, Tong Xian Realm knew about the situation inside Star Territory, while Tong Xian Realm was a completely isolated world that didn't even have the qualifications to explore its territory. In the vast Star Territory, existences like Tong Xian Realm and Shadowed Star were definitely not exceptions. It was very likely that there were many such cultivation stars in unknown corners. For a moment, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of kinship with this woman, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "In fact, your situation is much better than mine." "What's better?" Wu Yi was puzzled. "Do you know where I came from?" "Where I came from, the strongest person was only a third-order saint." Wu Yi's small mouth twitched. "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai smiled. "But it's a fact." We don't even know about star shuttles, starships, or other cultivation stars in Star Territory. We're frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that the third-order Saint Realm is the peak of the martial Tao. If I hadn't accidentally obtained a star shuttle, I wouldn't have been able to come to this wonderful world. But from that land, besides me, no one can enter Star Territory, so they're still living ignorant lives on that continent. Wu Yi stared at Yang Kai blankly for a long time before saying, "You're really pitiful." Chapter 1095. Once one found that others were more pitiful than themselves, they would no longer feel sad. Yang Kai's words gave Wu Yi a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yang Kai, Shadowed Star was simply a paradise on earth. Wu Yi greatly admired Yang Kai for rushing out of Tong Xian Realm alone and breaking into the territory of Shadowed Star. Her two beautiful eyes filled with worship. She obviously admired this kind of fearless behavior, and if she had the opportunity, she would have done the same. Unfortunately, there were various restrictions that kept her trapped here. As they chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi didn't hold any hostility towards Yang Kai, and Yang Kai was also a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances. So naturally, he wouldn't try to harm her. It wasn't until Yu Feng ran over to report something that Wu Yi reluctantly left. After she left, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint Crystals, take some pills, and circulate his secret art to restore his strength. Time passed by, and after a month, Yang Kai had restored his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, but the Saint Qi in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least not compared to before. Yang Kai continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystals to supplement the strength stored in his body. Yang Kai was accustomed to an inexhaustible supply of strength, so no matter how much he used it, he wouldn't collapse. But now, his current state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The energy in the Saint Crystals quickly transformed into a powerful source of strength for Yang Kai, allowing his Saint Qi to flow through his meridians. His heart was as calm as a mirror as he swept his divine sense through his meridians, carefully examining the 100 drops of pure demon god golden blood. These 100 drops of golden blood were produced because of the altar and the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body. There were only 100 drops of golden blood, so they would eventually be used up. If he wanted to produce more in the future, what method would he use? The altar in the body-tempering divine pond was no longer there, and Yang Kai hadn't completely memorized the complex spirit array engraved on it. So even if he wanted to duplicate it, it would be impossible. Just as he was thinking about this, though, the golden blood flowing through his body seemed to be stimulated and began madly swallowing his Saint Qi. Yang Kai, who had just recovered, suddenly went pale and couldn't help feeling like he was about to collapse. Carefully inspecting it, Kai Yang was shocked. More than half of the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body disappeared at once. But this Saint Chi was quickly swallowed up by his golden blood. After swallowing his Saint Chi, his golden blood began producing a pinprick of pure gold the size of a needle tip. It was a drop of pure demon god golden blood that had yet to form. Yang Kai thought for a while with a gloomy expression before coming to a conclusion and quietly releasing his suppression, allowing his golden blood to continue swallowing his Saint Chi. The Saint Chi he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly decreased, but the needle-like golden blood grew larger. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't help but look ecstatic. Sure enough, golden blood could be produced by consuming Saint Chi, confirming Yang Kai's previous guess that the reason why his vast Saint Chi had disappeared was because he had produced 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if Yang Kai wanted to condense pure golden blood, he would only need to consume his Saint Chi. However, the amount of Saint Chi consumed was quite large, so much so that Yang Kai felt distressed. After restoring his Saint Chi for an entire month, Yang Kai could only condense a single drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This meant that he would have to cultivate for at least 3 months before he could condense a single drop of pure golden blood. Although he felt distressed, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Because Saint Chi could be obtained through cultivation, taking pills, or consuming Saint crystals, as long as he found the right place and method, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain Saint Chi. However, demon god golden blood was not something that could be obtained casually. Now that there was a way to convert the two, Yang Kai was happy. Although this was a one-sided conversion process that wasn't as flexible as using Yang liquid, at least the demon god golden blood wouldn't be completely consumed. There were still 100 drops of golden blood in his body, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to produce more. Right now, the most important thing was to accumulate Saint Chi. In a good mood, Yang Kai's cultivation speed seemed to have improved greatly. In just one day, Yang Kai consumed 10 pieces of Saint Crystal and absorbed all their energy. Wuyi came again. During this past month, whenever she had some free time, she would run over to Yang Kai. The news Yang Kai would bring her about the outside world had fascinated her greatly. Whether it was big or small, she would listen with great interest. The more she heard, the more she yearned to explore the outside world, to the point where she couldn't wait to order the starship to change course and head towards that wonderful world. Seeing her sitting in front of him with an eager look on her face, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, "Wu-Yi, I've only been in the Starry Sky territory for a few years now. I've already told you everything I know and see. There's nothing else I can hide from you." Yang Kai really couldn't stand her anymore. How could a person's curiosity be so strong? He didn't know if it was her own tragedy or his own. Just think about it. There's always something you haven't told me. As long as it's news from the outside world, I'll listen to it. Wu-Yi refused to back down and stared at Yang Kai with great interest. The last few times she had said something like this, Yang Kai had racked his brains to think of a few trivial things to satisfy Wu-Yi's curiosity and send her away. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to compromise today. This little girl was a wolf that couldn't be fed. If he compromised today, there would definitely be a next time. There's nothing else, really nothing else. I even told you about my flirting with women. What else have I not told you? Let's talk about that then. I want to know how men and women in the outside world treat their feelings differently from those on Shadowed Star. Wu-Yi said with great interest, completely ignoring Yang Kai's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the critical moment, Yu Feng had run over to save Yang Kai's life. Seeing him so flustered, Wu-Yi's expression also became serious. What happened? There's a group of black rock beasts outside the starship. Wu-Yi's expression suddenly changed as she hurriedly stood up and rushed to the window to look out. But after seeing the situation outside, her face became even uglier. Not bothering to dig up any more information from Yang Kai, she hurriedly ran out with Yu Feng. After they left, Yang Kai also looked out the window and saw a large group of black monster beasts gathered around the starship. There were at least 300 to 400 of them, and this was all within Yang Kai's field of vision. He didn't know how many were outside his field of vision. Black rock beasts. Yang Kai had heard from Wu Yi during their conversation. These monster beasts lived in the territory of the starry sky and had extremely tenacious vitality. They also liked to gnaw on ores. As such, traces of black rock beasts could often be found in asteroid seas, dead stars, or stars. Wu Yi and the others called these monster beasts star beasts. Black rock beasts weren't very strong, the weakest only being 5th order, equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strongest were 7th order Saint King realm, while the majority were 6th order. What gave Wu Yi a headache, though, was that black rock beasts lived in groups, and not only did they like to gnaw on ores, they also liked to gnaw on starships. The hulls of starships were made from a variety of rare ores, which were the most suitable for the black rock beast's appetite. Their skin was thick and their flesh was thick, making them extremely difficult to kill. Many starships on Shadowed Star were destroyed not because they encountered storms in the starfield, but because they encountered black rock beasts. Once a starship was gnawed by this monster beast, the cultivator inside would lose its protection and naturally suffer casualties. Over the years, the great forces on Shadowed Star had suffered heavy losses because of these star beasts and had even joined forces to exterminate them once. But these black rock beasts were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one batch was cut down, another would pop up, making it impossible to kill them all. It could be said that black rock beasts were the biggest enemy of any cultivator on Shadowed Star. They were also the biggest obstacle preventing cultivators from entering the territory of the starry sky and integrating into the wonderful world outside. If they couldn't solve this problem, they would never be able to integrate into the starry sky territory. Wu Yi's starship was only Saint King grade low rank and was unable to resist the sharp fangs of the black rock beasts. As such, when she heard that there were black rock beasts following them, Wu Yi's expression immediately changed. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before walking out. Over the past month, although he hadn't been able to integrate into the starship, no one had tried to embarrass him. After all, his true cultivation wasn't high. Wu Yi had also allowed him to walk around the starship as long as he didn't go to any secret places. Along the corridor, the cultivator rushed out, each of them brimming with murderous intent. Under Yu Feng's orders, they all ran off in an orderly manner. Many people were cursing, shouting that they would fight the black rock beasts to the death, vowing to live or die with the starship. Everyone turned a blind eye to Yang Kai. At that moment, the starship shook violently and a shocking energy fluctuation burst out, causing all the cultivator to grin. Yang Kai looked out the window and saw a white light shoot out from a certain part of the starship and crash into the black rock beasts. Dozens of black rock beasts that had gathered together instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the light passed, the space became empty, leaving nothing behind. Crystal cannons. Every starship carried a kind of artifact that was completely powered by Saint Crystals. Although it was extremely powerful, its consumption was also enormous. Chapter 1096. Outside the starship, the brilliance of artifacts and martial skills dazzled everyone's eyes as a variety of different types of power was released by the cultivators and bombarded the dense black rock beasts. Even though the black rock beast's skin was extremely tough, they were unable to withstand such a violent attack. In just a single sweep, more than 25th or 6th order black rock beasts were torn to pieces. The cultivators on the starship moved in a very orderly manner, showing a kind of group formation. None of them would rush out alone to attack the black rock beasts, instead acting as a group under Wu Yi's command. Wherever Wu Yi pointed, they would attack. There weren't many of them, only 50 to 60 of them, so compared to the huge black rock beasts, they were insignificant, so they could only use this method to gain some advantage. Yang Kai heard the sound of prayers and cheers from the cultivators on the starship cheering for their companions. Their cultivations were the lowest among all, so they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle and could only remain on the starship and maintain its operations. A scream rang out as a third-order Saint Cultivator was the first to be torn to pieces by a black rock beast, instantly dying. Immediately, someone else took his place and forced the black rock beast to retreat. In the next moment, a dozen or so attacks were launched, killing the black rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's dispatch was very orderly and effective. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had dealt with such a battle, so each of them was very experienced. If this situation continued, even if Wu Yi's side was outnumbered, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, as if they knew what the black rock beasts would do next, something they couldn't resist. Another blood-curdling scream rang out as a cultivator at the outermost edge of the formation was bitten by several black rock beasts. His hands and feet were bitten, and he became the second person to die. After the black rock beasts killed the cultivator, they didn't devour his flesh and blood, instead spitting it out of their mouths. Black rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. ****. A green liquid suddenly sprayed out from the black rock beasts' mouths, and in an instant, Wu Yi and the others were surrounded by this green liquid. Everyone's expression became solemn as they quickly moved out of the way under Wu Yi's command. A cultivator who was carelessly stained by the green liquid screamed out miserably as a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic artifact armor he wore on his chest quickly melted away, and even his body was corroded, leaving behind only a pile of bones. This dark green liquid clearly had an extremely strong corrosive property. Yang Kai paled as he couldn't help worrying for Wu Yi and the others. If Wu Yi and the starship were defeated everyone on the starship ship would be destroyed. If that was the starship, everyone on board of them would be destroyed and everyone on starship would suffer. If the starship were defeated too, if they were to starship of them, and starship so everyone. Kai Yang suddenly felt that he should do something. Dong dong dong. A series of muffled thumps rang out from the ship's hull as Yang Kai saw the black rock beasts actually avoid Wu Yi and the others and jump onto the starship, spraying the green liquid from their mouths and beginning to corrode the hull before gnawing at it. Crunching sounds like silkworms eating mulberry leaves rang out, densely packed together, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Wu Yi and the others no longer stayed together and instead split up into groups of 3 to 5 as they followed the black rock beasts and jumped onto the starship's hull, valiantly killing the enemies and protecting the ship. More and more people died, each of them surrounded by several dozen black rock beasts. Yufeng joined forces with the other 3 to protect Wu Yi, releasing their Saint Qi together with her. Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so she waved the several rings in her hands, her graceful waist dancing like a water snake, condensing a series of flames into a dragon-like attack, causing the black rock beasts to hesitate, none of them daring to approach. The few black rock beasts that did manage to approach were all strangled to death. These beasts seemed to be very afraid of fire. More and more black rock beasts noticed this scene and quickly rushed over. Yufeng and the others did their best but were unable to stop the tide of beasts. Not to mention, there were several 7th-order black rock beasts in this group. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. 2 of the 7th-order black rock beasts entangled Yufeng while the others rushed to meet the other cultivator guards around Wu Yi, keeping them busy. The rings in Wu Yi's hands erupted with an even stronger flame aura and bombarded one of the 7th-order black rock beasts that was rushing over. Flames splashed out and the black rock beast howled in pain as it retreated, but it was not killed. Black rock beasts had thick skin and extremely strong defensive power, so Wu Yi could kill 5th-order or 6th-order black rock beasts, but she couldn't kill a 7th-order black rock beast in a short time. After being attacked by the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become incomparably furious. It opened its bloody mouth, which was full of irregular sawtooth fangs. Faintly, one could see dark green corrosive acid gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several of its companions and, taking advantage of Wu Yi's confusion, bit towards her waist. As long as this black rock beast bit down, with the corrosive power of its acid, even if Wu Yi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Wu Yi could see it clearly, but she had no way to resist. Yufeng and the others also glared at Wu Yi, but they couldn't help her. A sense of despair rose from her heart as Wu Yi's expression became bleak as she helplessly watched the 7th Order Black Rock beast bite down on her. At that moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This drop of golden light appeared without warning, leaving no trace behind. The moment this drop of golden light appeared, it transformed into a long spear that pulsed with a powerful energy fluctuation that caused everyone's complexion to pale. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the Grade 7 Black Rock beast with its mouth wide open. The spear smashed a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head into pieces. The golden spear didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through more than a dozen Black Rock beasts. None of these thick-skinned monster beasts could resist this attack, whether it was 5th Order or 6th Order, all of them bursting into a bloody mist and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yu Feng, who was dumbfounded, forgot about the danger he was in as he stared blankly at the golden spear rapidly approaching him, a cold chill filling the depths of his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, to his surprise, the golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment it arrived in front of him, it suddenly changed directions, brushing past his body and swallowing up a Black Rock beast behind him. The group of people looked around blankly, all of them confused as to who had produced this golden spear. Wu Yi was even more so, searching around. What should have been a certain death situation had been resolved by this golden spear, allowing her to escape. Her pretty face filled with doubt as she looked around with lingering fear. She wanted to find the owner of this golden spear. She didn't know she had such a powerful subordinate. This spear alone was enough to make him the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally had value as a cultivator with such means. She searched for a while but didn't find anyone suspicious. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai standing behind a window somewhere in the starship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her, seemingly trying to say something, but from his nervous expression and mouth movements, Wu Yi was able to infer that he was cheering for her and the others. Wu Yi shook her head and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai, instead joining forces with Yu Feng and the others to launch another attack on the Black Rock beasts, while quietly observing the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the situation of the battle seemed to have changed. The cultivator group, who had originally been at an absolute disadvantage, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately pushed their strength, gradually reversing the situation. The golden spear moved around the battlefield as if it had a life of its own. It had its own eyes. Every time it attacked, it would kill several Black Rock beasts. Every time it attacked, it would save a warrior's life. It had grasped the opportunity quite well. Everyone discovered this strange golden spear and recognized its ferocity. Some of the more experienced cultivators hid behind the spear and began to hunt down the wounded Black Rock beasts. Wu Yi was also very smart and decisively ordered everyone to follow behind the spear and attack. This was an indestructible spear, so with it leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the Black Rock beasts were all killed. The Black Rock beasts that jumped onto the warship were gradually cleaned up. The Black Rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears and gathered in one place, eyeing this side covetously. However, they did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand and motioned for everyone to rest for a while. They were too few in number while the Black Rock beasts still had hundreds of monster beasts. If they rushed in rashly, casualties would definitely occur. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The Black Rock beasts were afraid to attack and didn't dare to attack, while Wu Yi and the others also held back. The deadlock was broken by the golden spear. For some unknown reason, the golden spear suddenly emitted a shocking energy fluctuation, and the originally 10-meter-long spear suddenly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 50-meter-long giant spear. The giant spear flickered and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it had never existed. Just as everyone was searching for traces of the giant spear, at the location where the Black Rock beasts were gathered, a golden light burst out, enveloping the entire group of beasts. Many 5th Order and 6th Order Black Rock beasts disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated. Even the Seventh Order Black Rock beasts began to howl, their black hides flipping as dark red blood flowed out from their bodies. When the golden light disappeared, the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank significantly. At least a few dozen black rock beasts had died in the golden light. The remaining black rock beasts no longer dared to remain, and under the leadership of several Seventh Order monster beasts, fled in terror. The group of cultivators stood in place in a daze until the black rock beast disappeared into the starry sky with their eyes. Only then did they burst into cheers, each of their faces filled with joy and the joy of surviving a calamity. Only Yu Feng and foreign elder Chang Qi exchanged glances and guessed Wu Yi's intentions for gathering these people together. After waiting for a while, Wu Yi, dressed in a long green dress, walked over, her ethereal aura causing everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. The faint smile at the corners of her mouth was captivating, as if it was trying to pull in one's soul, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. Yu Feng didn't conceal the admiration in his eyes and slapped the heads of several of his companions who were currently acting ugly, grinding his teeth as he scolded, "All of you restrain yourselves. Look at what a bunch of stupid pigs you've become. Big brother Yu Feng, you're not much better yourself. Why are you slapping us?" Someone grabbed his head and cried out, "Father here is admiring you, unlike you bunch of idiots. Do you even know what admiring is?" Yu Feng coldly snorted, saying so as a smile appeared on his face, and he rushed over to Wu Yi's side, flattering her. "Young lady, everyone has gathered here. You can speak now." Wu Yi nodded lightly, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her group of worthless subordinates. Everyone who caught her eye couldn't help raising their heads and puffing out their chests, restraining their filthy demeanors and giving off a dignified and awe-inspiring aura. Yu Feng diligently brought over a chair for Wu Yi to sit down before saying, "You're all quite fierce. Why didn't I notice it before? I always thought you were a bunch of idiots waiting to die. But now I know I was wrong, very wrong." Many of these people didn't hear the ridicule in Wu Yi's voice and simply grinned, saying the young lady had overestimated themselves and acting extremely humble. Wu Yi sneered lightly as she watched them blow their own trumpets, pretending to be humble, but in reality, each and every one of them had their tails stuck high up in the sky. Suddenly slapping her chair, Wu Yi ground her teeth and shouted, "Do you think I don't know what kind of conduct you have? Do you really think I'm praising you? A bunch of brainless fools." Even if they were reprimanded by Wu Yi like this, everyone was still laughing, not showing the slightest bit of anger. Being reprimanded by a beautiful woman was also a kind of glory, and everyone knew that although Wu Yi said so, she didn't actually think so in her heart. "You there, stand up. Don't think you've hidden yourself well enough. This young lady has already found your weakness. Don't think you can do it without anyone noticing." Wu Yi shouted as she swept her beautiful eyes across the crowd. Everyone who met her gaze felt as if she was looking at them. Everyone's faces immediately became serious as they remembered the golden spear they had seen during the previous battle and understood why Wu Yi had gathered everyone here. The young lady clearly wanted to find the owner of that golden spear. Walala. Suddenly. More than a dozen people stood up from the crowd, each of them wearing an embarrassed expression as they hesitated to speak. Some of the more shameless ones even stuttered, "Young lady, in fact, I didn't want to say it, but since you've found out, I can't hide it any longer." Wu Yi rubbed her forehead, a helpless expression filling her pretty face because she had noticed Yu Feng among these dozen people. She felt that she had underestimated the shamelessness of this group of bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos as more than a dozen people kept insisting that the golden spear was their masterpiece, refusing to back down, causing a ruckus. "Young lady." The old foreign elder Chang Qi walked over to Wu Yi and folded his hands into his sleeves, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Don't you know what kind of trash these people are? That golden spear definitely wasn't their doing." Wu Yi sighed, Then who could it be? On our starship, besides these unworthy fools, only Yang Kai is capable of such a feat, however. When we were fighting the Black Rock beasts, Yang Kai was still inside the starship, and his strength is only a third-order saint, so naturally it couldn't have been his doing. Chang-Chi thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps some master happened to pass by and helped us." "Master?" Wu Yi frowned. "Foreign Elder Chang. Do you know of any master on Shadowed Star who uses that kind of artifact?" Chang-Chi shook his head. "Young lady, that golden spear doesn't seem to be an artifact." "Not an artifact. Could it be a martial skill?" "It doesn't seem to be a martial skill either." This old master paid close attention to that golden spear during the battle and discovered that it was giving off an astonishing vitality. Although it was in the form of a spear, this old master had the illusion that it was made out of flesh and blood. "I also noticed the vitality." Wu Yi nodded. "But why didn't this person say anything about helping us? At the very least, he should have let us know who was helping us." Chang-Chi smiled lightly. "There are many powerful masters who like to do things without leaving their names. Perhaps in his opinion it was just a small matter. But in the end, he saved the lives of several dozen people. Young lady doesn't need to worry. As long as that person is from Shadowed Star, we will know one day. When that time comes, we can go and thank him. Our family isn't an ungrateful bunch. But if young lady learns who he is in the future, you must be careful when interacting with him. Such a powerful master is temperamental. Perhaps he didn't take this matter to heart." "What Foreign Elder says is correct." Wu Yi nodded lightly, glancing over at the group of crooked melons who were still arguing and trying to take all the credit for themselves. Wu Yi's nose almost went crooked from anger as she shouted, "If you keep acting so shamelessly, I'll confiscate all your rewards when we return." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen people suddenly fell silent, none of them daring to make a sound, all of them exchanging awkward glances. "There's still a month before we return to Shadowed Star. All of you be careful. Don't make any mistakes." Wu Yi scolded before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yufeng snorted and squinted at the crowd. "Good. Now there's no need to argue. You bunch of stupid pigs. Why did so many of you suddenly stand up for me? This kind of credit should have been taken by father alone. It's really this Yufeng's shame to be associated with you lot." The dozen or so people rolled their eyes and ignored the angry Yufeng, going back to their own tasks. Inside his room, Yang Kai was meditating when Wu Yi rushed in angrily and sat down in her usual chair, her full chest heaving up and down in a spectacular display. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her for a moment before closing them again and continuing with his own business. After waiting for a while, seeing him remain motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're making me so angry." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to cultivate. This little girl was good at everything, but she was a bit too active. Every time she came in, she would pull him to her side and talk, as if she hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Chapter 1098. Seeing Wu Yi sitting there with a straight face, waiting for him to ask, Yang Kai sighed and unwillingly asked, "Who provoked you?" "That group of smelly men. How can their IQs be so low? How can they not feel ashamed to take credit for themselves?" "Yang Kai, are the people outside also like this?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying, "I don't know about others, but I do know that men can become very stupid under certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" "When facing the woman they like, they often pretend to be stupid in order to attract her attention." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before suddenly giggling and nodding. "What you said makes sense. In fact, they aren't usually stupid, they're actually smarter than anyone else, but every time I see them, it seems they're showing off their IQ. If you don't do that, how can you show off your intelligence?" "You mean to say that I'm actually stupid? That I only appear smart because of their help?" Wu Yi suddenly became unhappy. "That's not what I mean, you're thinking too much. If you weren't smart enough, no one would dare let you take charge of this starship, and they wouldn't put their lives in your hands. That's more like it, Wu Yi snorted. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's answer, suddenly saying, "Do you know, when we were fighting outside just now, I thought we were all going to die? I had never encountered such a large group of black rock beasts before. If they had really destroyed the starship, less than 30% of us would have survived. But suddenly a golden spear appeared and helped us resolve the crisis." Yang Kai, what kind of person do you think the owner of that golden spear was? You were also watching the battle. Did you not notice anyone suspicious? No. Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Yi stared at him deeply, seemingly unintentionally saying, "If that person is willing to identify themselves, I will definitely thank them." Yang Kai sat in place, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation, his expression indifferent. After a long time, Wu Yi sighed. "We'll be returning to Shadowed Star in a month. You should rest well. I see that you haven't fully recovered during this time. Did you hurt your foundation? I'll have someone send you some pills and Saint crystals later." Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse. Shortly after Wu Yi left, a cultivator brought over 10 high-rank Saint crystals and a few Saint-grade high-rank pills, saying that the young lady wanted to deliver them to Yang Kai so he could recover before returning to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai thanked him and took it. Looking at the 10 Saint crystals and the few Saint-grade top-rank pills he usually didn't care about, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Last time, Wu Yi had robbed him of 500 high-rank Saint crystals. But as far as Yang Kai knew, those high-rank Saint crystals had not been pocketed by Wu Yi alone. Instead, she had taken them out and distributed them to her subordinates. Although everyone didn't get much, they were all overjoyed. Yang Kai immediately knew that these people did not live a rich life. Now that Wu Yi had sent him 10 Saint crystals, it was enough to show her kindness. The days passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent most of his time in his room recovering and storing his Saint Qi, occasionally coming out to walk around. Although this small starship wasn't of high grade and was obviously quite old, it was well maintained by Wu Yi's subordinates. The floor of the starship was spotless and the windows were cleaned every day. These people cherished this starship far more than their own lives. Yang Kai wasn't one of Wu Yi's subordinates, so he couldn't go to some of the starship's secret locations, such as the power room. Other than these places, he could walk around freely. Wu Yi suddenly changed the topic and a confident smile appeared on her face. "My wish is to reconnect Shadowed Star with the outside world so that our people can go out whenever they want and never have to worry about a lack of Saint crystals." Yang Kai turned to look at her and gave her a big thumbs up. People with aspirations were worthy of respect. Compared with Wu Yi, Yang Kai didn't seem to have much ambition right now. All he wanted to do was become stronger as quickly as possible. "My family isn't strong, so I can't get them to support me. Yang Kai, please help me." Yang Kai, who was looking at Wu Yi approvingly, smiled bitterly and said, "That last sentence was your real purpose, right?" Wu Yi spat out her pink tongue, silently agreeing. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that no wonder Wu Yi looked a bit sentimental today. It turned out she had some kind of idea about him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just a third-order Saint cultivator. How can I help you? I don't know what you can help me with, but at the very least, you came from the outside, so you know what kind of forces we can cooperate with. That's all I don't know. I lack people like you around me, so it doesn't matter if your strength is a bit low." Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes. Yang Kai frowned. He had a good impression of this woman. Although she looked soft and weak on the outside, she was actually very strong and had a strong will to pursue her ideals. However, Yang Kai really didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. To Shadowed Star, he was just a passerby who would soon leave. Rashly agreeing to her request would be irresponsible. But looking at the clear look in her eyes, Yang Kai couldn't bear to discourage her. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "I heard you say before that your family is attached to a force called Shadow Moon Hall, right?" "Yes, Shadow Moon Hall is one of the largest forces on Shadowed Star. My Haiko family is attached to Shadow Moon Hall." There are many families like my family on Shadowed Star, so if they don't attach themselves to a great force, they won't be able to survive. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This kind of thing was commonplace on Tongxian realm, but the Haiku family Wu Yi belonged to was just a peripheral force, so it was likely their status was very low and their family wasn't very strong. Who is the strongest in your family? Yang Kai asked again. Although she didn't understand what he wanted to do, Wu Yi still pointed to the side. Foreign Elder Changqi is one of the strongest. Yang Kai was stunned. Not even an origin returning realm master? Wu Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Do you think there are many origin returning realm masters? Are you going to help me or not? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Your dream seems to be very far away. If you want to realize such an ideal, it's impossible to do so without a strong master under your command. And you should first become the patriarch of your family. I'll think about it when the time comes. Think about it? Wu Yi trembled with anger. She had sincerely invited him but hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so perfunctory, causing her to grit her teeth, wishing she could bite off a piece of flesh from his back. Good, when you really take charge of your family, if you still have such ambitions, I'll help you. Yang Kai stared at her with scorching eyes. It's a promise. Wu Yi immediately smiled and stretched out her small white hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave her 3 palms as a promise. Just wait. In less than 2 or 3 years, I'll become the patriarch of my family, Wu Yi said confidently. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai really didn't have the heart to tell her that once she became the patriarch of her family and stood at such a height, she would find that her thoughts at that time were somewhat different from her current thoughts. Right now, she was simply pursuing her own dreams without any worries. But in the future, she would have to consider the livelihood of her entire family. So all kinds of restrictions would tighten her wings even more. Time would wear down a person's spirit, causing a hot-blooded person to become more mature. Chapter 1099. The starship flew under the clouds of Shadowed Star for a long time before finally descending slowly and landing on a huge wide chalk field. Inside this wide chalk field, some people who had received the news were waiting. Standing by the window, Wu Yi saw familiar faces waving their hands towards them and couldn't help jumping up and down. It's Uncle Howen and the others. Yufeng grinned. We've worked hard this time, so Senior Howen will naturally come to greet us personally. Big Sister Xiaoji, after we return, will be rewarded, right? You only know how to reward us. Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him before chuckling. Don't worry. The ores we collected this time are all rare. You'll be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, the nearby cultivator suddenly cheered. With a dull thud, the starship landed firmly on the broad chalk field and the hatch slowly opened. Wu Yi took the lead, followed by Changqi, and a large group of people walked out like soldiers who had just returned from a victorious battle, their chests puffed out in pride as they walked out of the starship with their heads held high and chests puffed out. The old man named Howen quickly stepped forward, followed by several Haiku family cultivator, cupping his fists and bowing. Big Sister Xiaoji has worked hard. Everyone has worked hard. It's what we should do. Uncle Howen is too polite. Wu Yi smiled. Big Sister Xiaoji being able to return safely. This old man's heart can finally relax, Howen said with a trace of fear. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to drive a starship into star territory. Wu Yi had been gone for a week now. So many people who were concerned about her were unable to eat or sleep well. Howen was one of them and enthusiastically said, Big Sister Xiaoji, please return to the family quickly. The patriarch and the elders are all very worried about you. If they see you safe and sound, they will be very happy. Wu Yi smiled and shook her head. There's no need to rush. Let's transport the ores from the starship first, then return. Howen's face stiffened slightly, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile. There's no need for Big Sister Xiaoji to take charge of this matter. Someone will naturally take care of it. Wu Yi stood in place and thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well. Saying so, she turned around and shouted, Help transport the ores we collected back. Yes. Yu Feng and the others replied loudly. No need, we can do it ourselves. A voice suddenly called out. The moment she heard this voice, the smile on Wu Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of vigilance and disgust as she glanced around. In the direction of the sound, a group of cultivators was rushing towards them. The leader was a short young man. The young man's height was too horrible to look at. He only reached Yang Kai's chest. Although he was short, he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He looked insufferably arrogant. The cultivator behind him also had a complacent expression. Their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Xiahong won? Wu Yi's black and white pupils shrank as she called out, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" The young man named Xiahong Wen grinned meaningfully. Although this is your Haiku family's vast chalk field, it's also my Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so I can come and go as I please. And little sister Wu Yi has worked hard this time. I heard you went deep into Star's territory this time and collected a lot of rare ores. What does that have to do with you? Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. How does it have nothing to do with me? Xiahong Wen laughed and pointed to the starship. The ores inside now belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. Didn't anyone tell you? Wu Yi's face went pale while Yu Feng and the others also wore ferocious looks as they became furious. Wu Yi turned her head to look at Howen, expecting him to give an explanation. Howen wore a guilty look on his face, and after hesitating for a long time, he sighed. Big sister Xiao Chalk. Let's go back first. The patriarch will give you an explanation. Explanation? Wu Yi sneered, instantly understanding the cause and effect of this situation, causing her fiery heart to go cold as she coldly declared. In order to collect these ores, more than 100 of us went out, but now only half have returned. Does the family know what kind of danger we've encountered? Do they know we were attacked by several waves of black rock beasts? Do they know we almost didn't make it back? We were almost wiped out? Who were we desperately collecting these ores for? Now that we've returned with a bountiful harvest, why can't we enjoy the fruits of our hard work? Can we only get an explanation? This series of questions left Howen speechless, the shame on his face becoming even thicker, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Not only was Wu Yi furious, her tender body trembling, but the 50 or so cultivator behind her were also glaring at Xiahong Wen with burning eyes, all of them secretly circulating their strength. Xiahong Wen remained motionless, his face still wearing that disgusting smile as he shot a provocative look towards Yu Feng and the others, as if he couldn't wait for them to make a big fuss. Elder sister Xiao Ji, this is the family's decision. Howen held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a few words, looking towards Wu Yi with a sincere expression, almost pleading, "Please consider the overall situation. Elder sister Xiao Ji." Wu Yi wasn't a little girl who didn't understand anything. Although she understood that the family had made such a decision out of desperation, she also understood that if she didn't compromise at this time, it would only bring greater disaster to the people behind her. Clenching her fists tightly, the anger on her face transformed into helplessness as she sighed heavily. "I understand. Elder sister Xiao Ji." Yu Feng shouted, seemingly having something to say. "Go back. You won't be short on rewards even if the family doesn't pay. I will." Wu Yi glared at him fiercely. Yu Feng's eyes went bloodshot as he lowered his head dejectedly. With a soft clap, Xiahong Wen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, laughed and said, "I've long since heard that little sister Wu Yi is skilled in managing her subordinates. Seeing you in person today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. So many grown men are willing to listen to a little woman like you. Big brother admires you. Who's your little sister? Whose big brother are you?" Wu Yi looked at him with disgust. "Xiahong Wen, I'll tell you. The starship's ores are soaked with the blood of my Haiku family members. We mined them with our own lives. I hope you won't have nightmares when you take them back and won't be haunted by resentful spirits." Xiahong Wen's face went cold, but he soon smiled. "Wu Yi, I know you're not convinced, but so what? You can only blame your family for being too weak. And one day your family will be surnamed Xie and you will become a woman surnamed Xie. I'll leave you with these words. Just wait and see. Saying so, he laughed loudly and waved his hand. Go move the oars. Anyone who dares stop you will be killed without mercy. The cultivator behind him all rushed forward one after another and entered the starship. Go back. Wu Yi didn't want to see him make a fool of himself, so with a cold expression, she led the several dozen cultivator away in a different direction. The ores they had painstakingly harvested from the depths of Shadowed Star's territory fell into the hands of an outsider the moment they returned to Shadowed Star. This was nothing short of torture and destruction for all of them. The atmosphere in the team was extremely oppressive, and Yang Kai could clearly see that everyone's eyes were bloodshot. He believed that as long as Wu Yi gave the order just now, all of them would have attacked Xie Hongwen without any regard for their lives to protect the fruits of their hard work. Yang Kai had thought of returning to Shadowed Star and wanted to say goodbye to Wu Yi, but now was not a good time. Leaving without saying goodbye was not a good idea, so in desperation, he could only follow the team forward. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai approached Yufeng and asked softly, Does that Xie Hongwen have a grudge with your family's elder sister Xiaoji? Yufeng's anger had not yet subsided, so after hearing this question, he shot a glance towards Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes and shook his head. No, it's just that he wanted to marry elder sister Xiaoji a few years ago, but was rejected by her. Since then, he has been holding a grudge against our family. Is that guy very powerful? What does he count for? Yufeng said disdainfully. If not for the protection of Shadow Moon Hall, I could have killed him at any time. It's just that his father is an important figure in Shadow Moon Hall, so he can act so unscrupulously. My Haika family is just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. No matter how he bullies us, no one will come to uphold justice. Boy, why are you asking so many questions? I'm warning you, don't try to steal Wu Yi from me. Otherwise I'll beat you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before snickering. Rest assured, I won't steal her from you. And I have many women. Yufeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Isn't that right? With that kind of character of yours, there are many women willing to follow you, so what are you going to use to protect them? Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Yufeng acted as if he had discovered a new world and ran up to the front. Walking side by side with Wu Yi, acting mysteriously. No one knew what they were talking about. A moment later, Wu Yi looked back at Yang Kai, her brow furrowing slightly as a look of disbelief filled her face. Yang Kai's face went pale, knowing that Yufeng had sold him out. But after seeing him act like this, Wu Yi's mood seemed to improve slightly, her tight little face gradually relaxing as an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. The Haika family's manor wasn't far from the wide chalk field where the starship was anchored, only about 50 kilometers away, so after a short while, the group arrived. Wu Yi, Haowen, and Changqi naturally went to meet with the important figures of the family to ask them for an explanation. The rest of the Haika family's people swarmed into the manor and scattered, soon disappearing without a trace. Only Yufeng and Yang Kai were left behind, the two of them glancing at each other. Yufeng scratched his head and muttered, Sister Xiaoji told me to entertain you properly, but after thinking about it for a while, I don't know how to entertain you. Father here has no experience in this area. Yang Kai laughed and said, Do as you please, I'll just walk around. Do as you wish, Father happens to have some free time. And don't go to the inner mansion, that's where the main family lives, just walk around the outer mansion. If you're really bored, there's Heavenly Fate City about 200 kilometers from here, you can go there. And Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 1100. One of the big differences between Shadowed Star and other cultivation stars was the strength of its gravitational pull. In the past, Yang Kai had discovered that the larger a cultivation star was, the greater the gravitational pull. It seemed that the two were directly proportional, and shadowed star's gravitational pull was particularly strong. Other cultivation stars simply couldn't compare to it. Cultivating in this kind of environment would definitely give Yangkai greater benefits than cultivating on other cultivation stars. On top of that, the world energy aura here wasn't as thin as he had imagined. Compared to Rainfall Star and Water Moon Star, it was indeed slightly inferior. However, Yangkai was from Tongxian Realm, so compared to Tongxian Realm, this place was like heaven on earth. Yangkai was very satisfied with this place. After wandering around star territory for several years, Yangkai felt that he should find a place to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Only when his strength was strong enough would he have the strength to do what he wanted. In the vast expanse of star territory, finding Su Yen was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yangkai saw a feasible method from his previous path. That was to make his name known and let everyone in star territory know of his existence. This way, no matter where Su Yen was, she would definitely take the initiative to find him, eliminating the need for Yangkai to run around and search for her. Back on Tongxian Realm, the Hu sisters Hu Jiao Er and Hu Mei Er had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask him for help precisely because they heard his name. This process may be very long, but it was much more feasible than running around like a headless fly. Yangkai was prepared to spend a dozen years or even 100 years to achieve this goal. Yangkai didn't care about time because no matter how long it took, the feelings between him and Su Yen would never fade. The same was true for his little senior sister. When he was strong enough, he could return to Tongxian Realm and bring them back to star territory. Shadowed Star was one of the stops Yangkai decided to make. After walking around the Haika family manor for a while, Yangkai grew bored and was considering whether he should go to Heavenly Fate City to take a look when the light of a star shuttle suddenly rose up from the manor and shot out. Yangkai clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on top of the star shuttle. Thinking about it for a moment, Yangkai used his star shuttle to follow behind Wu Yi. Yangkai didn't know what Wu Yi had encountered, but she seemed quite aggrieved. As they flew, Yangkai could still hear her sobbing. Wu Yi flew aimlessly and soon landed on a barren mountain peak. Sitting alone on top of which was her green-robed Wu Yi was hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Kai Yang landed beside her, but he didn't know how to comfort her, so he just stood there and waited for her to recover. Wu Yi Yangkai's sect sex Wu Yi S Yangkai's Wu Yi's a star. Yangkai was speechless. Yang Wu Yang's Wu's, Wu Wu, and Wu Wu, Shi Wu Wu's and Wu Wu Yang Wu. S. Wu was, Wu Wu's Yang Wu Wu's too aggrieved. Wu Yi Yang sobbed. Wu Yi said while choking with sobs. So many people died just to collect those ores, but the family gave them all to that bastard Xie Hongwan with just a few words, not even a decent reward. Small families have their own sorrows. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Why do those strong people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness in this world? If I were standing in a high position, I would never do such a thing. Wu Yi shouted indignantly, seemingly venting the anger in her heart. Don't they know that doing this will only chill the hearts of the people? Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will also be gone. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu Yi glared at Yangkai bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Yangkai quickly raised his hand. Good. You speak. I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Yangkai was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad. Shadow Moon Hall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Yangkai and asked, "Was that golden spear made by you?" Yangkai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates. The only one she didn't know was Yangkai, whom she had picked up halfway. It really wasn't you? Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look? Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just a third-order saint. Even if I have some hidden means, how strong could I possibly be? Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I don't know. I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in. You think too highly of me. Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. Right. I want to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Wu Yi was stunned. Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star? No, but don't try to win me over, I won't join your family. Wu Yi smiled. Our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And how about this, don't say goodbye to me, I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us. Of course I haven't forgotten. Then don't go. Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, How about I give you this barren mountain? Give it to me? Yang Kai was stunned. This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate and the scenery is quite good. Yu Feng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here. As long as you're willing, from now on, this is your territory. Yang Kai frowned at her and found that she didn't seem to be joking, asking in surprise, Such a big piece of land? You want to give it to me just like that? Wu Yi giggled. What do you know? On Shadowed Star, such a piece of land isn't worth anything. Shadowed Star is too big. Even if my Haika family is a small family, we still have a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. What does a trivial mountain count for? You haven't encountered such a situation on any other cultivation star, have you? Yang Kai nodded, only now realizing that such a piece of land wasn't worth anything on Shadowed Star at all. Why are you trying so hard to keep me here? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. Wu Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi waved her hand and said, I know you have many women and all of them like you, but don't think so highly of yourself. I only want to revitalize my family and haven't considered the matters between men and women. And even if I did, I wouldn't take a fancy to a guy with so many women. That's good. Yang Kai snorted somewhat unhappily. Is that a deal? Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for the time being. I have nowhere to go anyways. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this place is quite good. Just 50 kilometers from here is Heavenly Fate City, so if you want to buy anything, it'll be more convenient. Oh right, you don't seem to have anything now, so I'll have Yu Feng send you some things in a few days to help you set up your residence. You can live here with peace of mind. Don't think too much about it. Just treat this place as a place to settle down. When I take charge of the family one day, I'll summon you. Don't even think about refusing. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He felt that it would take at least a few dozen years for Wu Yi to take charge of the Haika family. Following Wu Yi, the two of them shuttled through the mountains and soon arrived at a deep cave. There were some traces left behind by someone who had meditated here before. Wu Yi explained that they were her handiwork. The cave seemed to be quite deep and extended all the way into the belly of the mountain. Inside, there was a clear mountain spring that converged into a pool, its water so clear that one could see the bottom. The conditions are a bit difficult, but you'll have to make do. And if you want, you can actually live in my family's manor. Yu Feng and the others are all there. No need. This place is quite good. Yang Kai shook his head. In any case, it was just a place to settle down, so it didn't matter where he lived. Although the manor was lively and not lonely, the world energy aura there couldn't be compared to here, so Yang Kai was quite satisfied. Then you should familiarize yourself with the place first. I have to go back. I haven't given them the reward I promised yet, Wu Yi said before leaving. After Wu Yi left, Yang Kai took a closer look at the place he had chosen to stay. Although there was a mountain spring in the cave, the environment was not humid, making it very suitable for living. Even though this cave was naturally formed and had many twists and turns, it didn't have a proper stone room. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the situation within a 1,000-kilometer radius around him was as clear as day. As Wu Yi said, there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here, nor were there any mineral lodes worth paying attention to. Besides the decent world energy aura here, it was just a barren mountain. No wonder she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when she said so. Yang Kai knew why Wu Yi wanted him to stay. It was simply because he had come from the outside and was more familiar with the outside world. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family, while Yang Kai also had a great ambition to reach Yang Yang's territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall, and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yang Yang's territory. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yan not being able to hear his name or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was filled with hope for the future. Chapter 1101. Yang Kai simply cleaned up the cave and found a relatively good location for his own bedroom. Immediately after, Yang Kai left the cave and wandered around the 1,000-kilometer Dragon Cave Mountain, recalling the various spirit arrays used to gather world energy. Yang Kai had come into contact with this type of spirit array many times before, such as in Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven Sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land, Guizu's residence on the floating continent, and Rainfall Star's Zhongao a few years ago. Since Yang Kai decided to stay here, it was only natural for him to find a comfortable cultivation environment. Yang Kai didn't have much knowledge about spirit arrays. What he knew most was spirit arrays used for alchemy, but the Tao of spirit arrays was one of a kind. After many years of exposure, Yang Kai also knew how to arrange a world energy-gathering spirit array. This required the coordination of the geographical location, supplemented by some materials, and through various means, a decent formation could be formed. Although Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't very large, Yang Kai found that the natural conditions here were quite good. Near the cave Wu Yi had found for him, there were several mountain peaks surrounding the cave. If he used them as a foundation, he would be able to arrange a good spirit array. While wandering around the mountain, Yang Kai kept recalling some of the things Great Elder Su Hui had told him when he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, including the mysteries of the Holy Land's 9 peaks and spirit arrays. Soon, Yang Kai had some ideas. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai went directly to Heavenly Fate City, which was 50 kilometers away. Heavenly Fate City was one of the forces under Shadow Moon Hall, so even if the Haiku family was nearby, they didn't have full control over it. This was because the entire city was very rich, not something a small family in the periphery could occupy. The Haiku family only operated a few businesses in the city, earning some cultivation materials from the cultivator who passed by. After entering Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai found that this place was bustling with people and shops everywhere. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the cities on Rainfall Star or Water Moon Star, perhaps even more so. Most of the owners of these shops were disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, but there were also people from Shadow Moon Hall's affiliated forces. Here, they were able to make a lot of money, so every shop was a cash cow. There were no guards at the city gates to collect crystal stones, so Shadow Moon Hall allowed anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Along the way, Yang Kai was in high spirits, his pace neither fast nor slow as he strolled through the various shops. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that in this city, or even all of Shadowed Star, the value of St. Crystals was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, a bottle of origin warming pills would cost 300 low-rank St. crystals on other cultivation stars, but here it only cost 200. An item worth 500 low-rank St. crystals would only cost 400 or so. Isolation from the outside world allowed Shadowed Star to have its own way of calculating the value of St. crystals. The scarcity of St. crystals made the value of St. crystals even greater. Very few St. crystals could be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited, because in his black book space, there were more than 47,000 high-rank St. crystals, and the conversion rate between St. crystals of different qualities was 1 to 5. In other words, one high-rank St. crystal could be exchanged for 5 mid-rank St. crystals, and one mid-rank St. crystal could be exchanged for 5 low-rank St. crystals. In total, Yang Kai had 1,000,000 low-rank St. crystals, so he could buy anything he wanted. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tong Shen Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall, while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the 9 Peaks when 9 Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months or even longer outside the 9 Peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of paper and smiled. Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Yang Kai took the paper suspiciously, and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Yang Kai asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine St. King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. The higher their rank, the more high-grade artifacts or pills they could refine. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find materials. Gathering the materials for an artifact was even more difficult than gathering the materials for a pill, so when choosing an artifact refiner, one would be extremely cautious. They would rather choose the expensive than the poor. This artifact refiner who could refine St. King grade high-rank artifacts didn't charge a low fee, but with his rank, it was only natural that these cultivator would flock to him. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the names of these artifact refiners one by one and soon stopped at the name of one named Yang Inflammation. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai waved to the shop assistant. Has honored guest chosen an artifact refiner who will be responsible for refining your artifact? The shop assistant ran over with a smile. Is there something wrong with the information on this? Yang Kai asked. The shop assistant still smiled. Honored guest is worrying too much. Our artifact refining pavilion is a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the artifact refiners here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Their methods and abilities have all passed the assessment of Shadow Moon Hall. Their prices are fair and honest. There is no suspicion of fraud. Yang Kai looked at him deeply before handing the piece of paper to him and pointing to it. Look at this. This guy named Yang Inflammation charges such a high fee, and he says he can refine origin-grade artifacts. So why doesn't anyone patronize him? The number behind Yang Inflammation was clearly 0, which meant that no one was waiting in line for his artifact refining. Compared with his leisurely appearance, the other artifact refiners were simply bustling with activity. The shop assistant smiled strangely and said, Honored guest. The credibility of Artifact Refining Pavilion is only guaranteed by the artifact refiners from Shadow Moon Hall. As for the external hired artifact refiners, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information they provide. And we don't have that kind of free time. When this Grandmaster Yang Inflammation came to Artifact Refining Pavilion, we also told him this, but he insisted that he can refine origin-grade artifacts. If honored guest doesn't believe this, please don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay for it. We have many other artifact refiners to choose from. Listening to this shop assistant's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be a way for Shadow Moon Hall to suppress external artifact refiners. Artifact Refining Pavilion's credibility was not guaranteed to the hired artifact refiners. So any cultivator who came to refine an artifact would have some misgivings and would not choose them. The other artifact refiners. Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. The other artifact refiners all had busy schedules, and even the fastest one would take a dozen or so days. Is honored guest in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here and come back to pick them up when they are finished. The shop assistant made a suggestion. Yang Kai did not answer and instead asked, Has anyone asked this guy named Yang Inflammation to refine something? Yes. What was the result? The shop assistant's face suddenly twitched as a strange look appeared on his face. After a long time, he finally said, Honored guest, I suggest you find another grandmaster to refine an artifact for you. Their fees are also more reasonable, unlike this one. Even this shop assistant didn't seem to be very optimistic about this artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation, which made Yang Kai very puzzled. He didn't know how bad this Yang Inflammation skills were. While they were talking, an extremely tall and sturdy man walked out of a room while cursing. He had a murderous look on his face, and he held a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked very majestic. He cursed as he walked out of the room, looking extremely angry. Someone dared to curse an artifact refiner? Yang Kai was stunned. Artifact refiners and alchemists were a rare group of people with noble status. No matter who a cultivator offended, they would never offend these two groups of people because no matter which cultivator it was, they needed artifacts and pills. Offending them was tantamount to cutting off their own path of retreat. On the other hand, the cultivator waiting in the hall seemed to be used to this scene, as if it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Not only did no one try to persuade him, they even looked over with interest. Immediately, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace. What do you want to refine? Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Yang Inflammation from the side of the furnace, because he found that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Yang Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people? Yang Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said, "Sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Yang Inflammation was a man." Yang Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, "What do you want to refine?" Yang Kai replied, "I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see." Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Yang Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, "You want to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Just from the shape of this thing. You can see it?" Yang Inflammation sneered. "How difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays?" "Not very good." Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money, Yang Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. "Arranging a spirit array is my business. Refining these things is your business. I will pay you." He finally understood why this Yang Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, "How about this? I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me?" "You can arrange a spirit array? Can? You're not lying, right?" "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Inflammation said disdainfully, "Wait until I arrange a spirit array and you're satisfied with it. And I don't want much. Seeing that your strength isn't high, you shouldn't be rich either. How about 100 high-rank Saint crystals? If you can take it out, I'll go with you right now." "Are you short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, feeling that this woman was a bit too kind. He had only come here to ask her to refine a few simple things, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer to arrange a spirit array for him, which was quite unusual. "I'm an artifact refiner, of course I'm short on Saint crystals. Buying those artifact refining materials requires a lot of Saint crystals. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short on Saint crystals?" Yang Kai was confused. The richest people in the world were either artifact refiners or alchemists. These two kinds of people never had to worry about money. At the very least, Yang Kai had never had such an experience. Alchemy was a rare craft that could be used anywhere. "Look at my situation. Do I look like someone who has a lot of Saint crystals?" In the darkness, Yang Inflammation rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood. No one had come to her for artifact refining, so naturally she had no gains. The vigilance in his heart eased a little as he asked worriedly, "If you just leave like this, will there be any problems?" "There's no problem. I only have an employment relationship with Artifact Refining Pavilion, so I can leave at any time. And they can't wait for me to leave, so I don't ruin their reputation. A bunch of mediocre people." After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good. If you can arrange a spirit array that satisfies me, I'll pay you 100 high-rank Saint crystals. Then let's go." Yang Inflammation said, putting the huge furnace in front of her into her space ring and slowly standing up. Kai Yang looked her up and down. Although he still couldn't see her face, he found that this woman's figure was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, towering and shaking, which was very eye-catching. Exquisite and full. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. Leaving the room, Yang Inflammation asked Yang Kai to wait outside while she went alone to a room in Artifact Refining Pavilion. After a short time, she walked out with a relaxed look on her face and gestured to Yang Kai to lead the way. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense and flew off on his star shuttle with Yang Inflammation following closely behind. After the two left, the artifact refining pavilion seemed to burst into cheers as many cultivators celebrated that Grandmaster Yang Inflammation had finally left and would no longer cause trouble for others. Even the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he stood at the entrance of Artifact Refining Pavilion and waved to Yang Inflammation, as if saying goodbye and wanting her to go as far away as possible. On the way to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation flew side by side, but strangely, Yang Kai felt that this woman's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, a look of eagerness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but when she kept staring at him like this, Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Inflammation raised her eyes and curled her lips. "Who's looking at you?" "Then why are you staring at me?" "I'm looking at the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Inflammation snorted. "A Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle. Not bad. Do you want me to refine it? I guarantee I can improve its performance by another 10%, provided you can find enough materials. And you'll also have to pay me a certain amount of remuneration." Yang Kai almost fell off his star shuttle, but after calming himself down, he stared at her suspiciously and asked, "You're not really an origin-grade artifact refiner, are you?" Refining an artifact and refining it were two completely different tasks. The former was much more difficult. A person who could refine a Saint-grade high-rank artifact was at least an origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner. Since Yang Inflammation dared to say such a thing, it meant she had the ability to do so. "Of course I am." As soon as her artifact refiner grade was mentioned, Yang Inflammation puffed up her towering chest, her pretty face filled with pride. Outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was the kind of woman who looked innocent and harmless, easily giving others a good impression of her. It wasn't until this moment that Yufeng seemed to notice the existence of Yang Inflammation and exclaimed as he stared straight at Yang Inflammation, grinning ambiguously, "Little brat, you're really amazing, bringing back a woman from outside in such a short time? Where did you find her?" "Not bad. Tell Big Brother I'll go look for her too." Yang Inflammation's face went cold as he glared at Yufeng fiercely. Yufeng smiled awkwardly. Yang Kai explained, "This is Grandmaster Yang Inflammation." "Grandmaster?" Yufeng was stunned. "What Grandmaster?" "I invited her from Artifact Refining Pavilion. She's proficient in artifact refining and has come to help me arrange a spirit array." "Artifact refiner." Yufeng immediately put away his frivolous smile and his attitude became much more serious, looking Yang Inflammation up and down before cupping his fists and saying, "This you has been rude. Please don't take offense." Although Yufeng didn't look serious or reliable, he also knew that artifact refiners had noble status. Although Yang Inflammation didn't look very old, he didn't dare treat her carelessly because no one could guarantee that this woman wouldn't become an outstanding artifact refiner in the future. If things didn't go well, he might have to ask her for help in the future. Yang Inflammation's face became slightly pale as she gently nodded. Yufeng then said, "Since Miss is an artifact refiner, can you help me refine an artifact?" "Sure." Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed. "What grade? What kind of artifact do you want me to refine?" "I'll leave you to it. I'll go in and take a look." Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yufeng's expectant look and quickly found an excuse to enter the cave. Inside the cave, many cultivators went in and out, bustling about. During the past few months aboard the starship, Yang Kai had gotten along quite well with this group of people. Some of them were familiar with him, while others he didn't know were familiar with. Under Wu Yi's orders, These cultivators came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave. None of them showed any signs of resistance and were instead quite enthusiastic. People constantly greeted Yang Kai, and Yang Kai thanked them one by one. After walking around the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. The cave had been completely transformed. In the stone room Yang Kai had chosen as his bedroom, there were now beds, chairs, and benches. The corridor was decorated with strange stones used for illumination, dispelling the darkness inside. Other places had also been more or less renovated, making the corridor more spacious and livable. It was obvious that these people had worked very hard. Some of them even patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that if he ever felt wronged or bullied in the future, he could come to the Haiku family manor to find them and they would stick up for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. After walking around the cave for a while, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the interior transformation and walked out. Yu Feng stood there, muttering something under his breath while Yang Inflammation was nowhere to be seen. "Where's that woman?" Yang Kai walked up and asked. "Oh, she said she was going to explore the nearby terrain and will be back soon," Yu Feng replied casually. Yu Feng nodded casually before his expression suddenly became bitter. "Yang Kai, I only asked her to help me refine a spirit-grade artifact, and I even found all the necessary materials, so why did she charge me 50 low-rank St. Crystals? Isn't that a bit too much?" "You get what you pay for." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Admit it, you came to me yourself. It's too late to regret now." Yu Feng was annoyed. "If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion to find someone to refine it for me. I only asked for half the reward. What a waste. Forget it, seeing that little girl's poor appearance. I'll just take pity on her and take care of her business. I just hope she won't ruin my artifact." "She won't ruin it, but I don't know what she'll refine. By the way, what do you want a spirit-grade artifact for?" Yang Kai didn't understand. Yu Feng was a first-order Saint King Realm cultivator, so he had no use for spirit-grade artifacts. Only Yuan Qi or Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators could use them. "I'll give it to a little brat," Yu Feng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Inflammation returned. Without saying a word, he took out a pen and paper from his space ring and began drawing something on it, frowning from time to time as he fell into contemplation. Yang Kai and Yu Feng stood to the side, not bothering to disturb him. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Inflammation looked at the paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction, handing it to Yang Kai and saying, "Follow the marks on this and modify the nearby terrain slightly. Since there are so many of you, if you work together, it should only take a day." Yang Kai took the paper and, together with Yu Feng, both took a look. Yu Feng didn't see anything special, but Yang Kai was shocked and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation really did have some skill. Regardless of her accomplishments in artifact refining, her spirit arrays were definitely much better than his own. If the terrain was modified according to the markings on the map, it would be much easier to set up the formation. After the formation was completed, the effect would be even more outstanding. "Understood." Yang Kai put away the paper and turned to Yu Feng. "I'll have to trouble you for a day." Yu Feng nodded. "You're too polite. Since young lady has asked us to help you, naturally we'll do our best. Wait here, I'll go call the others." After Yu Feng left, Yang Inflammation said, "Can you understand the marks on this paper?" Seeing Yang Kai nod, she nodded and said, "Then you go command them. I'll refine what I need first, and give me the materials." Yang Kai took out all the materials he had purchased before and handed them to Yang Inflammation. Yu Feng led a group of people out of the cave, and after Yang Kai explained what they were going to do, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively as several dozen cultivator groups of 3 to 5 began digging ditches, leveling hills, or cutting down excess trees, meticulously carrying out the modifications requested by Yang Inflammation according to the drawings she had drawn. None of them were ordinary people, so naturally, they were quick to complete the task of modifying the terrain, all of them completing it in less than a day. By the time everyone returned to the cave, Yang Inflammation had already finished the final preparations. I'll say this first, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Inflammation immediately ran off, and a moment later, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from somewhere in the cave. It was the fluctuations of Yang attribute energy. This woman cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of surprise, but he really didn't know that an artifact refiner like her cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. The strange thing was, why was she so miserable? No matter which artifact refiner or alchemist, as long as they joined a decent force, they would be well taken care of, have a high status, and have a bright future ahead of them, but this woman was clearly extremely poor. She had even agreed to refine Yufeng's spirit-grade artifact for the reward of 50 low-rank Saint crystals. Yang Kai would have to ask her some other day if she had committed some kind of taboo and had been expelled by some great force. If that was the case, accommodating her would be troublesome, so he would have to cut off all contact with her as soon as possible. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that Yang Inflammation was somewhere in the cave, using her own strength to melt the cave walls. It seemed she was trying to create a stone room. Ignoring her, Yang Kai began to inspect his own supplies. Since entering the body-tempering divine pond and being wrapped in the blood-red crystal, Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate his gains until now. Taking out a number of space rings from his sleeve, Yang Kai found a total of 3, one belonging to the dead Guiche, Luo Yao, and Gon Ji. Inside Guiche's space ring was a thunder attribute birdwood. This was the crystallization of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's essence, chi, and soul after it died. Its trunk was wrapped in lightning and was of extraordinary quality. If it was used to refine an artifact, it would definitely produce a powerful thunder attribute artifact. The several dozen crystal clear leaves filled with thunder attribute energy were also treasures. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stored this bird wood into the demon mystic tome. Next, he took out a purple hard shell from Guiche's space ring. This was the hard shell of a 9th order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. It could be used to refine a defensive artifact, so Yang Kai continued to store it in the demon mystic tome to become the demon race's demon mystic tome. Taking out one item after another, collecting them one by one, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The harvest of that adventure had basically been obtained by him alone. In addition to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's pincer assigned to Ji Peng, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's tail, various monster cores, and various other monster beast materials were now all in Yang Kai's bag. In addition, the 3 of them had collected countless herbs along the way. They weren't very rich, so some of the artifacts they had originally placed in their space rings weren't very high grade. So Yang Kai didn't care about them and simply threw them into the demon mystic tome. The harvest was great, but these things weren't useful for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly realized that if Yang Inflammation was really an origin-grade artifact refiner, he really had something to ask of her. At the very least, the hard shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion could be used to refine a defensive artifact from her, which was what Yang Kai wanted. However, the extent of her ability still needed to be tested. A day later, Yufeng came again and took the spirit-grade artifact he had asked Yang Yan to help him refine before leaving happily. Over the next few days, Wu Yi's subordinates came here in groups of 3 or 5, bringing the materials they had collected or the artifacts they wanted Yang Inflammation to help them refine them. Everyone was looking forward to it, and everyone's requests were fully met. Yang Inflammation seemed to have gained an epiphany and no longer arbitrarily changed the shape or grade of the artifacts the cultivator used, instead strictly refining them according to their personal wishes. For a time, there was a flood of praise. Almost everyone in the Haiku family knew that there was an artifact refiner living in a cave on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the remuneration she charged was a bit high, her skill was quite good. The artifacts she refined were all excellent, and the artifacts she refined could increase in power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care because he lived in a relatively innermost position in the cave, so those who came to ask Yang Inflammation for help couldn't disturb him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel indignant was that this woman would find an opportunity to come here every day, stare at the 7-colored spirit gathering flags eagerly, and ask if she wanted to refine them. Although every time she received a negative answer, she seemed to be quite happy, as if she felt that her sincerity would one day move Yang Kai. Chapter 1105. Yang Yen was a very strange woman. In addition to being interested in high-grade artifacts, her biggest interest was Saint crystals. Every time Yang Kai came out and passed by her stone room, he would see her counting her Saint crystals, one by one, without a trace of annoyance. The stains on the low-rank Saint crystals would be wiped clean by her, leaving behind a shiny luster that seemed to give her great satisfaction. Every time this happened, Yang Inflammation's face would fill with a deranged grin, and when she found Yang Kai staring at her strangely, she would quickly put away the Saint crystals, as if she was afraid Yang Kai would snatch them away. This woman has gone mad, Yang Kai concluded. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to the cave to seek out Yang Inflammation for artifact refining. The requests of those who came were all met, and Yang Inflammation's business gradually declined. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Wu Yi call out to him from outside. Wu Yi had been busy with something recently and hadn't come out, but after hearing her voice, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave and saw her standing outside, so he quickly smiled and greeted her. "How is this place?" Wu Yi asked with a smile. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, glancing at her face thoughtfully and discovering that she didn't seem very happy. "I heard Yu Feng say that you and a woman arranged a spirit-gathering array here?" Wu Yi turned her head and looked around, feeling the rich world energy around her before taking a deep breath and saying, "The effect seems to be quite good. If I had known this place was so good, I would have found someone to arrange a spirit array here long ago. Yu Feng and the others still need to pay a certain amount of contribution points or Saint crystals to enter the family to cultivate. Do you regret it?" Yang Kai looked at her calmly. Wu Yi rolled her eyes and pouted playfully. "Do I look like such a stingy person? Since I've said that I'm giving this mountain to you, then it's yours. No matter how good this place becomes, it has nothing to do with me. You can live here in peace. No one will dare to do anything to you." Yang Kai was just about to say something when he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction. Off in the distance, a blue light flashed as someone on a star shuttle flew back and forth above Dragon Cave Mountain, seemingly inspecting something. "Someone from your family?" Yang Kai asked as he looked at the figure. He's one of my family's stewards. You don't need to pay attention to him." Wu Yi also showed some displeasure. He came here this time to find that artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation. "Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai was stunned. "She's a weapon refiner. Why do you think we need her?" Wu Yi smiled. "For a small family like ours, it's not easy to cultivate an artifact refiner. Now, there is a wandering artifact refiner here. Although she isn't very old, she is still worth recruiting. I heard from the family's disciples that she can refine Saint-grade artifacts." The strength of the cultivator who had come to find Wu Yi during this time wasn't very high, the most powerful being Yu Feng. The grade of the artifacts they requested to refine was naturally not too outrageous. So the Haiku family had always believed that Yang Inflammation was a Saint-grade artifact refiner. Now that there was a lone artifact refiner nearby, no matter what the grade of this artifact refiner was, the Haiku family felt that they should show their sincerity. Perhaps this artifact refiner would bring great benefits to the family, so they had sent someone over. "What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you saying that you didn't know anyone here. So how did you manage to bring back such a beauty in such a short time? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if she was certain that there was some kind of unspeakable relationship between him and Yang Inflammation. I'm not familiar with her. I just asked her to come back and help arrange the spirit array. After that, she refused to leave, so I was too embarrassed to drive her away. It would be best if you could recruit her. She's annoying me to death. Yang Kai complained bitterly. Whether she can succeed or not is up to her. It's none of my business. I just came here today to see how you're doing. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, not delving too deeply into this matter. A moment later, the steward from the Haiku family flew over and nodded to Wu Yi. The world energy aura in this mountain is quite good. After a year or so, I'm afraid it will be even better. I heard young lady gave this mountain away. Did you give it to him? Saying so, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, Uncle Zhou didn't come here for this mountain, right? Do you have some other task? The cultivator surnamed Zhou smiled. I was just asking casually. Young lady doesn't need to take offense. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, he crossed his arms behind his back and walked into the cave. It's really annoying how they want to meddle in everything. I've never seen them care so much about this place before. My family has a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. But because I'm a woman, they assigned this barren mountain to me. Now that they see some benefits, they want to stick their hands in it. How infuriating, Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai fell silent. It was really not convenient for him to express his opinion on the internal affairs of others. Wu Yi no longer complained, and with a smile on her pretty face began chatting with Yang Kai about her recent life, asking him if there was anything he needed. The two chatted happily, Wu Yi looking forward to her future ambitions, her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Manager Zhou suddenly walked out of the cave angrily and angrily shouted, A little girl who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? Humph! Does she really think she's so great? A trivial saint-grade artifact refiner. Does she think my Haiku family can't cultivate one? Shamelessly boasting about being an origin-grade artifact refiner. What a joke. He walked out angrily and without even saying goodbye to Wu Yi, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Wu Yi's mouth fell open slightly, seemingly not having expected that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation would actually refuse her family's offer. When she arrived, she had also seen the letter of appointment and felt that the conditions offered by her family weren't bad. Although it wasn't comparable to a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, it was still quite good for a small force. The woman you brought back seems to have very high standards. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai. Steward Chow said she was an origin-grade artifact refiner? Isn't she only in her 20s? I don't know. She claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai shook his head. Interesting. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Forget it. She's an artifact refiner. She has the right to choose. It's just that her words are a bit disagreeable. And I still have something to do. I'll come see you later. After saying goodbye to Wu Yi, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before walking back into the cave and arriving at Yang Inflammation's stone room. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and looked towards Yang Kai, saying somewhat unhappily, Why doesn't anyone believe I'm an origin-grade artifact refiner? How do you expect people to believe you? Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Give me a chance to prove myself as long as they find me some origin-grade materials. I promise I can refine an origin-grade artifact. Yang Inflammation shouted, her full chest heaving up and down, looking quite aggrieved. Do you think origin-grade materials are cheap? This kind of thing could only be obtained by great forces. The Haiku family was just a small family, so even if they had such a thing, it would be extremely rare. How could they use it just to verify Yang Kai's abilities? What if Yang Kai destroyed their materials? If I told you I was a Saint King-grade high-rank alchemist, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked him up and down, curling her lips slightly. You! Immediately after, She burst into laughter, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai's face went black. He suddenly understood why no one believed Yang Inflammation's words, just as Yang Inflammation didn't believe his own words. Both of them were too young to match their noble titles. Saint King-grade alchemists, Origin-grade artifact refiners, which one of them wasn't old? After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately realized that Yang Inflammation might not be lying, nor was she deliberately using a false title to improve her status. She might really have such ability. I'll ask you seriously, are you really an Origin-grade artifact refiner? Yang Kai stared at her with a scorching gaze. Don't make me keep talking about this title, okay? Whether I am or not, can't you just find some materials for me? How about you let me refine your star shuttle or those 7 flags? If I fail to refine them, you can do whatever you want with them. You're only somewhat attractive because of your figure, Yang Kai said disdainfully. Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of a failed refinement. Yang Inflammation immediately ground her teeth, causing them to creak. What can you refine with these materials? Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of materials suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai felt that it was time to test this woman's true ability. Yang Inflammation, who was gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai with hatred, suddenly opened her eyes wide and rushed over to the pile of materials, picking them up one after another in a pleasantly surprised manner. 8th Order Monster Beast, Thundercloud Leopard's Tooth, Blazing Blue Flame Rhinoceros Horn, Illusion Cloud Butterfly's Wings, Heavens, there's even a Diamond Dragon Beetle's Tentacle. Every time she picked one up, she could accurately call out the origin and name of these materials. She entered a state of madness in an instant, completely ignoring the unpleasant smell of these materials. She held them in her arms as if they were treasures. Her small arms were filled to the brim, and she kept picking them up from the ground. One after another, she dropped them, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. Picking up and calling out to pick up, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that her eyes had turned red. Large tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks to her chin. Why are you crying? Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. He found that this woman's brain was indeed a little abnormal. I haven't seen so many precious materials in a long time. Yang Inflammation's shoulders trembled as she choked out. They all thought I was lying. The materials I brought were all Saint grade and below. The artifacts I brought were also the same. I didn't lie. Don't cry. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself now. I don't care what you want to refine or what you want to refine. These materials are all yours to use. Really? Yang Inflammation raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with red eyes. Yang Kai nodded and said lightly, I also want to know if you're lying or not. Chapter 1106. Hearing Yang Kai say that so many high-grade materials were under her control and that she could refine as she pleased, Yang Yan immediately perked up, her eyes flashing a terrifying light as she rubbed the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. I won't let you down. The materials in my hands will never go to waste. I'll wait and see. So many materials. Where did you get them from? Your strength isn't high. It's impossible for you to kill so many 8th Order monster beast. Yang Yan asked curiously. I picked them up, Yang Kai said casually. These things had all been obtained from hunting monster beast with Guiche and the others. They originally belonged to several people, but after they died, their space rings had all been picked up by Yang Kai. Where did you pick them up? I want to pick them up too, Yang Yan said with an eager expression as she stared at Yang Kai. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Yang Kai took the list she had given him and went to Heavenly Fate City to buy a lot of ores. After all, artifact refining didn't just require a part of a monster beast's body. Various ores were also necessary. After obtaining these ores, Yang Yan immediately threw herself into the artifact refining business, completely sealing off the stone room where she lived, as if she didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a strong Yang attribute energy fluctuation coming from her stone room every day, but he didn't inquire about how it was progressing. All he wanted was the results. Through the results, he would be able to judge Yang Yan's abilities. The materials taken out before were all things Yang Kai didn't think he could use and could only be sold. If Yang Yan could really refine them into artifacts, their value would definitely increase. When the time came, he could sell them for more saint crystals. Even if they were destroyed, it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack them. A month passed peacefully without any disturbances from Yang Yan. During this time, Yang Kai's life was extremely leisurely. The spirit array on Dragon Cave Mountain was constantly working, and now, a faint mist had appeared over the entire mountain. This mist was a symbol of the gathering of world energy, and although it wasn't dense, it made Dragon Cave Mountain look somewhat like a spirit mountain. Over time, the world energy here would become more and more abundant. Wuxia came over twice but seemed to be very unhappy with her family. Each time she came, she didn't do anything but chat with Yang Kai to ease her mood. A month later, Yang Kai was meditating in his stone room when he suddenly heard the door to Yang Yan's artifact refining retreat open. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came towards him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan standing at the door with a flushed face, holding onto her large black robes with both hands, panting heavily as she stared at Yang Kai with an excited look on her face. "Can I come in?" Yang Yan poked her head out and asked worriedly. Ever since she had annoyed Yang Kai by entering uninvited, Yang Kai had grabbed her by the neck and thrown her out. Yang Yan had not dared to step into the stone room at will. Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help asking expectantly, "Have you finished refining?" Yang Yan just smiled and said mysteriously, "Close your eyes first. I'll give you a surprise." Since I've already said it, how could there be a surprise? Kai Yang's expression was strange, but he still followed her words and closed his eyes. In the next moment, however, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because a burst of energy fluctuations belonging to Saint King grade artifacts suddenly appeared in the stone room. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan pointing to the neatly arranged artifacts in front of him with a proud expression. The materials you gave me were originally only enough to refine a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact, but this time I exceeded my expectations and raised its grade to a whole new level. Heavens, I've always wanted to refine a pair of wing-shaped artifacts, but unfortunately I haven't been able to find the right materials. Yang Yan held the pair of wings and examined them carefully. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she became. She didn't hand them over to Yang Kai, instead glancing over at Yang Kai from time to time. Even a blind man would be able to see the deep meaning in her eyes. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her and Yang Yan reluctantly placed the pair of wings in his hand, saying nervously, "Be careful, don't break it. Isn't this mine?" Yang Kai looked at her amusedly. "Yes, it's yours, but it was refined by me. I have a responsibility to ensure its safety." "You're so extravagant. Is a Saint King grade high-rank artifact so easy to break?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yan opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, quickly changing her mind and saying, "Although I can use a star shuttle to travel, this pair of wings can increase the speed of a cultivator in battle and can also be used as a form of protection at a critical moment. This thing is worth at least 30,000 high-rank Saint crystals. If you take it to auction, it will only fetch a higher price, perhaps even 40,000. There are too many rich people in this world. It's really hateful." As she spoke, she waved her small fists, as if she was annoyed with herself for being so poor. 30,000? Yang Kai frowned, remembering that he had spent 12,000 high-rank Saint crystals to buy a star shuttle of the same grade back on Water Moon Star. Although they were of the same grade, the value of this pair of wings was undoubtedly much higher than that of a star shuttle, so it wasn't strange for it to fetch such a price. On top of that, its appearance was also very beautiful, so presumably, many men would be willing to pay a high price to buy it for the woman they liked. "Do you want to buy it for 30,000? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan and asked. Yang Yen nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. I'll sell it to you. Yang Kai tossed the pair of wings to her casually. Yang Yen caught it stupidly for a moment before saying shyly, I don't have that many St. Crystals. She blushed. I know I didn't ask you to pay up immediately. Just owe me. And I'll ask you to refine me some more, so you can deduct your own payment from these 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals. When you finish deducting them, you'll be free. Until then, you'll be my dedicated artifact refiner. A payment of 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals. Yang Yen was taken aback. Do you know how much I should charge you for refining this time? How much? I was going to charge you 1,000 high-rank St. Crystals. That's my monthly payment. 30,000? Doesn't that mean I'll have to spend 30 months without sleep? That's 2.5 years. Yang Yen's face went pale as she couldn't help feeling like she had just boarded a pirate ship. 2.5 years isn't long, you'll pay me back eventually. What if you can't pay me back? Yang Yen was on the verge of tears. She had never had so many St. Crystals before, and couldn't even imagine what 30,000 high-rank St. Crystals was like. Then you should be prepared to devote yourself to me. Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he swept his eyes over her proud figure and nodded. Not bad. I'm quite interested in your type. Yang Yen's face went even paler as she stared at the wing artifact in her hand, wanting to smash it into Yang Kai's evil face, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. After thinking about it for a while, she suddenly said seriously, Let me ask you something first. Do you have so many materials for me to refine? Since you want to use my payment to pay off your debt, you should continue to provide me with materials. If you don't ask me to refine artifacts for you for a few years, when will I ever be free again? This little girl isn't stupid. Yang Kai originally wanted to establish his identity as the debtor, but Yang Yen, who looked foolish, suddenly became shrewd. You don't have to worry about the materials. And take these and refine them, Yang Kai said, taking out a large pile of materials and placing them in front of Yang Yen. It was obvious that this secret room was specifically used for transactions. Many people didn't like to have their faces seen when they were selling things, and they even more so didn't want unrelated people to see what they were selling. As such, there were often situations where people wearing masks would come to these shops to make transactions. The existence of this secret room was a good way to avoid these problems. Once the door to the secret room was closed, only Yang Kai and Qian Tong remained in the room. Even their divine senses seemed to be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible to probe. Yang Kai glanced around, his expression remaining calm and composed. A light flashed across Qian Tong's smiling eyes as he secretly felt shocked, wondering if this young man was simply being thick-skinned or if he was truly unafraid. He was a businessman, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything and instead asked, What kind of artifacts does little brother wish to sell? What grade are they? Yang Kai took out the 3 artifacts refined by Yang Yen. Qian Tong glanced at them before picking up the 3 artifacts and inspecting them one by one. A moment later, he gently nodded. Although this old man isn't proficient in artifact refining, I can still see that these 3 artifacts are of the highest grade and should have been refined by the same artifact refiner. What price does little brother want? Qian Tong only talked about business and didn't inquire about other miscellaneous information, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. I don't understand the price. How do you usually buy things? Yang Kai asked back. Qian Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually hand over the initiative to him. Which one of the people who came to sell things didn't tightly grasp the initiative? Afraid that they would make a loss, not only would they praise their own things without any principles, they would also think of ways to raise the price. Even after the transaction was successful, many people would secretly regret whether or not they had made a loss. This young man was quite free and easy, as if he didn't care at all whether or not he suffered a loss. Smiling, Qian Tong said, "The starting price of a Saint King grade artifact is generally 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals. There is no bottom line. Of these 3 artifacts, 2 are Saint King grade low rank and 1 is Saint King grade mid rank, both of which have been refined quite well. This old man offers 6,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the 2 low-rank artifacts. What about 8,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact? A total of 20,000? Yang Kai frowned. This price seemed to be a bit lower than what he had expected. However, thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong understood that the value of Saint crystals on Shadowed Star was much higher than elsewhere. In other words, this Qian Tong's price was fair, and he was a businessman, so naturally he wanted to make a profit. If little brother thinks the price is too low, we can discuss it again. Business is a matter of setting the price on the ground and returning the money when the price falls. Qian Tong smiled slightly. Give me the oars outside and we'll do business. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Qian Tong laughed in surprise. Little brother is quite astute. The total price of the oars you bought is not low. More than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. And let's make friends. And if you have any more artifacts to sell in the future, please choose our firm first. Deal. Yang Kai nodded. The firm's speed was very fast. Yang Kai left the 3 artifacts behind and soon obtained 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals and all the ores he needed before leaving Heavenly Fate City. After he left, Qian Tong looked at his back with a smile and muttered, "Interesting, Elder Qian. This business deal was a loss. Giving him more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores, we didn't make much profit." The shop assistant who had just received Yang Kai came over and complained. Qian Tong smiled and said, I think we made a lot of money." The shop assistant looked at him blankly as he counted with his fingers, but still felt something was wrong. "What do you know? That little brat should have a very powerful artifact refining master behind him. Last time he also bought some ores, but it wasn't here. It just so happened that I was in that shop at that time, so I have some impression of him. He can be considered quite astute. He actually knew to change to another shop to buy ores. But most of the shops in Heavenly Fortune City belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. It's only been a month. But now he's come back to buy ores and 3 Saint King grade artifacts. What do you think this means?" Qian Tong was in a good mood and said a few words to the shop assistant, but seeing the confused look on his face, he couldn't help laughing. "He'll come back again. If he does, notify me immediately. If he can't contact me, you can trade with him. Even if you lose some money, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to satisfy him," Qian Tong said. "Disciple understands." The shop assistant quickly responded. The shop assistant nodded quickly. Although he didn't know what Qian Tong meant, it was absolutely right to listen to his instructions. Qian Tong immediately left the shop and rushed to a palace in Heavenly Fate City, where he found another old man and handed him the 3 artifacts. The old man gently stroked the artifacts with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, his expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. After half an hour, the old man put down the 3 artifacts and opened his eyes. "Grandmaster Gulin, what did you see?" Qian Tong asked immediately. "The one who refined these 3 artifacts is an origin grade artifact refiner." The old man named Gulin took a deep breath. Origin grade. Qian Tong's eyes immediately bulged. Although he had inferred from various signs that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, he hadn't expected it to be an origin grade artifact refiner. An origin grade artifact. In terms of ability, it's no worse than this old master's. The materials used are basically from the body of an 8th order monster beast. Who refined them? Is there such a person near Heavenly Fate City? Gulin asked curiously. "I don't know who refined them, but a young man came to sell them today." Qian Tong shook his head. "Have you tracked his whereabouts?" Gulin asked again. "I didn't dare act rashly. I didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with the person behind him. If that happened, the gains would not be worth the losses." Gulin nodded. "And that's true. Such a person can only be won over, not offended. Being able to kill an 8th order monster beast shows that this person's strength is not low. He can both fight and artifact refining, much stronger than this old master. You should pay more attention to this young man. As long as you show enough sincerity, it shouldn't be difficult to figure out the identity of the person behind him. That's what I was thinking, and he should be coming back soon. Today he bought a lot of St. King grade ores. He should be using them to refine artifacts. Good job. I'm old and probably won't live much longer. If you can get that person to take over my position, when the time comes, if your artifacts break, someone will be able to repair them. Gulin smiled bitterly. Artifact refiners did not focus on cultivation or fighting, so their vitality was not strong and their lifespan was generally much shorter than a cultivator of the same rank. Chapter 1108. Looking at Yang Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, Yang Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character, not caring whether or not she would seduce Yang Kai. Her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When Yang Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, Yang Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Yang Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, Yang Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside Yang Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. Have you rested well? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Not bad. I still need to rest for a few more days. Yang Inflammation replied casually before calling out. Hurry up and turn it over. It's already roasted. Aya, you're so stupid. Let me do it. Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from Yang Kai's hand without any explanation. Yang Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked, You're an origin-grade artifact refiner? Why are you so miserable? This was something Yang Kai couldn't understand. Yang Yen had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment and would even try to snatch her away. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips. What do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right? Yang Kai nodded. I don't want to join them, Yang Inflammation snorted. They're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them. As soon as she said that, Yang Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yen wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters. This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haika family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once Yang Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air and Yang Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and Yang Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. I sold the artifacts you refined, Yang Kai said casually. Oh, they're yours. You can do whatever you want with them. I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals. The price is fair. I didn't suffer a loss. Yang Inflammation nodded casually. How many Saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai asked again. Why? Yang Inflammation suddenly became vigilant and covered her space ring. A look of fear on her face that Yang Kai would try to steal her Saint crystals. Thinking about it for a moment, she felt it was impossible and said hesitantly, 2,000 low-rank Saint crystals. So poor. Yang Kai was speechless, shaking his head and sighing before taking out some high-rank Saint crystals and a few bottles of restorative pills from his space ring and handing them over. Artifact refining consumes a lot of energy. These are for you. Yang Yen wiped her hands and didn't act polite with Yang Kai, accepting the Saint crystals and stuffing them into her space ring before opening the bottle and taking a sniff. Her expression couldn't help changing. Saint King grade pills? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so generous. A bottle of Saint King grade pills was not cheap. These few bottles were equivalent to half of the artifacts she refined. You seem to be very rich. Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai strangely. Taking out countless 7th Order and 8th Order Monster Beast materials, a few bottles of Saint King grade pills, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, and an Origin grade artifact, the 7-colored flag. Yang Inflammation found it hard to imagine that a 3rd Order Saint Cultivator could have so many good things. Compared to him, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Where did he get all these things from? He didn't look like someone with any background at all. Don't be stingy with pills. When you run out, you can ask me for more. I have a lot, Yang Kai ordered. He had some understanding of Yang Inflammation's character. She was the kind of person who valued wealth as much as her life. Yang Kai was really worried that this woman wouldn't use pills to restore her strength. You're such a good person. Yang Inflammation was moved to death. Saying so, she picked up a piece of barbecue and continued to gnaw on it, her mouth covered in oil. A few days later, Yang Inflammation fully recovered and began artifact refining again. This time, Yang Kai let her work directly in his stone room. He had arranged the 7-colored spirit gathering flags in his stone room, which would be of great help to her recovery. This way, she would be able to save time in artifact refining and improve her efficiency. The burning hot Yang attribute energy was constantly bursting out, and this kind of energy fluctuation made Kai Yang feel very comfortable. While Yang Inflammation was refining, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He went to Yang Inflammation's residence and entered retreat to accumulate his Saint Chi. It had been at least 4 or 5 years since he broke through to the 3rd Order Saint Realm. Although Yang Kai had been sealed inside the blood-colored crystal for most of these years and was unable to perceive the passage of time, with the birth of the 100 drops of demon god golden blood, Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had improved again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. All he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Chi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Chi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Chi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced. Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, but after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire Shadowed Star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around Shadowed Star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around Shadowed Star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. Chapter 1109. Yang Yen spent a relatively long time refining this artifact, nearly 2 months in total. However, when she came out of seclusion, she had brought out 7 Saint King grade artifacts. High, medium, and low grade artifacts. Perhaps it was because of the pills and Saint crystals Yang Kai had given her that helped her recover. But she wasn't very tired this time. After handing over these artifacts to Yang Kai, she was even in the mood to calculate how many Saint crystals she still owed Yang Kai. She had great artifact refining ability, wasn't scheming, had a good temper, was beautiful, and had a great figure. Most importantly, the remuneration she charged was very cheap. Yang Kai felt like he had picked up a treasure and was even more determined to keep Yang Yen as his personal artifact refiner, casually giving her a few bottles of pills and some high-rank Saint crystals. Yang Yen smiled happily, storing the pills and Saint crystals into her space ring as she asked, "What do you want me to refine next? Give me the materials first, I'll see what kind of ores I can use." Yang Kai took out the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's carapace, tail, and large pincers and tossed them in front of Yang Yen. The little girl's eyes immediately widened. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. She squatted down and picked up these things one by one. Her small hands stroked them as she muttered to herself. No one knew what she was saying, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. After a long time, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Are you willing to let me refine these things?" Yang Kai nodded. "You have proven your ability, and I believe you are indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner, so naturally I'll hand these things over to you. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with these things?" Yang Yen still couldn't believe it. These are materials from a 9th order monster beast. They can be used to refine origin-grade artifacts. Why don't you try and see if I can catch you and bring you back? Yang Kai grinned. Yang Yen spat disdainfully. She didn't like Yang Kai's unwarranted confidence, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. I'll use these things to their fullest potential. But the ores I'll be purchasing this time will be different from the ones before, so you'll have to be prepared to bleed. Yang Yen said solemnly. It doesn't matter. Make a list. Yang Kai nodded before adding, by the way, I have a request. Just tell me what you want. Help me refine that shell into a defensive artifact. I'll use it for myself. You can do whatever you want with the rest. If you have its monster core, give it to me as well. I'll need it for artifact refining. As soon as Yang Yan's voice fell, a fist-sized monster core containing both earth and wind attributes was tossed over to her. She caught it with satisfaction and began writing down a list. A moment later, she handed it to Yang Kai and said eagerly, go and come back quickly. I'll start refining after a few days of recovery. It's really good to be by your side. There are so many good materials waiting for me to process. She seemed a little impatient. In Heavenly Fate City, inside the firm, Qian Tong sat in a room on the 3rd floor, sipping a cup of tea as he stared in the direction Yang Kai had left 2 months ago, a faint trace of anxiety and helplessness on his face. Although he had concluded that Yang Kai would come here again, he had not expected that he would actually wait for 2 months. Until today, the young man had not appeared again, which made Qian Tong very depressed. At that time, he was worried about leaving a bad impression on the master behind the young man, so he did not send anyone to follow him, nor did he dare to inquire casually. He only wanted to gradually understand and use the young man to slowly draw the master out of the water. Now it seemed that this was not the case. At the very least, he should have told the young man that he wanted to recruit the master behind the young man. As long as the young man was smart enough, he would definitely pass on the message. At that time, if the master was willing, he would naturally come to Shadow Moon Hall. If not, it would not be too late for him to invite him. Such an artifact refining grandmaster, the earlier he could be recruited, the better it would be for the Shadow Moon Hall. If he was too late, he might be discovered by other forces. At that time, there would definitely be a situation of snatching. Once the situation developed to that extent, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 people dying. Thinking about this, Qian Tong's mood became more and more irritable. He did not notice that the teacup in his hand had been crushed until the scalding hot tea flowed over the back of his hand. Looking at the messy table, Qian Tong could not help but laugh. He wasn't young anymore, and his cultivation base wasn't low either. It seemed that it had been many years since something had upset him. Even when he was in a life-or-death battle with experts of the same level, he hadn't felt as powerless as he did now. Picking up the broken pieces of the teacup and wiping the spilled tea, Qian Tong gently took a breath and calmed his irritable mood. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Qian Tong said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Elder Qian, the young man who came to sell the secret treasure 2 months ago is here again." Outside the door, the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai last time respectfully replied. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he heard Elder Qian Tong's excited voice from inside. "Quickly invite him in." As soon as his voice fell, he said, "No, no, no. This old man will personally welcome him." With a series of crashing sounds, it seemed that the tables, chairs, stools, and teapots on the table had all fallen to the ground and broken. The shop assistant's face darkened. He did not know who this young man was and why Elder Qian Tong treated him so seriously. Even the furnishings in the room were knocked over. The door was opened, and Qian Tong, with a flushed face, quickly walked downstairs. The shop assistant looked into the room and found that, as he had guessed, the furniture inside had been completely destroyed and was in a complete mess. On the 1st floor, Yang Kai was a little impatient from waiting. The last time he came, the shop assistant had received him attentively and served him meticulously. This time, he could barely be considered a regular customer and had brought the secret treasure to sell according to the previous agreement. But he did not expect that the shop assistant would ask him to wait for a while before disappearing. After waiting for a while, the chubby old man named Qian Tong hurried over and laughed heartily. "Oh, young man, this old man has waited for 2 months and finally you are here. Come, 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 please." Saying so, he affectionately grabbed Yang Kai's arm and led him to the secret room where they had last traded. In the trading company, a group of cultivators who were trading were stunned. They stared blankly at Yang Kai's back and were speechless for a long time. Many of them knew Qian Tong and knew that he was an elder-level figure in Shadow Moon Hall. But seeing such a master treat Yang Kai so cordially, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. After the two disappeared, everyone began whispering to each other and speculating about Yang Kai's identity. What kind of background does that guy have? Why did Elder Qian Tong personally greet him and treat him so warmly? What the hell? Even if the patriarchs of the nearby families came here, they wouldn't be worthy of Elder Qian Tong acting so cordially, right? I don't know. I've never seen that guy before, and looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a master. His cultivation isn't high either, only third-order saint. Strange. The last time the patriarch of the Ku Rui family came to discuss business, Elder Qian Tong didn't appear. Who knows what's going on? Inside the private room, Qian Tong warmly arranged for Yang Kai to sit down before having someone serve him some fragrant tea and a fruit platter. Pointing to the golden fruits on the platter, Qian Tong smiled and said, "These fruits are a specialty of a family subordinate to my Shadow Moon Hall. On all of Shadowed Star, only the soil there is suitable for this kind of fruit tree to grow. These fruits only mature once every 10 years, and each harvest is less than 500. Although they can't increase one's cultivation rapidly, they taste quite good and can also help to refresh one's vitality and supplement one's Saint Qi. They are most suitable for someone like you who is about to break through. If you don't mind, you might as well try them." At a glance, Qian Tong could see that Yang Kai was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm from the third-order Saint realm, so it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the Saint King realm. Yang Kai glanced over at Qian Tong intentionally or unintentionally but didn't show any trace of politeness, nor did he show any signs of vigilance, simply picking up one of the fruits and eating it, its fragrance lingering in his mouth as he nodded and said, "It tastes quite good. If Elder Qian doesn't mind, I would like to take these back." These fruits could quickly restore one's Saint Qi, so they were perfect for Yang Yan to use in artifact refining. Qian Tong's eyes flashed and he laughed heartily. I don't mind. If little brat likes them, I'll have my people prepare more. Unfortunately, there aren't many left." He didn't care that Yang Kai was so thick-skinned as to take these spirit fruits back because he caught a glimpse of something that excited him. Why would Yang Kai want to take these fruits back? They were clearly meant to be a gift to the master behind him. This made Qian Tong even more certain of his previous guess that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind this young man. "Elder Qian said just now that you've been waiting for me for many days. Was this what you were waiting for?" Yang Kai said as he took out the 7 freshly refined artifacts from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes widened as each time Yang Kai took out an artifact, his breathing becoming heavier. When all 7 artifacts were taken out, Qian Tong's expression became somewhat ferocious and excited. He was certain that Yang Kai had come to purchase Ors 2 months ago in order to refine these artifacts, and in just 2 months he had refined 7 Saint King grade artifacts. It was obvious that the master behind him was worthy of his reputation. Even if Grandmaster Gulin were to refine these artifacts, it would be impossible for him to refine so many high-quality artifacts in such a short time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Waiting for these artifacts is only one aspect of the matter. In fact, this old master has also been waiting for you. And how should I address you, little brat?" "Yang Kai. This old master is Qian Tong. Presumably you know who he is. If you don't mind, how about this old master address you as nephew?" Yang Kai nodded indifferently. With Qian Tong's seniority and age, calling him nephew was not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled from ear to ear. "Nephew Yang is young and promising. At such a young age, you have already reached the Saint King realm. The younger generation will surpass us in time. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Chapter 11:10. Young people like to be flattered and praised. Qian Tong thought that with his status and cultivation, Yang Kai should be overjoyed if he praised Yang Kai generously. Who would have thought that Kai Yang's face would remain indifferent, as if these praises were his to receive? He didn't show any signs of modesty. Instead, he just sat there, motionless. Qian Tong coughed lightly. His expression didn't change as he continued to ask, "May I ask, where does nephew Yang work?" Yang Kai smiled. When he came in, Qian Tong treated him so warmly. Yang Kai could faintly guess what he was thinking. Now that he heard his question, he was even more certain of his guess. Looking at Qian Tong, Yang Kai said, "Elder Qian, if you have something to say, just say it." Qian Tong's expression turned solemn as he said warmly, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has no ill intentions. It's just that when a young talent like you appears in front of this old man can't help but want to recruit you. And if you are willing, this old man would like to invite you to my Shadow Moon Hall. I can guarantee that you will be provided with the most abundant cultivation resources and the best cultivation environment. With nephew Yang's aptitude, you will definitely have a bright future in the sect." He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be a person who beat around the bush. Instead, he was quite straightforward. He didn't probe any further and immediately stated his conditions. Qian Tong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew that if he tried to recruit the artifact refiner behind Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth, it would be impossible. An artifact refiner of that level would be proud and arrogant and definitely not someone who could be persuaded with just a few words, so Qian Tong had set his sights on Yang Kai instead. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai was willing to enter the Shadow Moon Hall, then whether the weapon refiner behind him would be recruited or not, he would definitely form a relationship with the Shadow Moon Hall. When they were familiar with each other in the future, it would be natural for him to recruit Yang Kai. It had to be said that Qian Tong had a good plan. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. To his disappointment, Yang Kai was still indifferent. Sighing to himself, Yang Kai was truly worthy of being the disciple of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Although he didn't know if Yang Kai was that origin-grade artifact refiner's disciple, after years of being influenced by him, it seemed this young man's vision was quite high. He didn't seem to be moved by Yang Kai's empty promise at all. By the way, there is a piece of God's stone in the Shadow Moon Hall's main hall. It has endless uses. Anyone who touches it will be guided into a strange world. In that world, one's mind can be purified and sublimated. It is very beneficial for breaking through the shackles of martial arts. Many disciples in my hall will request to go to the God's Stone to meditate when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. However, only those who have made great contributions to the sect can enjoy such treatment. If nephew Yang is willing to join my Shadow Moon Hall, this old man will guarantee you that you can go to the God's Stone and comprehend it. It won't be long before nephew Yang breaks through to the Saint King realm. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He believed that Yang Kai would absolutely not refuse such an offer, because his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough at this moment. With such a good opportunity in front of him, no matter who it was, they would grasp it tightly. But soon, the look in Qian Tong's eyes changed because he found that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of being moved. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if this little brat didn't know how precious the God's Stone was. Just as he was about to carefully explain the uses of the God's Stone, Yang Kai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Elder Qian, this junior appreciates your kindness, but I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't intend to join any great force, so this junior boldly refuses Elder Qian's offer. Let's talk business, there's no need to talk about anything else." Qian Tong's face twitched for a moment before he let out a hollow laugh. Good, 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 good. This old man is old and has a lot to say, Nephew Yang, please don't mind. Although his recruitment this time was unsuccessful, Qian Tong was a patient person and naturally wasn't too disheartened. He felt that as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately began discussing business. 7 Saint King grade artifacts for a total of 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Qian Tong made a straightforward offer and Yang Kai accepted without hesitation. A short while later, a deal was struck. I also want to buy some ores. Yang Kai took out a list from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes lit up as the last bit of disappointment in his heart was swept away. Calling out loudly, the shop assistant who had been standing guard outside the door immediately came in and asked respectfully, "What instructions does Elder Qian have for me?" "Nephew Yang has a list here. Help him select the ores he needs and take out 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the storehouse." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The shop assistant took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Deduct the cost of the ores from those Saint crystals. You can decide how much you need and report it to me later. Give me the best price, understood?" Qian Tong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, when showing goodwill to others, one needed to shout it out loud for others to hear. "Understood." The shop assistant nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Nephew Yang is now a regular customer of ours. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Yang Kai also smiled and nodded. Regardless of what Qian Tong was scheming in his heart, Yang Kai was naturally satisfied that he had not taken advantage of him. "Good, Elder Qian is busy. I'll wait here myself." Qian Tong smiled and didn't insist, saying kindly, "Good. But Nephew Yang must remember that if you have any artifacts to sell next time, you must choose our shop first." "I'll remember." Qian Tong nodded and left. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before being led by the shop assistant to another secret room. This secret room was filled with many rare ores and countless Saint crystals. Having already received instructions from Qian Tong, the shop assistant didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with Yang Kai and said respectfully, "These ores are what customer needs. The total price is 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Because you are a regular customer, we'll give you a 20% discount, making it 13,600 Saint crystals. After deducting the Saint crystals required for these ores, customers' total is 45,400 Saint crystals. Would you like me to count them for you?" "No need." Yang Kai shook his head, secretly surprised by the price of these ores. The last time he had come here, the ores he bought had only cost 3,000 Saint crystals, but this time it was several times more expensive. No wonder Yang Yun said he was going to bleed out. Yang Kai believed that the shop assistant wouldn't try to trick him. After all, Qian Tong still had ideas about the artifact refiner behind him. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai collected all the ores and Saint crystals into his space ring, leaving behind 100 Saint crystals. The shop assistant smiled and shot a grateful look towards Yang Kai before respectfully sending him off, neither of them mentioning the 100 Saint crystals. On the 3rd floor of the firm, Qian Tong watched Yang Kai's back disappear from his field of vision, his brow furrowed deeply. He didn't know what method he could use to recruit Yang Kai into Shadow Moon Hall. He had tried twice today but had both failed. He didn't know what this young man's preferences were, but if he knew what they were, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, he couldn't send someone to follow him, which was really frustrating. There was a knock on the door again. "Come in." Qian Tong sat back down in his chair. The shop assistant walked in and immediately reported, "Elder, when that young man just left, he left 100 Saint crystals for this disciple." "Oh?" Qian Tong glanced at him in surprise. "Did you accept it?" And this disciple didn't refuse. He didn't say it explicitly, but this disciple knows that he deliberately left it for this disciple. "Elder, if you can't accept it, I'll send it back to him now." The shop assistant cautiously observed Qian Tong's expression, fearing that the elder would become angry. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "No need. Since he's giving it to you, you should accept it generously. This young man likes to be straightforward. If you feign kindness and decline, he might not be happy. And the next time he comes to buy ores, you have to give him more. Then you have to tell him secretly. Do you understand? Understood. Right, what kind of ores did he buy this time? Was it the same as last time? The shop assistant immediately shook his head. This time he bought 17,000 high-rank St. Crystals worth of ores. According to your instructions, I gave him a 20% discount, so I accepted him. 17,000 high-rank St. Crystals? Qian Tong's face changed as he seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, did he buy origin-grade ores? Yes. Qian Tong's expression changed and he suddenly burst into laughter. Good, good, good. As expected. As expected. Qian Tong seemed to be very excited and kept pacing back and forth around the room. The shop assistant was confused, not knowing why Elder Qian was so happy. In his impression, other than when he broke through to the second-order origin returning realm, the Elder had never been as happy as he was today. A moment later, Qian Tong suddenly took out a piece of pure white jade and poured his divine sense into it before casually tossing it to the shop assistant. Pass down the order. All the stewards of my Shadow Moon Hall's shops in Heavenly Fate City must remember this person's appearance. If he visits a shop, they must receive him with all their heart. Don't be too obvious about it, but give him preferential treatment if possible. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and offends him, I will make them regret being born in this world. Saying so, Qian Tong's aura became cold. The shop assistant trembled as he took the piece of jade and quietly examined it, quickly discovering that Yang Kai's appearance was engraved on it by Qian Tong's divine sense. Holding the piece of jade with both hands, the shop assistant immediately went out to inform all the stewards of Heavenly Fate City, not daring to delay. After the shop assistant left, Qian Tong swept the 7 artifacts placed on the table into his space ring and then rushed to Grandmaster Gu Lin's residence. He was going to tell Grandmaster Gu Lin that things were as he said. There was indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai. Although they had some guesses before and knew that the first artifact Yang Kai brought out was refined by an origin-grade artifact refiner, they were not sure whether this artifact refiner really existed. Perhaps Yang Kai had obtained that artifact by accident. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.